Hello, hello, welcome back. We're going to be heading into the action of the round of 16 games here in South America Series A. It is the playoffs. This is a big set of games here. Obviously, the winner today progresses to the quarterfinals, one step closer to being in the grand finals. But obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. Charlie, give us a wave, give us a little slight kind of chat of how your day's going, how you feeling about today's games.
I mean, look, we didn't get to see this round of 16. We didn't get to see the start of these playoffs, so my whole day sort of revolved around the build-up to this. Obviously, went on for us yesterday, start of the morning, so didn't really get to catch a lot of the results. Didn't get to watch a lot of the game, but I have sort of tried to catch myself up a little bit here or there. Yeah. But Fred, we're really in the midst of it now. Round of 16, we've already had one side of the brackets quarterfinals confirmed. Today, it's going to be time to decide the other.
Yeah, and obviously you look at some of the results. The Fluxo 2-0, I think that's fairly kind of, you can identify that as being kind of a fair result. Odic 2-0 as well. Obviously, in both the kind of Solid and Bestia games, they were pretty close ones. And obviously, Solid already being removed, probably one of the teams that you look at and go, okay, well, they're maybe one of the favourites, maybe one of the teams that you look at to kind of make a deep run here in the playoffs, but already eliminated. So for Swingers, I think that's a very positive result for them. I think that's going to give them a lot of confidence going throughout the whole rest of their kind of campaign here in the playoffs. But not an easy opponent for Swingers as it is Bestia, but what we can do is we can bring up kind of the schedule for today's matches, and we can kind of have a little bit of a look and maybe initial ideas of where things are going. But to kick things off, we got Sharks against Pain Academy, Adult Amigos against Elevate, 9Z to face Shinden, and then Red Canids against Dusty Roots. I think we've got some quality games here today, Charlie, and look, I think the first two obviously going to be casted by us. I think there's some intrigue in that second game. I think the first one, you look at Sharks and you look at Pain Academy, I think Sharks are going to be coming into it as the favourites. Don't get me wrong, I think whenever you see one of these academy rosters, I think they've always got upset potential. I just think Sharks just do have a little bit too much quality. Sat currently, 46th in the world, 42nd in the Valve rankings. They're looking really, really good. They're looking well poised, and I think it would be the upset of the whole of Series 8 here if we see Pain Academy win. But look, I'm rooting for them. I think it's always nice to kind of root for an underdog, so I think Pain Academy, they certainly could make waves today, but we'll have a look at the bit of a look at the Sharks roster. Look, Charlie, I think there's a lot of quality, there's a lot of synergy now, but why don't you paint us a picture of what this Sharks roster can offer?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to quickly touch on this before I do go too much into these rosters specifically. If anyone did miss it, there was one of the opening games, round of 16, Bestia versus Uno Mill. Extremely close game, really brilliant fixture. I think it's honestly going to be a bit similar to the second game that we're going to get to cast today. What a game that was. 23-25, 28-26, and then a 13-8 to close things out. I think it does just show the margin between some of these teams is getting so much closer. This is probably, honestly, one of the ones that I am looking at as being like, yeah, there's a decent bit of a favour in here. There's a lot of the other games, a lot of the other fixtures. I don't think there is as much of that. But yeah, like you said about this Sharks roster, there's some superb players on this team. And the sort of current form this team is in, it's not the best that we have seen. But the players certainly have been stepping up to a level that we are expecting. And this is the thing with this Sharks roster. Don't get me wrong, I'm expecting them to be able to compete against sides like your Onyx, like your Imperials, like your Fluxos, Legacy, some of the top teams that we are going to have here. The issue is it feels like more recently they've struggled a little bit more against those sides, but it has been everyone else beneath them they've had no issues just sweeping the floor with. And I think Pain Academy, they're going to do their best work not to get swept under the rug, like so many other teams have been. But obviously, Fred, there's going to be a number of players we're looking at. Doc's in some unbelievable form, and it feels like he's always going to be someone to keep your eyes out on, because the space that this guy can take, some of the openings he can get onto these bomb sites is outrageous. So he's certainly someone to keep your eye on.
Yeah, definitely. Look, obviously we've got the Pain Academy roster here. I think this is going to be an interesting kind of talking point with the Orping duel, because I think when you look at the individual marks, he's had so much impact, such a young player, and he can kind of provide such ability in the server. Yet for Sharks, look, Nyx hasn't had the best of time with the big green in hand, so I think it could be interesting to see kind of how much the Orping duel and maybe the sway that Mox could provide to the team, whether it will have, such a big impact. But as you said, look, it's going to be a really tough game here for Pain Academy. I think the individuals on Sharks, they would kind of, are pushing to get themselves into such a strong spot, not only within, the CCTs, but also within kind of higher events and kind of trying to make waves here. But something you mentioned, it seems like vast majority of these games are much closer, are kind of a lot more competitive, which I guess only speaks volumes and positives about kind of the leveling up that the South American scene has had, which I think is always really nice. I think when you look back to kind of maybe about 2-3 years ago, I think a lot of the times when it'd be kind of a round 16 team against a playoff team, very rarely we'd see upsets. Vast majority of the time it would be kind of 2-0s for the invited teams, 2-0s for your Red Canids, for your Sharks. But now I think we can see a little bit more competition. But obviously with the head-to-head, we've got Doc against Marks. I think it's obviously, you look at ADR and you're saying, oh, well, there's a bit of a difference, but Mark's on the AWP, Doc on a rifle. I think we can understand that. But Doc's always such an incredible player to watch. So I think definitely going to be the highlight player here today. But obviously, Charlie, something so vital here for Pain Academy is whether they can configure these vetoes to work their way. Because you look at Sharks, you look at their map pool. Yes, okay, they're Instaban's dust. Every other map, they've got a 50% win rate or better on. So I think for Pain Academy, there is going to be so much difficulty, especially with the fact that they haven't played Nuke or Train in the last couple of months. So I'm questioning whether we're going to see one of those two maps here in the opening picks for Sharks.
Yeah, look, we haven't actually got to see a huge amount of maps played from Pain Academy, and the maps that we have seen them play, they're sort of all grouped up on 1 or 2 maps. Mirage is at least one of the ones we've seen a little bit from. We've seen 2 maps in the last few months. And it has honestly not been too bad for them. It's been, honestly, what I probably would consider one of their better choices in a veto like this. They've had some super close games. Able to take one of them. The other one they lost in a close overtime fashion, I believe. Sharks selecting Nuke and with Anubis as their decider. I mean, look, I think the way that we've got to look at Pain Academy right now is they are able to start to compete with some of these sort of main teams. They are able to sort of take some series very close. They're able to take some maps, and sometimes they're even able to take victories against teams that on paper we're saying, yeah, there's a ton more experience on this team. There's a ton more sort of seasoned players with what we should be expecting is more firepower. And yet Pain Academy, I think it's just a credit to them that they're able to bring a lot of these games close and at least keep things competitive from time to time. I do just think this is going to be one step too much, though. I honestly don't think it matters hugely in terms of where Pain Academy opted to choose this one. I don't think it mattered hugely in terms of where Sharks opted to choose this one. As like you said, pretty much any of their maps I felt like they could have picked, and I would have been confident enough that they could have taken it. Sure, they got Nuke. This could be a great map for them regardless, but I honestly think they could have chosen any of those maps apart from Dust, and I think I would have been feeling pretty good for them.
Yeah, and I think with the Mirage, it is such a coin flip. It's such a 50-50, and I think obviously the Anubis has been strong for a team like Pain Academy, but so, it's been strong for Sharks as well. So I think it is going to be tough. I think there is going to be some difficulties here for Pain Academy, but look, I hope we can see some kind of elevation from the Academy roster. I do want to bring up the Swiss stage standings if we can, because obviously we can have a look about how kind of the qualified teams, where they finish in the Swiss stage, and obviously what they've kind of been able to do in the playoffs, because Pain Academy, a team that went 3-2, it wasn't kind of the most promising of performances in the Swiss stage. Yet you look at teams like Elevate, obviously we're going to be seeing them later on. Flamengo, they were 3-0. So I think there's been a kind of a bit of an imbalance here. Look, I think Pain Academy, can they do it? Certainly, but not an easy task, is it?
No, I mean, look, it's never going to be. I think, honestly, making it to playoffs alone is something that we're going to be happy with for Pain Academy. It's going to be a step in the right direction. In terms of your sort of VRS points, they are very far away from kind of being anywhere to be able to get any sort of tournament invite. So it is going to have to be for the next few months at least. Be these long grinds through these events. But look, that's what they're doing so far. I mean, don't get me wrong, this would be a massive game if they are able to take this one in terms of their ranking points. But for now, honestly, making it to playoffs is, like we said, a huge success. There's a lot of teams that we've looked at in the Swiss stage. We've always sort of been like, oh, I feel like they should be doing better. They should be making it to the playoffs. But Pain Academy, taking over a few of those teams. And that certainly is a step in the right direction for this team. There's still a lot for them to prove. And there's still a lot for their certain individuals to prove who sort of haven't had the greatest of time on certain other rosters. And it feels like collectively they're coming together and we're seeing some much more brighter sparks. I do just think on this occasion, though, they got a bit of a bad draw. And I don't think Sharks is going to be a team that are gonna sort of look down on them and take this one in that sort of complacent fashion. I do think Sharks are probably just gonna play on their A game, and I think if that is the case, I think we're probably gonna be seeing this one reasonably swift 2-0.
Yeah, and I think as well, Sharks, you know, statistically the hardest team that you could have faced. They are the highest ranked team here in Series A, and I think obviously with the quality they have, with the synergy they have, I think there's, you know, very fine margins are needed to take down a team like Sharks. Look, I think for Pain Academy, well, we said for them their vetoes are going to be quite tough, with the fact that they don't really play all too much Inferno, they don't play much Nuke, they don't play much Train. And their Ancient isn't great either, to be honest. I think Pain Academy have done quite well with the vetoes. Okay, yeah, Nuke's not going to be great for them, but Mirage is their pick, and Anubis is 100% win rate. So I think when you actually take into account kind of how well they have done, and with this stage, to be honest, I think they've done excellently. I don't really know why Sharks opted to ban Inferno and play Anubis. I guess they're not bothered about the stats of Pain Academy. They're kind of focusing on their own game plan, which I guess does make a lot of sense, I think, for Sharks. They're coming into this as the favourites. If they started kind of playing against their own game plan and trying to, I guess, kind of counter the weaknesses that Pain Academy have, I guess that's where you might be looking at Sharks coming into this with a bit of weakness. But look, Charlie, we've got a little bit more time. And my first question to you, and your most hated answering, is predictions. Where's this going? Is it 2-0 Sharks? Is that an easy one?
I don't think we should even set the question that are Pain going to win this game, because I do think they are massive, massive, massive underdogs. What I'm hoping for, I'll sort of flip it slightly. I'm hoping that Pain can take a map. If they can take a map, I'll be massively impressed. If they can even keep a map very competitive and push Sharks to the limit, I'll be very impressed. But I will also be extremely surprised if Sharks don't take this one in a 2-0 fashion. But Fred, Mirage is going to be underway, and we're going to get to see if they will be kicking things off in that way by taking potentially Pain Academy's map pick.
Yeah, look, I think we have to say that for Pain Academy, it's going to be a lot of work here. I think for their T side, obviously, I think we're going to need to see kind of ridiculous strength from it. I think it's got to be kind of a performance where they blow their opponents out of the water. It's, you know, a 9-3 or something crazy like that, because I think you can't really allow too much freedom. You can't really let Sharks have too much control and dominance, especially with the fact that Sharks very much do favour their T side. Molly thrown. Oh, nice find from RDN. The utility damage is excellent. Pain Academy, they push in, they attempt to maneuver their way to the B-bomb site, but so many CTs ready and waiting. A near flawless round here for Sharks.
Yeah, not the most positive start for Pain Academy. You see how good the Molotov is for RDN and just plucking that player out of the sky. Demo does actually have time to play with, got the bomb on his back as well, but it's still going to be around. That odds certainly aren't in his favour. But look, I think we've sort of painted the picture pretty well that we're not favouring Pain Academy in this one in the slightest, but this doesn't really mean that we're look at them preyed on their downfall. This is something that I think both of us are hoping to get to see quite a lot, because it's still a young roster. They've still got a lot of work to do, and I think it's just going to be great to watch them play against sort of some of the big dogs here and see what they can do against them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think it's kind of, especially with Academy rosters, I think you always hope for kind of upsets. You always hope that they can really, you know, paint a picture for their future, because I think in a game like this, expectations are low for Pain Academy, which just means if success is found, it's kind of worth even more. You know, you have the hardest fixture to face. You have the toughest opponent here in Series 8. So if Pain Academy can keep things competitive, maybe take a map, I think it would be brilliant for them. And look, I think it's just more about what they can do in the next couple months. It's just give this team some time. But I really like what Sharks do there in that pistol, actually. The fact that they just... one player invests in a molly and a nade. They drop the nade over to the player towards short. Molly from RDN. I think it's such a nice idea on the pistol. And you can instantly see the T's go very frantic. Very worried after that utility comes down.
Oh, it's going to be a nice HE grenade. Oh, not really, actually. The unarmored Demo not actually taking any real substantial damage, but he is actively searching here with this Deagle. Spots player on the bomb site. Deagle, or just a Glock actually, in apartments there will be fallen as RDN finds the first blood of the round, but the remaining 4 players are all starting to emerge out of ramp. I think even a kill at this spot would be pretty decent for the T's.
Yeah, the problem is, it does so much damage to Gaffolo, but we've got 2 in Doc and Nyx, very prepared to keep his teammate alive. So no casualties for Sharks. I like the amount of rifles they've invested in. Obviously, it's a point that I'm sure you're bored of me saying, but when you see that second round of 3 SMGs, I'm always so worried. But the fact they have just got the one, it's a very strong buy here for Sharks.
See, the thing is, I honestly don't mind if we see on the second round, the team who wins the round, likely CTs, investing in a lot of SMGs, as long as they have a goal for them in the third round. Because you don't want them to be playing these sort of longer range angles if they do have a rifle, just with the SMG in hand. But yeah, this is great. Nade on the top mid smoke as well, player spotted. Trade does come through from Leggy though, but at the cost of a lot of his own HP, and RDN needed the smoke. The CTs could just back away here, but wanted to fight maybe a little bit too much as Gafolo will go 1-for-1 in middle.
Oh, Doc. Great find there onto Demo. It gives the advantage, and obviously we've got the low HP marks in question here for Pain Academy. This round becomes quite difficult. I think when it's that 3-on-3, there's real possibility, but very limited utility. Just a molly and a flash. Tattoo's taken some space, but it's clear that Sharks are prepared for this, and with the setup the Sharks are opting for, this could be brilliant.
Yes, I think there's 2 towards B. This surely is going to go overlooked.
Yeah, I think if Nyx can just survive.
Timing's a bit off here, actually. RDN has backed away. Smoke comes down, but player's already in front. I'm not sure if Nyx spotted that. Certainly not. He will swing out and at least get one, though. Low HP on Marks. Molly on the bomb side is going to delay this plant for now. Allow Doc to rotate closer in, and Marks is now looking to actively search to take down RDN.
Yeah, I like this from Marks. I think it's the only way you can play this round. He's got to find a pick beforehand. Oh, but RDN. It's unfortunate there for Marks. But Sharks continue here. I really like the idea again from Sharks, just to kind of the pressure they apply towards middle early. To be honest, I would have thought Koala would have got more than just the one with his positioning alone. Even still, it's this kill from Doc that really changes the round.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit too much fighting there for Gafolo. RDN, his position's given up, but he gets 1 kill thanks to the nade of the smoke. And even you look at that there, it's a man advantage for Sharks. And yeah, Gafolo probably didn't need to fight it that extra bit, but you understand the reasoning, of course. I think we've all been in that position where you think in your mind, oh, I can make it even more advantageous. But yeah, like you said, Doc finding that kill with the MP9 gave the advantage back and forced those remaining 2 Ts into a tough position. Nyx Orb, though, is going to be allowed to find one. There is a player in Palace that someone's going to need to be wary of. But this is the issue. Once these pistols have been spotted so deep and they don't find anything or really take this space, it feels that you can't really just push, because at that point, it becomes very obvious. There's so many players rotating in. The rifles are just superior at this range, and there's not a lot you can do other than just sort of fall very flat on a round like this. So you kind of just need to reset.
Well, I think as well for Pain Academy, look, it seems like they're playing with a kind of a decision-making that someone's going to push. We're just going to hold for this. Yeah, the CTs, they don't need to do anything. They've got a good setup. They've got 3 towards A currently. Obviously, a decent position here from Koala and Shaw. So there's no need to maneuver. Pain Academy are just going to be sat waiting, kind of holding for pushes that never will arrive. Leggy, though, looks as though he's going to be creeping his way through under. Still, Gafolo, though not kind of well drilled to Leggy's angle, I don't think it's really going to matter. Nice shot from Tattoo, though. That's the AWP. And now we can see a bit of acceleration. Doc, he's rotated in with Gafolo's double. Puts this round to rest. AWP can be saved as well.
Yeah, if someone ever goes to try to save it,
no,
AWP isn't saved.
People thinking more important to keep the deagles and the text than to get the AWP. Potentially just an oversight from Nyx. Maybe I just didn't communicate it. That's the only thing I can imagine.
Yeah, I mean,
plenty of time.
Not that huge an issue. I mean, it certainly is costly for the finances. What I reckon it was is the players who were closest nearby had the AKs, and they were like, oh, I'll go for the deagle. I didn't hear that call for the AWP, just so they could keep the AK into the next round and pretend it was a mistake.
I don't know.
Probably not, but that'll be my headcanon, just to at least excuse it. But ooh, bit of a fight here, but it has been spotted. So
oh, look at the
CT's
utility.
Might back away, but why back away when, like you said, the util reigns supreme?
Yeah, brilliant there. Excellent. Oh, marks falling there to the rifle of Gafolo. We've seen not only 2 casualties, but a lot of damage to Tattoo. Yet, only a total of 4 damage has been dealt here to the Sharks side. I must say, Sharks, they are playing with a great level of quality currently.
This
really
is what I mean,
liking it.
I don't think this Shark side was going to come into this game with that sort of superiority complex, where they're just looking at it and thinking, oh, we're so much higher in the rankings, we're a much more established team, we don't really need to try, we can just coast our way through. They are doing everything they're doing is that level of team play with it that we're coming to expect. They've got the individual prowess that we're obviously coming to expect as well, and it feels like this is the Sharks that we're expecting to see, and they're showing up like Pain Academy is just another team, which they certainly have proven themselves to be.
Yeah, I think it's always nice to see when you can clearly see kind of a consistent level of ability and a kind of a consistent level of discipline from kind of the favoured side. I think when mistakes and silly errors start occurring where you'd say, well, they've just been a bit complacent there, but this is a perfect moment. Sharks, bomb dropped in con, there's 8 seconds left. Koala can get that frag, but I like the discipline, I like the fact they back away. There's no need for them to kind of be so hurried in their approach. But Sharks, it's a 5-0 start. Pain Academy, I like that they've identified this issue. They're going to want to call a pause early on, which I think is the right play. Maybe it's kind of the idea of, look, lads, we can't really be taking all of this early space towards mid. The util and kind of ability of the players is just a little too good in the first kind of 10-15 seconds. Let's not risk it. Let's play a little bit more reserved early on, and then we can kind of, you know, be a bit more opportunistic in our game plan. It just seems like Pain Academy are kind of playing as if they can kind of quite comfortably take mid. Yeah, the resistance that Sharks is showing has been brilliant.
Yeah, this is the issue in terms of this is going to throw a spanner in the works of Pain Academy, because it's going to be, what do you decide to do off of that? Because I would hate to see them just give up mid control entirely now, because Sharks will abuse that. They will take that space, or they confirm it's clear and allow another player to gamble more heavily onto a bomb site. We need to see Pain Academy sort of substitute that mid control for something. Sure, they can play passive early slightly before retaking it, but I don't think they can just hold and expect to push, because that's where Sharks will take those fights. They will take that space, and potentially they will outduel you in those positions again. So Pain Academy, this is what I love to see. They're not shying away from mid. They've just been shut down mid a couple of times, and yet not a single bit of hesitation. They seem to go back towards there, and they want to fight it even more heavily.
Yeah, look, I think for Pain Academy, once they start changing their game plan massively, that's where Sharks have already kind of claimed too much control and too much ground in the game. So, what a nade. Yeah, brilliant that. Koala's got one as well. Tassie's taking a lot of damage. You can see that in this one, Sharks know, okay, well, it's going to be a weaker investment. You can just look to play a little bit more on the back foot. There's no need to kind of press the issue. Tattoo, great idea there. I love kind of using the ladder sound as a bait. Forces in Koala, and Tattoo gets a second. Man advantage now for Pain Academy. This round could be a real possibility, but it seems like Tattoo is the main one to watch. RDN. It's a question of whether RDN wants to try and take this head-up fight.
I mean, yeah, right now he's being asked to hold a lot. Nix is back holding apartment, so RDN might feel more confident just posted up towards short. This is a decent setup between the two, because Nix can get this early control. Deagle jumps across, great find there, and Nix instantly pushes out towards the site to help his teammate, but RDN is handling all the pressure perfectly, and you've got Tattoo, who's just kind of trapped towards the ladder room here. RDN has to win this gunfight, otherwise a lot of room's given up to Demo.
Yeah, the best part of all of that is Gafolo's there kind of holding from Con to deal with Tattoo in short. And that's where RDN can focus a lot. There's 9 seconds left. He's got to retrieve the bomb and plant it. I believe there is enough time to get the bomb down, though. Demo, he's in the 1v1. Yeah, Molly will go down, but he can push himself out of it. Great reposition from Demo, and he just needs to hit the shot, and he will! I don't really know what's happened in that round. I think once Nix gets that kill towards apartments and we see RDN finding the player jumping out, to me that should be a confirmed round, but it goes very wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't even the full investment as well. That's the issue. I mean, the round was actually played really, really well there in that 1 versus 2 for RDN. The issue is, as soon as his teammate arrives in short, it feels like RDN looks at that as free liberty just to swing on out now. So he does so good just not giving up that space. He knows the bomb's dropped. He knows Demo needs to come and claim it. What should have happened there is RDN continues to rate tuck until that bomb gets retrieved, and then they both swing off of one another.
Yeah, exactly. Double AWP in play here, though, for Sharks. Gafolo and Nick's both wielding, and Gafolo's already got himself a kill here. Oh, T-Sug. Gafolo prepared for this? It's all going to be about timing on the fade of this smoke. Will fade very shortly, Gafolo.
Very risky play.
Well, T-Sug gets one. Not with a quick trade, but still. 1 for 1 there is not bad.
Yeah, I mean, good awareness from Doc to actually hold there. He did actually fire off the shot early. Wasn't far off keeping his teammate alive, but just having to hit the wall bangs is always going to be a bit more difficult. But Sharks are in a good spot. Demo's looking to try to take some of this space towards A, while the rest of his team do arrive.
Yeah, the biggest problem
landing at their feet, just going to delay them.
Yeah, speaking of smokes, the fact that Pain Academy don't have one is going to make this A take so difficult. Let's see what they can do. Nadov the smoker search to CT, but nothing spotted, and now RDN can resume Doc's old position here. Ollie towards top balcony. This is going to be so difficult for Pain Academy. It's all conditioned on marks, but the fact he's fallen, Koala's in an excellent position. Tattoo now on a 1v4. Oh, we can get the second. There's a possibility in this round. He's 30 HP. Bombs dropped, though, and the problem is Nix is just holding. Spotted and found. Sharks. They don't allow any streak to come through from Pain Academy.
Yeah, a couple of those moments now from Doc, where it feels like he's been massively favoured in a fight. And just a little bit, maybe a little bit off of it at the start of this game. I say that even though I'm pretty sure he is still top fragging the server right now. It just shows how much we're expecting from this guy because of sort of the levels that he does show. Not far off top, just 1 kill behind. But look, Sharks, they lose a round. It's a round that they should have won. It was a half buy initially for Pain Academy, and then it was a very unfavoured round for Demo after that. But instantly, they make a different call. They're not going to just sort of sit doing the same things over and over again. They want to add a bit more spice and variety to what they go for. Double AWP comes out.
Yeah, look, I quite like the idea of a double AWP. I think a lot of the time you'll see it kind of towards the final rounds of a CT half. But
yeah, don't see a lot now, do you? Because of sort of the economy, it feels like that what we're in right now, as well as the rifles being as strong as they are in comparison to the AWP. It feels like the double AWP's in a weird spot where it kind of feels like most of the time it's sort of solely reserved for overtime, and even then a lot of teams still will opt not to use it. But yeah, look, on this occasion it works out perfectly, but we can see how much money has been drained in terms of bringing these AWPs out, the rifles alongside them, and this is one of the biggest issues, isn't it? If we do see Pain Academy win this round, instantly that could be them starting to claw a few rounds back.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a playthrough, eh? We're going to see some rotations out of Doc. We've got Gafolo here on the AWP, but Tattoo finds him so easily there. Round restart, okay. Think there might have been a disconnect, or I don't know. Something happened.
It might be a couple more issues if Doc is still leaving the server, so it might be a bit of time before we really resume in this one. But look, it's been the start that we expected from Sharks. There's been a couple of moments where individuals have impressed me right now for Pain Academy, particularly from Tattoo and Demo. It feels like, look, they're not showing any sort of hesitation in terms of taking these fights against these more experienced players. They're coming out on top of them on a decent amount of occasions as well. Look, I'm never going to sit into a game like this and say, oh, the other three have to be playing better. They have to be able to do this. It's still a very young roster. Like we said, they're coming up against the highest seeded team here.
Yeah.
I think this is a moment where the best thing to do is ideally show off what you can do as a team and show off what the individuals can do as well.
Yeah, and I think to take down a team like Sharks, you have to have kind of all 5 of your players playing on kind of incredible form, and I think very rarely you see that from any team. We have just got word, though, that this might be a little bit delayed regarding the restart of round number 8, so I think what we will do, Charlie, is jump to a short little break, and then we'll be back for round number 8. Back into the action here. Obviously, Sharks, they've had a lot of control here so far on the CT side of Pain Academy's map pick being Mirage. Look, for Sharks, I think it's been an impressive performance. I think this is what we've come to expect from a roster like this. And as we touched upon for Pain Academy, look, if they can bring a map close, if they can keep things competitive, at least there'll be positives to take away. But so far, 6-1. It's been pretty dominant, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been sort of business as usual for Sharks so far. Faltered slightly in the one round that Pain Academy did fine, but look, clutches happen in games all the time, happen on this occasion, so it's not too much for us to look into for Sharks just yet. Nyx, out towards middle, might not be aware that Leggy's cross.
Oh,
certainly he's aware of these spots, his little Leggy.
I love that. I always love those little pixel angles where probably only need...
Have you seen that one on Ancient? That boost where you can see the donut?
No.
Boost outside middle.
Oh,
there's
yeah,
like
outside middle, there's a... Yeah, I have seen that.
Oh, it's outrageous. It might have been patched. It was about a week or so ago. A couple of weeks ago. Maybe it's been patched now. I don't think you can get a kill there, but I think the info you can get would be pretty monstrous. What a find from Marks there. I don't even know if he probably spotted Cafola off with just a reaction shot off of the nade.
Yeah, great understanding, great information. And look, it's given them the advantage, although Leggy's so low. The biggest problem here for Pain Academy, again, though, is utility. They don't have a smoke after that one. Oh, and they go into the clutches of Doc and Koala. And now, disadvantage, and still the low HP Leggy in this round. Tattoo, he's been boosted into window. It's just all about how much attention these other Ts can take away from him. Tattoo now to be creeping. Quick shot there onto Dog. Tattoo gets a second. The AWP of Nyx is found, and the round all on RDN. He's full HP, but with just an MP9.
Yeah, fluffed his lines early there, not able to instantly take down Demo, which is who he really needed to find. Look, he knows they're low, that's why he's giving this one a bit of a crack, I say, as he does back away slightly deeper, retrieves a little, play towards triple. The spam would take him down, but Leggy just goes for the individual swing. But it's Tattoo again. Look, this is what I've said about Pain. Right now, the one thing that they have impressed me with is not shying away from these fights and coming out on top of a lot of them. Tattoo and Demo in particular, and Tattoo again in this round. Great double from him. The first is brilliant. Tagged down a bit and still able to find the second.
Yeah, look, I've got to say, the kill that they get on from Demo to Nyx is actually such an important one as well. But look, I think throughout this one, I think Sharks, they've had individual brilliance. They've had kind of team performance. Pain Academy are showing signs now. And you touched upon it, Charlie. The problem with opting for these kind of AWPs, opting for these kind of heavier investments is, look what it's done to the finances. Look what it has done. 1 rifle, an XM, 3 Deagles. Is this really the investment you'd expect after Sharks have gone on such a streak? Certainly not.
I mean, look, sometimes it's what the double AWP can bring, and obviously that AWP that wasn't saved across as well. That's you investing in a lot of AWPs pretty early on in the game, and as much as it pains me to say, they can sometimes cripple an economy.
Yeah, Leggy, nice final to Nyx as well. That's the rifle. That's the premium weapon gone. This is where Pain Academy, look, they win this, they get themselves 6-4. Expected that we won't see an eco victory for Sharks, and that's where we're looking at, you know, maybe 1 or 2 more rounds, a very compelling half.
You can never really count Sharks out of a round like this, but I think unless someone's able to retrieve that M4, things are certainly going to be a lot more difficult. Koala is in window, just missed the mark onto Leggy. Folo's angle though is, I was going to say, it's a bit cheeky, but the flashbang's so good.
Yeah, Util's excellent hit. I touched upon the fact that Pain Academy, they've kind of struggled with kind of just having utility in the last couple. RDN's in an excellent position, the Deagle's connecting. Markso finding Doc with a swing from Tattoo. Round put to rest.
Yeah, he got closer at a couple of moments there when we saw those 2 kills come through. And for the split second, we were in an even round, but without the weapons able to be retrieved, with Pain Academy quickly pouncing and denying any sort of trades or plays being able to group up. Yeah, we are going to see Sharks onto that eco. So we've seen a nice string of rounds now from the T's. This is what we've needed to see. Just to bring themselves a little bit more into this game. There's still all the chances they can make something happen. Info is going to be heard. Doc's going to be calling for his team to rotate, but just him alone with a USB in hand, not even the bullet can be fired.
Yeah, look, for Pain Academy, they get an easy 4th hit. I think they've got to make sure that they don't kind of have any casualties, keep their finances as strong as possible. I think for this half alone, at least, it means there's some positives. At least they can bring themselves closer, and this is where we're kind of having a talking point where a pistol round can completely change the game. Pain Academy can certainly go on a streak of success on their CT side, so they've got themselves back into the conversation, haven't they?
I mean, we can definitely bring up the argument once again. I'm going to be very interested in how this next round sort of transpires, though. I think Sharks are going to start to realise that, okay, their options now just sort of reason through this game certainly have been taken away slightly. Pain are here to play, of course.
I don't really know why the 3 USBs saved there. No one had armor, they didn't have weapons. Even just removing 1 rifle from Pain Academy could have done some financial damage. Yet we're going to see an investment from Pain Academy in this, you know, round 11 and 12, regardless of what happens.
Yeah, unless maybe they just sort of miscalculated their opponent's economy slightly. Maybe thought
Potentially.
that a round victory here, like a flawless one, might make much of a difference. But obviously, as we know, there's going to be a very little difference made, if any.
Pain Academy, though, it looks as though they're positioning towards the B-bomb site. Smoke thrown, but already in front of it. RDN. Blinded. The deep smoke has been sent. A boost here has got to be the game plan. RDN will get elevated. Nade of the smoke here.
You two are being lined up. I'm not sure if this is meant to be a double nade or if they haven't heard the tap of the bomb or something and just trying to time it, but certainly could have had a bit more damage dealt.
Okay.
And was inflicted. Yeah, time's gonna be ticking here. Everyone trapped into the bomb site with the missed orb shot. Mark's not gonna miss another, and with all the util down, the CTs are just backing away and gonna call it for a save. Pain Academy find 5.
Yeah, obviously, it seemed like Sharks, they wanted to take control towards mid. There was 4 players ready and waiting, 2 from short, 2 from connector. Yet it was slightly delayed in that approach, so if it was any play towards A or B at that moment, which obviously we saw, it's going to be a loss of round. It's going to be so tough for them. Not only do they not have the util, they don't have the kit. When it comes to retaking, I think it was just too much of a struggle. And with Pain Academy sending that deep smoke towards short, that caused so many problems. Not too bad of a buy. Yeah, look, I think for Sharks it's enough. It's, you know, 5 rifles. Utility's pretty decent. 3 defuse kits. No real issues here, but Pain Academy, they've got themselves massively back into this one. From 6 to 1 down.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's 5-0 as well. And we just haven't seen a lot from Sharks since. Pain Academy certainly being the better team in the last few, and deservedly so.
Not a smoke here towards Palace. Gafolo in an excellent position. The HE grenade helping chip away at Demo, but with a nice find from Leggy. Certainly still possibilities here. Oh, Doc, the final bullets connecting to Leggy. Nade on the plant. Perfect nade, and RDN can push through. He will get 1. Surely this half ends 7.
Take this if he wanted here.
Yeah, they don't have information of the last, but obviously they do now. Nothing that Marks can do. Just not enough time. Sharks, they will go into the second half with the lead. What a half here, though, from Tattoo. 11 and 8.
Yeah, Demo not far behind as well. These two massively impressed me in the first half of things. Couple of players as well, stepping up towards the latter portions. Leggy, Marks, having a couple of moments here or there. And most importantly, Pain Academy, one thing I really did ask for, keep these games competitive. Show us some signs of what you can do, and they've certainly done that. And look, they're moving over to the CT side now. Pressure's going to be on Sharks to show us what they can do, as they're the ones now to set the tempo.
Yeah, of course. I think Pistol here. If it goes the way of Sharks, I think Pain Academy have got to be pretty worried. Obviously, this is the preferred side for Sharks. Marks, Julie's here towards Palace. I feel like this goes kind of one of 2 ways. He either gets all 3 or he doesn't get a single 1. He will go 1 for 1. I guess doesn't pan out to how I expect. Nice find there from...
Never do. As, look, the setup looks good towards A, but sometimes a couple of Glock headshots is all it takes to turn things around. Tattoo desperately trying to tap away to get a kill back and make this round more plausible. As Leggy is just tucked towards CT, this honestly could be a save potentially. As Leggy is backing away. Might just be repositioning because he knows how daunting a task CT is to try to clear. But no, hasn't gone into jungle to attempt to take another angle. They are going to be saving this armor. So likely for everybody going to be seeing the CTs go for a force buy in the second round of the second half.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of the force buy because they've got something to bring into it. They've got these kind of full Kevlar. Having to reposition very quickly here, but no one worried about window.
I mean, look, he's not going to be particularly worried about sort of a bit of armor that he did lose there. John said, we weren't going to see head armor being bought anyway. He could have bought FMAS. I say that as he's opted for the MP9 and a bit of util instead. I don't mind this because, look, a lot of these rounds, a lot of these force buy rounds, util is going to be the one thing that you are missing. So I think having a nade, having a smoke, and a molly, I think these are going to be good sort of deterrents. And look, that's half the util on one player already.
Yeah, look, this force has got to go the way of Pain Academy, though. I think if they lose this, we're looking at potentially, you know, a 10-5, and that's where things could get a little bit out of hand. Back and forth fair here, but with Nyx getting that onto Demo and Doc slowly creeping, this round becomes very difficult. Because look at Doc. Freebie onto Leggy there. Marks in the 1 versus 3. I think when you see rounds like this, it's clear that Pain Academy had their goal of wanting to crunch towards top middle, but it's rifles against MP9s. You know, I think we kind of should always assume it's going to go one way. I would have much preferred maybe trying to get a player deep in apartments, maybe someone trying to push towards Palace, take some space with those SMGs, but with the force buy going against Pain Academy, should be that temp for Sharks, and this is where things get very scary. This is where Pain Academy are kind of within the mindset of one more mistake and it could all be over.
Yeah, I think if the goal was to, if the goal was going to be to look to fight middle a bit more, I think you have to make that call and instantly push up mid with as many players as you can. And the util should have been probably a bit different in terms of what we did see, instead of seeing a couple of flashbangs rather than potentially a Molotov to try to help those SMGs creep closer. But Mike's USP finds the kill of the dog. Didn't even actually need support of the other pistol beside him. And Tattoo's Deagle connecting.
It's going to go so wrong. Leggy's got armor as well. This could go terribly here.
Gonna have a first bit of contact. I mean, Marks is gonna get this information at a bare minimum. That's all he'll be able to get. So, knows that players were backing away slightly. Still, the teams are extremely split in terms of what they're actually aiming to do.
Koala completely isolated here. Seems like they want to head towards A. Koala missing his shots a little. Leggy maneuver to sandwich. Ooh, with T-Sug falling, Leggy's going to feel somewhat trapped now. Well, we ought to get one, but the trade from Nyx is good, and now it's all on Tattoo.
He's only spotted one, doesn't actually know where the second player is, so still paranoid about positions like B, like a flank, like middle as well, and he's going to slowly clock on that. Maybe they did end up doubling up together, but a smoke dropped so the T's can cross. No weapon for Tattoo to retrieve, but you know what he's done with this Deagle already.
There's a huge gap in this smoke.
I thought it was planted reverse default for a
Yeah,
second.
so did I.
Oh, the X-ray throwing us off guard slightly, but
it's like, why is he shot him?
I mean, both the T's playing this really well together. The double swing comes through, and Tattoo's actually been allowed to isolate these duels slightly, but look, the T's are being so reserved about this. They know that this was a round that's almost slipped away. There's no need to let things get out of hand anymore, so that round is won. Considering that was 2 early kills for the CTs, I do think the remaining T's handle it very well.
Yeah, I think when Koala's a little bit on his own towards A, I was very worried. There was 3 CTs ready and waiting, but Payne kind of opted to go for a bit of a one-on-one approach. I feel like if all 3 of them swung, I think Koala goes down there. But look, Sharks, they do find 10. Maybe a couple more casualties than they'd hope, but full buyout for both sides now. No limitations. We've got the big green on both Marks and Nyx.
Nyx actively searching. Marks on the other side of the map, so the AWP isn't going to come up against his direct counterpart, but isn't going to come up against anyone as the smokes are down, so the T's are able to walk their way out.
I love this smoke that they've thrown. It's to allow them to cross to CT without being spotted from connector. It's an excellent smoke. And with it down, it's clear that Pain Academy are now playing so reserved. They're so worried about any idea of players progressing. Minimal utility now here for Sharks, though. Oh, Nyx, he's so well prepared. Koala sent in here to deal with connector. Yet to be a kill. Risky plant position here. Nick's now holding for a flank. Very worried. Look at the positioning, though, of Koala. He's taking control towards jungle. Is being held by T-Sug. T-Sug's had a tough game, though. 2 and 12.
It's just great info that no one is towards jungle, so they're going to have a bit of a rude awakening when they realise 4 are towards CT, but I think Doc's got most of this info himself, and he's handling it superbly. 15 HP, and Doc finds a triple. He's going back for more, and Doc finds them all. No support needed, and look how ice cold he is at his webcam. So focused, and what a quad kill. Can he get the ace? Not going to be his on this round by the looks of things, as the bomb is going to likely take down T-Sug. But what a round from Doc.
I'm somewhat stunned at what I've just seen.
I mean, look at this.
The first kill, fair enough.
So many.
He's 15 HP right now.
Yeah, he brought down to 15.
1 bullet is all that needs to connect. It's ridiculous. He should never be able to find 2, let alone 3, let alone 4.
Why we sing his praises.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's moments like that where I think Doc really proves his worth and kind of certainly why everyone, you know, all across the board will be highlighting him to be that star player, to be that #1. Nice shot from Leggy, though. On the half-buys, Pain Academy, they've dealt a lot of financial damage. Be nice for them to win another one, though. Obviously, it was their T side where their first round came through from a half-buy. Control taken outside A, not only with 2 through Palace, but just flash Demo into ramp. With Shark still playing towards middle, this could be a perfect opportunity for Pain Academy. But a double flank coming through. The T's are not going to be ready for this. It's just about how much Demo can kind of hold off and keep them in middle. But here's this flank. Tattoo. He's in an excellent position here. Doc. No one's going to check it. No one's going to worry at all. But he will be able to get one, pick up an AK, and now he can just play reserved. 2-man advantage now here. And obviously Sharks, they have to head towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, locked in on this now, no other choice. Koala has a lot of weight on his shoulders, having to clear this space out. Fights towards short, and Tattoo wins it. 3 kills from him. Another great round to show off his skills in Pain. With a massive round victory, and look what that does to the finances. Just a huge amount of cash being injected there. Nice amount of weapons being able to be upgraded for free. So you've got players like Tattoo, like Marks, with a nice bit of money. You've got people like T-Sug as well, with the loss bonus combined the next round, even if we see the CTs lose. So financially, yeah, Pain Academy in a pretty decent position, but obviously rounds on the board are the most important thing, as they are obviously still in quite a deficit.
Look, I've got to say, Sharks, it's not like they go fast towards middle. Why is no one holding towards A whatsoever? There's no one in Palace, there's no one ramp, and it just allows Pain Academy to take this space so easily. I just don't know why we're seeing it, but T-Sug here towards B somehow finds 2. Searching for his 3rd. RDN will get 1, though. RDN getting a triple in this round, puts it to the 2-on-2. Good idea there from Demo, realising that Doc could be anywhere. That's why Marks is having a little bit of a look in the flank. Doc can isolate this fight onto Demo. It'd be massive. Reposition them out of Demo at a perfect time. It's going to be this double market. Held and found by Marks. Pain Academy will go on a bit of a streak here with the finances for Sharks so poor. But a big misstep in that last round from Sharks. I think they really have struggled against these half-buys. The Deeg shots have been so crisp here from Pain Academy.
I think one thing that they have shown from map #1 at least is, yeah, no round safe against them. Even if you got them down to an eco, to a half-buy, be very afraid, because, I mean, Tattoo's looking terrifying with this Deagle, but it's RDN's turn to search for something as smoke comes down, so no fights can be taken just yet, and Sharks evacuate from the A-bomb site.
Yeah, very quick in their decision-making. They're not waiting around. You've got to try and take space towards B. A bomb plant here would be excellent. Ooh, these steps been heard. Tatu might be aware of it. Run boost coming through. Not timed very well, but it has still kind of bamboozled Tatu a little. Leggy has just spotted Gafolo. Taking space here towards under. Still very reserved in the utility here for Pain Academy. They've still got plenty remaining. Just shy of 10 pieces.
And look, they're not being forced to use anything, and this is something that a lot of more inexperienced teams can falter at, sort of keeping their util strong until the end of the round. So look, Molly comes down, these two Ts are now going to likely be forced forward into these fights. Flashbang comes over, and the actual execute has to come through now just due to that one Molotov being thrown.
We'll get one. Oh, nicked! Won't be able to get the bomb down though. T-Sug will deny. 14 seconds left. Koala. Nice find. Picked up the yaw. Will go down. 3 casualties there. Not too bad from Sharks.
Pretty damaging.
Yeah, great from Nick.
Considering how uncomfortable it was. But, yeah, nice couple of Glock kills. I like how I took 3 dinks to kill one player there. It just shows how strong that weapon really is.
Yeah, I think you get 1 round with the Glock and that's about it.
I mean, that's just outrageous. Like, it makes you think, how does anyone ever get a kill with that gun?
Do you think the Glock needs a buff or a USP needs a nerf? Because it feels a bit unfair.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? I mean, I don't think you can buff it. I just think you have to accept that the gun has to be bad. And trust me, it certainly is. But very fun from Dog there, getting aggressive. A nice adjustment in terms of position from RDN to take down Tatu. Marks will get 1 kill back onto Koala, but isn't realizing how sneaky Doc is. Right up in the face. Will get punished by Demo, but it just sets into motion Gafolo, who drops down and leaves T-Sug in this 1 versus 3. The bomb is down, and Pain Academy are going to find themselves 4 rounds behind with their opponents on map point, needing to win all 4 of them.
Yeah, and I think as well we know the real problems that this is going to cause. Just on the basis that we haven't seen Pain Academy play Nuke in the last 3 months. So I think that's something that we've got to say is going to be a bit of a problem for them. Obviously, we have seen them play it kind of at the tail end of last year when you look to November, but it wasn't that kind of competent from them, and there's a reason they haven't really been playing all too much of it. But there's certainly a chance it can happen, can't it? But I think their best chance could be slowly slipping away from them. A loss here on Mirage could pose many problems.
Just 1 round required and money for Pain Academy. In a bit more of a difficult spot. I mean, look, they're getting out a reasonably competent buy. You certainly think that weapon being brought over is going to help things out, but yeah, the buy's pretty good considering the situation that they do find themselves in. We see a lot of teams when they are facing that map point against them, where they literally are on scraps. They're literally on 5.7s, they're on Deagles, MP9s if they're lucky. But look, the buy's good enough. Pain Academy have the weaponry that they need. It's now just time to show it.
You have to imagine though, if they didn't lose 3 kills against the Glocks, you know, how much better this buy would be. It'd be a full buy. There'd be no issues, no problems. So look, we've seen it kind of affect the Sharks' economy earlier on in this map, but already Pain Academy, this is a little bit more problematic. They face a loss here on their map selection. 4 in a row, as you mentioned. That just pushes to OT, though. That doesn't give Pain Academy any guarantee. The only guarantee is a couple more rounds, but I like the idea from Sharks. They're going to try and make their way quite early towards A. Util coming down. This is where Demo's going to be very, very caught out. Util's good, fully blinded. He backs away to COD. An early bomb plant here, I think, would be good. They are looking to take some control. Into the smoke coming through. Lovely find. Doc will be able to get 1, but Leggy's double with the MP9. Man advantage here. Just a 1 Molotov. There is a defuse kit on T-Sug. Koala is going to go searching for something here, realizing a kill's got to be found, and will acquire it. Flank coming through. Nix. He found him. It just, I think that's what the round gets so difficult, when you've got a player looking to get yourself in the back lines to be that kind of difference maker, and it falls flat. Picked up the defuse kit.
But it has to be getting on this bomb right now. Player towards Tetris. Marks.
Is there enough
takes
time?
him down. It's going to be close, but I don't think there is. It's so down to the wire. And both the final players do go down to the bomb. Payne Academy give it a good go of things in the retake. And if we're being honest, they give it a good go of things in the game as well. From 6-1 down. They looked down and out. It looked like Sharks were going to be able to run away with things. But we luckily do see Payne Academy keep the game in a more competitive spot, which is what we were both desperately asking for. But, Fred, at the end of the day, it did still go the way that we expected. And I'm sure many people at home were as well.
Yeah, look, they were 6-1 down. And then both teams got another 7 rounds. So, I guess from that 6-1 on, it was fairly, it was a fair game. It was even.
Yeah.
But for Payne Academy, I think the start was just really tough for them. And I think, obviously, getting themselves back into the game's one thing, but being able to win your map pick is obviously something else that would have been so vital. Now they move to Nuke. Obviously, it is going to be a real uphill battle, especially with Anubis being that kind of third and final. So even if Payne Academy do the unthinkable and win on Nuke, they've still got a tough map to face. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings kind of after Mirage?
I mean, honestly, is it weird for me to say after those first sort of several rounds that I actually think we saw more mistakes from Sharks than we did from Payne Academy?
Yeah, no.
I don't really think Payne Academy did anything hugely wrong in that game. That sort of lost them rounds. It felt like we did just see the individuals take space, catch a couple of players off, but in particular, just sort of outgun them on occasion, which we were going to be expecting. It didn't feel like they were sort of outclassing them. It didn't feel like this was a team leaps and bounds above individually and Payne Academy couldn't compete with them. But it felt like we saw a lot of weaker buys being won from Payne Academy. It felt like a lot of situations where Deagles were being a big hindrance to the favoured side. And I like that it felt like, yeah, even on the weaker buys, Payne Academy still had some fight in them. They still had some battle back, and they really did bring it to Sharks. So that's honestly what the main thing I was looking for in this series. We've already touched on it multiple times. This is literally the hardest team in terms of rankings that Payne Academy could have got, and they're one of the sort of lower ones that we're seeing as well. So it's a great start. I mean, for the overall tenure, not a great start for them in this series, obviously losing map number 1. But they've got a second crack at things on map number 2. I'm hoping for a similar storyline at least.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, now they've got 10-15 minutes to kind of rekindle some lost strength that they might have kind of needed to show on Mirage. But obviously, as I said, we've seen them look okay on Nuke in the last 6 months. I'm sure they've got some strats. They've got some kind of hidden, I guess, gimmicks that they can be pulling out here. But Sharks, it's their map pick. They're going to be feeling confident. But beforehand, we jump to a break. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into the second map of the series very, very shortly. Obviously, I think Sharks, they had a really good start to Mirage, and that was the biggest problem for Pain Academy. Obviously, as we said, look, in the kind of the latter 14 rounds, it was a 7-7 split. But the problem was Sharks, they did just have that dominant start. Obviously, now we move to Nuke. It's Sharks. Map selection, we've already mentioned the problems that a map like Train or Nuke would pose for Pain Academy. And I think when you look at the individuals as well, I think Doc had a really good game. RDN as well was very kind of very prolific in that victory. So I think it's going to be a very tough battle here for Pain Academy. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see them upset here, but I think it's just too difficult. I think, let's be honest, right?
Yeah, they're certainly going to find themselves in a difficult spot now, especially after being on Nuke. This isn't a map that we have seen from them, sadly, at all in the last few months. But, I mean, look, we haven't seen a huge amount from them on Mirage either. We've only seen 2 games, so I suppose at least you can look at it like that and say, hopefully we can be pleasantly surprised by what it is that they are able to pull off on this one. But like you said, Mirage was a great start from Sharks. They certainly made a few mistakes. I highly doubt they're going to be underestimating this Pain Academy side now, as I think they rightfully put Sharks in their place a couple of times. And but now I think moving on to Nuke, this probably is where we're going to see a bit more stability. Look, at least we're going to get to see Sharks on the T side. So they're going to be the ones in the more difficult position. But I do think if they have a similar start to Mirage on this T side, that's where problems really do start. But moving on to Nuke now, second map in this series. Will Sharks be able to take this one in a 2-0 fashion, or will Pain upset and bring us to a third?
Yeah, look, I think that's the question that everyone obviously will soon find the answer to. But look, I think when you look at recent form, especially on Nuke for Sharks, it was a 13-2 loss to Shinden, 13-6 loss to Odic. Obviously, when you think back, we've had some very promising results from Sharks. Okay, yes, there's been losses to the likes of Imperial, to MIBR, but one in overtime, 1-13-11. So I think you know, we are under the expectation that Sharks are going to be bringing a lot of heat here today. But I love the idea of their pistol already. I was about to say, if that run boost kind of was on purpose and they continue to maneuver to lockers, that would have been hilarious. But the individuals, we know the individuals of this Sharks roster can be so promising, and Doc's triple completely conveys it. Koala taking down Demo, all on the Julies and Marks. Koala so quick to trade. Sharks, they will get the pistol. I think when you get the T-side pistol, you can really go on a bit of a streak. So I think the real question is whether we'll see Pain Academy opt to force here, try to silence Sharks on Nuke.
Yeah, always felt like trading was a bit of a bare minimum in that one there for Sharks. It always felt like someone was close by to get the trade. I think the only way that Pain are able to come back and take that round is that sort of under heaven position towards hell as well. If they do win that 2-on-2, then I think we can have a real conversation. But the fact that that doesn't go their way is the Glocks. We know what they can do, just sort of spam away in those close range angles. And it does pay off on this occasion. But yeah, this one I was fearing slightly. I mean, it is just the pistol. I'm definitely not going to get out of my depth just in this one too soon. But yeah, I'm hoping we're not going to be able to see Pain just give up like we saw on Mirage, that 6-0, that 6-1, sorry, that 5-0 lead. Because I do think that is just a scoreline where on Nuke, you look at 5-0 and you're like, oh, already a pretty great half, and still got 7 rounds to play with.
Yeah, look, Marks, the nade will take him down. I was going to say, if Marks gets 1 kill, he can get out an AWP and armor, but obviously could opt for it. Be a costly decision. Gafolo, 2nd kill found, 1st with the Mac 10.
I mean, that's always the worst thing. If you are looking to save for the, or trying to do what you can to get the open armor out, it is just outrageous that you do literally need these 4 kills.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so much work is going to need to be done. You hope that, sort of 3 kills on the pistol is enough, but sadly not the case. You might actually finding another kill there, not far off finding Nix. If IDM wasn't nearby, that certainly would have been a couple of kills, and
if Demo gets that kill,
yeah,
that would have been an AWP to be dropped.
That is an AWP that could have been dropped across, but
I like it. I really like it. No, Marks has brought one out, Glass Cannon.
Yeah, Glass
I really
Cannon.
like it. I think it's got to be the goal. I think you've got to get the big green out as soon as possible. And I think if Marks plays a position like deep garage or something like that, where nades aren't really going to be landing on your position, I think you're fine. I think Glass Cannon can really work on a map like Nuke. And obviously we know how much work the CT side AWPA can do and what they can provide. Gafolo repositioning. Dropping the smoke here.
Rotations are always the word that it feels like is used to describe a lot of the CTs and how much impact they are going to be having. All depends on the rotations that we see.
Natty with a bit of a risk. We'll go 1 for 1. AWP of Marks towards Heaven with the deeper smokes. Sharks can take some control towards Garage. This is where we could see some problems here. Marks fully blinded. He's been spotted now and found. No impact with said big green. T-Sug going to be manoeuvring here to hell. Demo, he stepped on the back of the bomb site. This will give indication to Koala. Demo's got to take a bit of a risk. This could be it. Nice find from Demo. Down to this 3-on-3, and he can claim all this space in lobby as well. He's going to look to fast flank. Might have been heard.
It's a good position. It just depends what do the T's do here. Because the CDs don't find themselves in the greatest of spots, but T's just need to finally make a bit of a push. Gafolo, a bit of a lucky time in there. Could get taken down. T-Sug outside, but just missing his timing, and the T's finally leaving main, but it could be at their own undoing. Gafolo catches him off, and somehow Nix jumps around the bomb site, and Demo's big flank has just been spotted.
2 flashes come through, neither blinding. 3rd one landing, still not blinding. Demo slowly creeping closer. Double swing comes through, but they don't actually connect the bullets. Then they're going to count down 3, 2, 1 and swing again. And here it is. Nothing that Demo can do there, and Sharks will continue now.
Ace for
Gafolo with the ace, yeah. Brilliant that. There's a lot of work in Garage to take that space, and obviously does even further, as we can see.
Yeah, I mean, as you're not a huge fan of the T's feeling really hesitant about that, look, we see Gafolo find that kill into Heaven. That should be the go. Cool. Okay, now let's hit on to A. Look, he spotted Leggy clearing this position out. Still obviously unaware of how many players there were towards A. So that should be a good indication for Sharks that, okay, there's a decent chance this A bomb site is reasonably undefended. Whether it is going to be no one or if it's just going to be the one player. But we saw those 2 plays in main for so long. Just weren't moving, very reluctant to take any space. And even after we saw that kill from Gafolo, they still waited a good sort of 5-6 seconds to push out. And it made things get a little tense. It made things suddenly get close at times. Weren't punished in this one, but you saw how close that timing was for Nix to be able to jump round to the back of the bomb site. If that bomb was caught off, you've got Gafolo in Heaven in a 1 versus 2, forced to drop down and get that bomb.
Yeah, and I think as well, I think the main reason for it is I think Sharks were a little bit worried about maybe a player in lobby. Obviously, someone could have been climbing up the vent, so I think they just didn't want to get timing, and in doing so, they did get timinged, which is a little bit unfortunate. But look, they still won the round. I don't think Sharks are too bothered. And I think for Pain Academy, this is certainly not the start they would be hoping for, especially with this being kind of, you know, there's no safety net in this one. you know, you're losing, you're out of the playoffs. Already, I think Payne Academy, when you look at the kind of the overall performance they've had, they got themselves through the Swiss stage. I think impressive as it is, I think they're going to be wanting more. They really are, aren't they?
I mean, look, that you have to. You really do have to want more. You've got to strive further and further if you are a team like Payne Academy, where it really does feel like the skill ceiling is yet to be discovered, and that's all going to be found out with time, hopefully. But the Swiss stage is a great step. It's a great first step. It's a big accomplishment that a lot of far more established teams still struggle or sometimes cannot even make it to. I mean, look, we've seen Nitro on a number of occasions. Don't get me wrong, they've ended up having some forfeit losses, to be fair. But overall, even if you look back further in series, Nitro have been a team that have a stacked with sort of seasoned players in the South American scene, who still are one side that hasn't been able to make it to playoffs as much as I certainly would like, because I'm a big fan of watching that team play. But Payne Academy, the fact that they're able to get here is already a big accomplishment in itself. But yeah, it is just being able to grow from each game further and further onwards. I mean, this would be a mighty comeback if they were able to make it happen, and a huge upset if they were to do so. But you even look at it and say, maybe if they got a little bit more lucky with the opponent they were facing against, I mean, that'd be still a great game to watch, and that's where maybe we could have a few more arguments in terms of, yeah, what can this team do in the playoffs? But it does feel like they've drawn sort of as bad a hand as you can. But look, I like that they're not folding. I like that they're not falling flat in a game like this, and they are really sort of still giving it their all.
Well, I think you look at some of the teams that didn't qualify. I think Game Hunters are one that you kind of imagine would get through the Swiss stage. They were 2-1, and they obviously lost their final 2 games 2-0. I think another team you could look at, maybe Players. They got a fortunate, an unfortunate forfeit loss to Prasso, which obviously made things a little bit more difficult. But still, I think when you look at it for Players, they've still got to be doing a little bit better, don't they? So I think there have been a lot of sides that weren't able to qualify that kind of opened up a lot of questions. But look, either way, I think we've still got a lot more to see here in this one. I think we can't kind of completely write off Payne Academy, but I think we are under the impression and the expectation that if Sharks do continue with this level of strength, I think they'll close out Nuke. I think it'd be crazy for it not to happen.
Yeah, it's a good start, firstly, for them. In terms of the weapons they're going to be up against in the next, we're imagining something along the lines of a half buy. This is where maybe Payne Academy can look for some sort of lobby push, some sort of maybe a bit more of an aggressive play to try to take the fight to their opponents. If not, we are probably just going to see the pistols, the scout maybe playing outside, playing a bit deeper, and I think that will play into Sharks' ballpark a little bit more than something like a lobby push. So either way, it's going to be a favourite round for the T's. It's going to be something that's looking pretty good for them. We should be expecting that 4-0 start before the next bye comes out, and that's starting to get into, for me at least, worrying signs in terms of how good can this T side be for this sort of favoured team.
Yeah, and I think as well we've got to say, Marks. It will be another round with the AWP in number 5. So I think we've got to hope for Marks not only as an individual but for Payne Academy's kind of total chances to have a good performance on that CT side. I think we know that the AWP on the CT side has got to make waves. It's got to have kind of big moments, especially on a map like Nuke. Look, I don't think we've had much indication of how long Demo's going to be. So I think, Charlie, the best thing we can do is jump to a short break, and hopefully he'll be returning to the server very, very shortly. Back into the action, the timer ticking. Payne Academy. Just going to be the half buy here. Obviously, we saw plenty of half buys get quite interesting for Pain Academy, obviously victorious in a couple as well. So I think this is where we could see some success, and I feel like on a map like Nuke, when you've got weapons like the 5.7, like the MP9s, certainly can see that success, but Sharks, they go for the right approach. Instead of heading into these close quarter angles towards ramp, towards A, let's just maneuver towards outside. Tattoo's Deagle, though, on Mirage was such a dominant factor.
Oh, terrifying.
Yeah.
I think he's looking to see if he can do anything with his Deagle here. RDN is going to be testing that Deagle you mentioned, but Tattoo does lose out on this occasion. So, opening kill goes the way of Tease. RDN looking to maybe take a bit more space and try to hunt down some of these weaker weapons. But you can see, Pain Academy actually haven't gone for too heavy in investment on a lot of their players. They could have easily brought down a little bit lower if they wanted to, but they've opted against it. So they're going to have a great buy in the next. But it also does mean there's probably not going to be too much competition in this round for them, and especially with losing the first two players, this should just be Sharks making sure they do a bit of damage control here. You've lost Cafolo already, there's no need to lose anyone else.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think especially in these types of rounds, and especially on a map like Nuke, where I feel like utility, especially towards outside, and ensuring that you've got the weaponry is going to be so key for Sharks. Obviously, we saw many moments where their finances were shattered just because of these kind of half buys where they lose a few too many people. So, they have correctly called to hit towards B. There's very minimal time. 7 seconds. Finally, the digits are punched in. You ever worried watching stuff like that? I feel like it very rarely happens, but someone will just forget to plant.
I honestly don't know if I've seen an actual forget to plant. Obviously, there's the famous G2 one.
Forget to
defuse on this map. I mean, I'm just thinking about how insanely long ago that was now, and it still feels like yesterday. All time has passed a lot quicker than I would have wanted it to. But yeah, I don't really think I see a lot of those. So I think if they were a little bit more common, I'd probably be a bit more paranoid. If there's maybe a couple of players down towards the lower site, I'd probably get a bit scared. But I can't imagine these guys forgetting something as basic as that. But I've been surprised a number of times. I've been surprised a couple of times. So never say never, I suppose.
Well, look, there's instances where like players will push up, they'll push kind of deep. They'll go for, an overextension, forget they have the bomb and die. There's moments like that. Surely, if someone forgets they have the bomb when they're pushing, they might forget they have it when they're, in the final stages.
I mean, we've seen some strange defuse situations.
Yeah, definitely.
Not so much.
My biggest pet peeve is where players will have, 3-4K and not buy a kit and it costs them.
Trust me, I know. I've played with you enough.
Yeah.
Never cost me though, but you always like to blame me. Not buying a kit when we got 15 kits. Either way, we've got the open play on Marks. This time does have armor behind it. Obviously, didn't get to have a huge attempt at wielding it beforehand. Really able to fire off one shot and no more after that. So hopefully, you are going to get to see a little bit more. But tagged down slightly.
I like this here from the CTs.
Yeah, but they haven't spotted anything. Doc's being a bit more reserved, but will swing out. Thinks he catches the timing, but Tattoo's nearby. Mark's playing passively. Cafolo finds. Nick's a great readjustment there, and RDN finds another.
How has that kill come through? Emo going down there should never happen. Marks looks as though he wants to progress through heaven, but opting against it.
Yeah, only flashbangs to delay the T side, so nothing to actually force these CTs fully out of this round.
Yeah, I think if Marks goes first and Leggy can look to get this trade, I think it's an excellent way to try and maneuver your way out of heaven, but it seemingly is going to go the other way. If Nyx gets this kill onto T-Sug, I think the round is over. It's become so difficult, and Koala, no trade seen there from Leggy. We'll just now look to save 9F Sharks. They start this off so nice. It's that 5-0 start. It's the exact same scoreline as to what we saw in Mirage. Pain Academy, you're on the far favoured side here. We need to be seeing something else. There's got to be something more. Otherwise, I think we will be seeing that 2-0 that I think many would have predicted.
Yeah, and again, similar scoreline. We see at the same time for Pain Academy, see that tactical pause come through. I don't really blame them for not using it much earlier. That was only their second real full investment. But it is got to be soon enough that we start to see some sort of turnaround. And when you consider how favoured that one was at moments there, that is just when, yeah, Pain Academy, a little bit of a slip up there. You will have to say what a readjustment, though, it was on that entry.
Yeah, brilliant.
There.
Absolutely insane. But that kill should never come through.
It. I mean,
yeah,
no,
and then obviously the kill on the player in main as well. Yeah, they were 3 on 5.
But that's the thing, is the kill onto main, you're sort of looking at it as sure, a bit of a 50-50. We're expecting either side to be able to get that kill. But it is the player leaving from hut. Just that readjustment, even if we see at minimum a single kill in the trade come through, it's still a super favoured round for Pain Academy, and gonna make the amount of space that can be taken and the amount of sort of safety nets that it feels like the teams can have while trying to plant that bomb just really a bare minimum. But nice aggression there from Marks with the AWP to take down Nyx, being a bit more proactive with the AWP on this occasion.
Yeah, I like the idea of this. Have a CT by your side, look to take some space. If someone swings, you've got a teammate close by. Marks hasn't just spotted the player crossing back. Demo again, elevated here, top hut with an MP9. Still a very good setup here for Pain Academy. Marks has got full utility though. Smoke in main is going to be so valuable. Marks found. We see Leggy go down as well. Tattoo in the vent. Just whether they account for him. Well, Demo taking so much attention away. Tattoo will get one, but Tattoo found by Doc. All on T-Sug now. He's in lobby. Oh, he's so close to having the potential to find Doc. Looks quite delayed, in fact. Plant in the smoke. I like this from T-Sug. A lot of discipline. Spots out one. If he can drop the molly in hut, he wins the round. He doesn't realise it, though. And this is where RDN, he's going to push out of this. Oh, I love this from RDN. Speedy approach. Completely catches off T-Sug. Sharks continue. It's another tough one there. Because you see the impact that Marks has early on and the control he takes, yet it seems like his team just fall apart on the bomb site. It should never be happening.
Yeah, so it's a really tough spot for T-Sug to be in there at the end, because you know that he's so close behind Doc. You know he wants to deny that bomb, but as soon as the bomb goes down in the smoke, he can't risk spamming. He doesn't know where the second player is. They could be at the back of the bomb site, ready to swing as soon as he starts spamming. It could even be a fake for all he knows. There's so many risks with going for the spam there that he kind of has to allow the plant to come through. But in doing so, it means there's no need really for the final player to play into his games. You've got the bomb down. You be the one to force him into an uncomfortable situation. That's what he did. Brilliant play from RDN though, like you said, to push through the smoke. Gets a great time and hits an instant headshot.
I've got to say, T-Sug, it's a tough 1v2. Once he takes down Doc, the smoke is already on the bomb. He's got a Molotov. Just chuck a molly, whether it's towards Squeaky, whether it's towards Hart, and get on the bomb, or at least tap it. Give your opponent a reason to peek. Give them kind of a moment of worry and kind of a frantic nature, but you just let RDN play his own game plan. The util's already down for you. I think even if you stick the bomb, stick the defuse in the smoke, RDN, it's not going to be an easy find. He doesn't know exactly where his teammates planted. Don't get me wrong, it's not an easy clutch, but I think it could have been played differently. A lot of damage onto Koala. How is he still surviving? He's been allowed to escape. Not going to be an easy save, though. And he found by Leggy. AK to be brought into the next. This is where players like Tattoo and T-Sug have surely got to look to try and deal a little bit more financial damage, because the money is looking pretty decent for Sharks. But a couple more kills seen here, and that's where we could be seeing Pain Academy kind of weave their way back into this one.
I mean, that's the thing. It's an AK given up to your opponents. They've got an M4 they can bring into the next round as well. But in the grand scheme of things, Sharks aren't really going to be caring about one rifle going into the hands of their opponents. They are in a spot here where they're 7-0 up right now on the T side. they lose a few players. You mentioned money can be drained. It certainly will be slightly, but it's not going to make a difference if we don't see Pain Academy start to get a couple of rounds on the board to actually make it impact them. But it's a great T-side regardless. When you've got 5 rounds left to play, it can only go up from here.
Yeah, look, already the performance here from Sharks has been compelling enough for me to say they're going to take Nuke. It would be ridiculous if we see this come back from Pain Academy. I think Sharks, you're 7-0 up already. Even if they don't get a single other round on this T side, what a half it's been.
Yeah, and that's the worrying thing, isn't it?
How has Koala just got that one?
Wants a bit more, seemingly. We'll drop down the vents.
I love the drop of the vent. I think it's a great idea. Tattoo will get one onto Doc here. The problem is, Doc plays in front of that smoke. So, if anything to Pain Academy, it seems like, oh, okay, well, Doc was a lurk with that smoke. The rest of the guys probably towards the lobby, probably towards ramp. And I think that's going to be a really big problem, because there's 3 players down towards the lower site. We've yet to see a rotation here. Tattoo might go on a bit of a flanking mission.
He's trying to take this space here, and will be behind, but will he be behind in time? Just always a stick at the bomb, but Tattoo taken down by Nix, who's able to get off the bomb and find him as well, and it looks like it's going to be another save attempt here. Marks finds Gavolo, gives him a nice easy freebie. But it's still another round on the board for the T's with no response yet to have been seen from Pain, and it might be time for another tactical pause to try to come through.
Look, I think we've got to say it. It's something we've brought up already. Sharks are the highest ranked team here in the whole of the playoffs. There's a reason that they are the favourites, not only in this matchup, but there's a reason they're going to be the favourites in you know, the whole event.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be tipping them for, I mean, if not necessarily the victory, I think certainly a semi-final, if not a final spot for this team. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people looking at this team and sort of hedging their bets towards them. But
I'll be honest, I think when you look at the side of the bracket that they're on, the 2 toughest teams that they're going to be facing off potentially would be 9Z and Red Canids, and I think Sharks have already proven that they can beat them. I think obviously you've got Odic and Fluxo on the other side, same with Bestia, but yeah, I think already, I genuinely think the harshest contender that Sharks would have faced would have been Solid, and the fact that Solid are already out, I guess it, you know, just offers such a helping hand. To be honest, would it be crazy to say, I think Sharks should win the whole thing?
I mean, look, we've seen, like I said in the pre-show of this, we have still seen Sharks lose to your teams like Onyx, to your Red Canids, where I do feel like this team should be pushing on and being able to take them down more often than not as well, but it does feel like just some of these slightly higher ranked teams, it is a little bit of their sort of kryptonite right now. But teams that are ranked lower than them, they're the ones that it feels like they've got no issues with, and yeah, right now with Nuke, it feels like that they've got no issues with Pain Academy. Not in the same ways that they had a couple of worrying signs on Mirage, but look, it's been brought to their home turf now. We haven't actually seen this Pain side play Nuke in the last 3 months at all, and it always feels like it was a David versus Goliath storyline. But on this one, I think Goliath is going to be the one to take it.
Yeah, and I think as well. Look, it's been what, since the 24th of November was the last time that Pain Academy played Nuke. And obviously we know that Pain Academy aren't going to be kind of churning out as many HLTV games and kind of officials as the likes of Sharks, but I still feel like it's clear that Nuke and Train are both maps that they're not too comfortable with, not too kind of confident with playing. Koala, though, with a nice find. The Molly is forcing back RDN. He's holding for a Heaven Swing, but already out. Tattoo up the vent. Demo low HP. And Marks a 1 versus 4. It's going to be a 9-0 half here. What a comeback it could be, right?
Storyline, if that's what Pain's game plan is. But Marks, again, a bit of a save stimulator for him. So 1 round where he's quite proactive. The rest of them is being forced further and further back. Has been spotted towards spawn. 1 missed shot could be his last. These are encroaching on the position, able to fire off another shot, but so many of them pushing. The nade and the wallbang headshots do the job, and Sharks... Another on the board, no saved weapons again, and this one is going to have to kind of be it for Pain Academy. I think Leggy wanted to invest, but I think realised that the game's not done yet. You still do need to play each of these rounds as seriously as the other, so it is just going to be a bit of an MP9 round. But with just 3 rounds remaining, look, we said even if Sharks lose all the rounds at 7, that's a great half. They've got 2 more rounds since then, and I think the same sentiment remains.
Yeah, massively. Look, 9 rounds on any half of any side is an impressive scoreline. The fact it's on the unfavoured side of Nuke, one of the most one-sided maps for the CTs. That's why this is such a ridiculous performance. It's a round like this, you know, we touched upon the fact that Pain Academy, it was their half buys, it was their weaker investments that they were putting a lot of pressure to Sharks. Yeah, no kills so far. I think Demo might get a bit of a consolation prize, as Tetris is not always the angle you're going to be clearing straight away, and he will get that one onto RDM, but a quick trade from Koala allows Sharks to find double digits here on the T side of Nuke. I'll be honest, it's a tough watch, I've got to say. I think for a side that, like Pain Academy, that have looked really good in the Swiss stage, have had, you know, promising results and seemingly on the up, I think, it's difficult. It really is, because in a game like this, there's very little to talk about regarding positives for Pain Academy. I think already we do have to say that them getting to the playoffs is a real positive in themselves, and I hope they don't kind of I hope they don't feel kind of too disappointed here, because as we say, Sharks are not an easy opponent.
I mean, I think the easiest way to look at it is this Pain Academy team. You've got to think, what will their goal be? What will the future of this team sort of strive to become like? And I think you can make a good argument that eventually they would like to be of the caliber of a side like Sharks.
Yeah.
And there's no better way to sort of test your limit against them and see how far off that mark you are currently than playing against them. And look, there's certainly things that can be improved. I think maybe just a couple of maps in your map pool. Don't get me wrong. This is their map pick. You don't play a lot of it. But Mirage, there's certainly some good signs. Look, it's not the fairy tale story that I think we wanted, but it is still it's one that brings us back to reality. And sometimes reality has some speed bumps along the way, but I don't view this as that big a speed bump for Pain Academy here. I do think of it as just a bit of a learning curve on what will be a long journey for this team.
I think as well, sometimes it is kind of, however negative you're going to feel about it as the team, sometimes it is quite good to have a game where you get absolutely stomped. Because it makes you realise, okay, well, we've been floating Nuke, we've been risking it. Let's do a little bit more clinical work on this map, because it's clear we have some big problems. So I think sometimes you do just need one of those games where you get absolutely smashed around to kind of realise, okay, well, it's clear we need to work on some things here.
Yeah, because we don't actually, because we haven't actually got to see this team play Nuke on HLTV. We haven't actually got to directly cast them on Nuke, I think, ever. We don't really know. We can't really stack these two teams up on this map. So I am curious how much of this is Pain Academy and how much of this is just Sharks being an unbelievable Nuke team. Things are looking good in this one, though, Fred. So that 30-0 that would be dire for this team, hopefully could be denied here.
Yeah, you'd hope so, but he might give up his position and potentially his life. He's got a lot of util to work with. We've seen a fair few of these 5-on-3s go against Pain Academy. I hope for them it doesn't happen here. Doc, not the quickest of kills. Doc seemed as though he had a chance to find Tattoo there. He was given the opportunity, but he was kind of torn between two minds of, look, do I look to try and take this fight? Do I look to make my way down to Secret? The fact he finds the Heaven player, though, just allows so much space to be taken here. RDN spotted and found. It's Nix in a 1 versus 4. One round. At least Pain Academy have something to talk about positively.
Yeah, it's not going to be that 30-0 that I think a lot of teams fear. But yeah, it's only going to be quite the comeback if we manage to see it. Is this 11-1 scoreline? Sharks moving on to the favourite side of this map. Just dropping the single round, 2 required to go on to take this series, and it feels like we're taking that express route to it.
Yeah. Look, I think Sharks deservedly spot in that quarterfinals. I think they've looked really good throughout Mirage. They've obviously looked incredible here through Nuke, and I actually think in a game like this for Sharks, it means that the future here for them. Many teams, obviously, I know that Nuke is beloved by the South American region, but I think after a performance like this, I think a lot of teams will look at Sharks and go, okay, well, do we really want to gamble Nuke? Do we really want to risk playing Nuke against Sharks? So, yeah, I'm interested to see what that will do in the future. And obviously, Charlie, we're going to be seeing plenty of the remainder here of the South America Series 8. So I guess, you know, we might be able to see that kind of firsthand, whether there is going to be teams looking to steer clear of Nuke. But T-side pistol has to go the way of Pain Academy. Otherwise, things get really difficult. Nice find from Marks, though. Doc rotating in, but Doc taken down. And look, very decent pistol here. RDN all that remains.
Yeah, maybe this is all the T's needed to be able to dictate their own pace. Let's see what they can do. RDN is in a 1 versus 4. 2 players, though, at the back of the bomb site is what makes this one tough. And Demo will go on to find. Honestly, I actually do think that Nuke is one of those maps that, let's just say you don't particularly know how to play it at that higher level. I honestly think the T side probably would favour you a bit more than the CT, just because you can sometimes feel really exposed if you don't have a competent CT side and you can't really manage your CT rotations and repositions that well. Whereas the T side, don't get me wrong, you certainly can get punished if you don't know the map, but you can sort of pack mentality it a little bit more.
Yeah, certainly.
That sometimes can just be something that we might see a little bit more from Pain Academy just on the T side due to that. But obviously, after winning the pistol, they're actually up against the Force buy, and a decent bit of damage has been dealt early.
You know, Sharks, they can give a Force a go. They might kind of be using the remainder of this game as like a bit of prac. Look, they're 9 rounds up. Would they usually Force? Maybe not, but because they have so much breathing room, they can just go for a Force. They can go for kind of a bit of a riskier approach and, you know, see if their Force buy strategies on the CT side can work well. But look, already a lot of damage has been dealt. T-side though, great utility there out of Marks. Gafolo finding that kill though makes things very difficult, but with T-side finding, AK's been upgraded to 1 versus 3 here for RDN and Leggy. Holding Mouse 1. Not really much he could do there. So, Sharks, it is this 11-3 now.
Gonna have to concede and finally take the hit on weaponry. Or a few HE grenades. So I'm probably gonna likely see those sent towards outside perhaps. Might have some cheeky play in their back pocket though if they've got any other ideas, but Sharks are going to have to give this one up, just going to be the pistols. A couple of them have been upgraded. They do land outside, but all 3 of them not doing any damage, just 5 points of damage to Tatsu. Don't know how he managed to dodge the main brunt of that shrapnel.
Got double Kevlar.
Seemingly. Hit towards ramp though, got a couple of deagles here. Waller does find one, RDN does rotate in with a P250, but still the chance of this round feels highly difficult with Tattoo in the back lines behind 2 of these CTs. Sees them both lined up, able to find one. Doc actually will get one in the back lines. Can switch to a weapon, there is no armor on this. But with the bomb dropped, we know what Doc's first bullet accuracy is like.
Yeah, this could work. This really could work. It's 46 seconds. I think the best thing that Doc can do is maneuver away from the bomb. He's heard one towards ramp. Yeah, love it from Doc. It's such a good decision here. Because he can go down the vent. He can look to just sit on the A-bomb. So I think he is going to go for the vent play. I think it's got to be the right play. Yeah, this is brilliant. I love this from Doc. Because, obviously, Leggy's just cleared out the whole of the B-bomb site. We'll just drop a smoke to get the plant off. There's so many questions. They have no clue. Oh, was he just playing in trophy? He missed us getting the bomb. Has he gone down? Well, Leggy denies any of those questions as he answers with a swift headshot. A lot of financial damage dealt there, though, to the Pain Academy side. And this is where problems really could happen. All it takes, 1 round victory for Sharks. Money broken. We're not there yet, but we're getting close.
Well, the AWP on Nyx and falls all across the board, and the utility, Pain Academy. You've got the full buy to show us what you can do now. You want the pistol, you want against the force buy, against the eco, but it's the weapons in play, and Sharks shut them down.
Yeah, the fast A's not worked out whatsoever. I think you can actually really kind of get the difference between a nuke team and a non-nuke team by how their fast A's go. I think if you see a team opt for a fast A play and they get absolutely shut out like this, that's just a clear indication, yeah, this team, you know, they are not the nuke side, are they?
I mean, look, I don't mind the call. They threw the flashbangs, they just sadly weren't really blinding the players on the bomb site, and that was the issue. But I like the call in terms of you're up against your opponent's first full buy on this CT side. See if you can not give them any time to settle, try to take them down. I don't mind the idea of it, but
look at the buy.
Yeah, didn't find what they needed. Oh, I mean, scraps, isn't it?
Yeah, very poor. Leggy opts to drop over an AWP to Marks, which I quite like the idea of. I think he's got to get kind of a bit of an early approach here with the big green. He's got to search for this kill. T-Sug spot him shortly, right?
I don't know if he necessarily would have.
He wasn't that far out. Walla's in an excellent position here. He can get a second. Oh, okay,
hello.
what's happened here? Missed shot with the AWP. Neither player seemed too prepared there. Demo's charging up the ladder, and Koala's just assuming, oh, my teammates come out to help me.
I mean, you can see his face in the cams there. He was caught off entirely by that.
Yeah. Still,
what
man advantage.
Enjoy it. Oh, Qualifying Tattoo gets dinked for 15. And Demo creeping down the ladder, he would find RDN before getting shut down himself with just 12 points of health. Still more action in this game. Nyx could find them both. Gets the info, but the bullet not connecting onto Leggy, and there's the bait and switch. Doc the play to end it all, and Sharks 2-0.
Yeah, brilliant from Sharks. Look, I think once we saw that performance on Mirage, I think we all knew that this is where the game should go. Obviously, 11-1 T-side on Nuke. Absolutely ridiculous. Very rarely you get to see that kind of level of ability from a team. So I think for Sharks, quarterfinal spot now guaranteed. They've got themselves there. For Pain Academy, it is elimination. It is them kind of out of... well, it's them out of the playoffs. But I think for Pain Academy, there are positives they can take away. I think them getting to the playoffs overall is something they're going to be very happy with.
I mean, yeah, it has to be. There's certainly positives to take away for Pain Academy, but at the end of the day, this is Sharks, a game to be victorious, and it's gonna be a tournament that Pain look back on. Probably a bit disappointed now, but hopefully in the long run, this is something that they can build on. But for Sharks, it's gonna be one step forward in what is gonna be a long battle to what they're hoping it's going to be that grand final spot as quarterfinals, Red. It has been confirmed now, but there's still a lot of teams that are going to look to contend and are going to look to knock them down a peg or two. And speaking of those teams, we're going to actually get to see their quarterfinal opponents pretty shortly.
Yeah, I quite like kind of how the schedule's all played out. It's quite nice to see kind of, we get to see number 1 and 2, and we see the quarterfinal there, and then obviously the next set of commentators gets to see the other. I quite like how this format's played out. I don't know whether it's kind of luck with the team schedule or it's been kind of something that's been done on purpose, but I really like the idea of it.
It may be new now, but Fred, I've got to say now, we've seen Sharks, we obviously we've got to see this team in action in multiple different series, but after seeing them today, after seeing what they can do in general, what are you seeing for this team? I noticed you sort of loosely touched on potentially being favourites now. Is that something you're still in board with?
Yeah, I actually think they're going to win the whole thing. To be honest, I think the Fluxo Audit game, I think that's going to be an interesting one. I think whoever wins that one probably should be making their way to the grand final as well. Not to take away from the brilliance that teams like Bestia and Swingers do have, but I think Sharks have to be the favourites, right? And I think that T-side nuke performance completely embodies it all. Very rarely you'll see such a one-sided performance. So I think Sharks, they've looked really good. You just have to look as well at their stats. The only map, well, there's only one map that they haven't got above a 50% win rate on, and that's Train, which obviously they do have 50, but it's ridiculous. I think their map pool's so deep, it's clear that they've got the individuals, the synergy's excellent. I think this Shark side is something that I think a lot of teams would have been saying maybe, a year or so ago, well, look, we'll put a pin in this team, we'll come back to them in a year's time and see where they're at. And I think that's where they are now. They've looked really, really good. Obviously, as we've seen, though, we've got one quarter-finalist, in this, I guess, upper side or left side. I'm not sure which side it was, in fact. But, we've got one quarter-finalist. Obviously, the next game going to be Adol Amigos against Elevate. I think that one's going to be exciting. We've kind of already touched upon the fact that it's got that 3-map thriller kind of appeal. But I guess that's something we will have to find out, because beforehand, we'll be jumping to a bit of a prolonged break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into the second series of today. Obviously, it's Adult Amigos against Elevate. Obviously, we've already touched upon the fact that we're thinking this could be a 3-mapper. It could be a kind of a more long, drawn-out series. But, Charlie, initial thoughts as we head into this second match today?
Yeah, I'm excited about this one. We obviously already know their opponent. Sharks are going to be waiting there in the quarterfinals. Certainly not going to be an easy team waiting for either of these two, but before they can look too far ahead towards Sharks, they have to see if they're going to battle out between each other. Because, yeah, look, on paper, I'm looking at this one and thinking, there's a lot of intrigue in this. Don't get me wrong, I've got a slight leaning in terms of where I think this one's going to go. But even then, with that slight leaning, I can't really emphasize how slight I do think it is. And I do think it is going to come down to that third and final map, which obviously down the line, it'll be interesting when we get to look at the vetoes and see where that third map will be. Because I'm convinced that's where we're going to be finishing this one off.
Yeah, I think it definitely has that idea about it when you look at both of these teams' kind of generic map pool and kind of what they're looking at is we're seeing Elevate look quite strong on maps that Adult Amigos also look pretty decent on. I'd be interested whether we do see like a nuke or something like that. Obviously, it's a map that Adult Amigos play loads of. So, yeah, I'd be interested to see kind of what happens as we do kind of delve deeper into this pre-show. But we can bring up the bracket. We can bring up kind of how things have gone. Obviously, we've got one side of the quarterfinals. In about 2-3 hours' time, we'll know who Sharks are going to be facing in that quarterfinal spot. But obviously, we've got Red Canids against Dusty Roots, 9Z against Shinden later on this evening. So we've got plenty more CS action to be kind of continued and seen here throughout the rest of the evening. And look, I'm excited for it. I think we've got plenty of good games. I think this first one is going to be a banger, and I think it does have kind of 3 maps written all over it. But before we delve into the vetoes, Charlie, we can bring up the rosters, have a little bit of a chat and kind of a little bit of a look at these two teams. We'll start things off with Adult Amigos. I think this is a side that it's clear that they've kind of had a bit of an interesting time regarding kind of full rosters. Obviously, BSD is going to be the 5th in this, but it's Showtime, Fast in, BSD, CK Zhao, and Del Boni. And I think it's a decent looking side. I think when you look at the individuals, they certainly can have big moments. I think BSD's actually been pretty decent. You just have to look at that kind of recent loss to Odic. Okay, it was a loss, but still it was 13-11, 16-13. I think there are certainly positive signs from this Adult Amigos side.
Yeah, like 100%. I do think it's a reasonably well-organised team in terms of the pieces that they do have. I do think when you've got someone with the experience, with the leadership of Showtime now, he's not that sort of same young player that you look back to in 2016 on your Tempo Storm, on your Immortals, whatever roster it may be. This is a more seasoned player now. Still only 27 though, despite the amount of experience he does have. But it does follow this experience is super valuable to the team. that is this Amigo side, and I think they desperately are going to need a lot of that today. I think both teams are going to need a bit of that sort of killer instinct to be able to take down one another. I like a lot of the individuals they do have. I am still hoping we get to see a little bit more of them, and I do think this is going to be a perfect series as that testing ground between both of them.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, you think back to those previous rosters that these players have been on. Obviously, for Showtime, he was on Imperial in kind of early 2020. He's, you know, played alongside Del Boni before. You know, there's synergy here. It's not as though when you look at this Amigo side, you see, okay, well, they've only been playing together for 2 months. We don't really know what's going to happen there. There is obviously synergy amongst this side. So I think that's something that is going to be quite interesting. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a tough opponent today. I don't think it's going to be easy, not in the slightest. But I certainly feel like this could be, you know, it could be an upset potential. Because I think potentially we're looking at Elevate maybe to be the slight favourites. But ever so slight, it's, you know, 55 to 45 type thing. But yeah, I think the individuals have looked good. I think a player like Farsin, he has had some good moments. He has had some kind of big individual games, and you know, certainly could be a difference maker. But on the side, obviously, of Elevate, we've got Zeddy, Freck, Diazera, Lash, and Shaw. And I think realistically, I think Lash has been really, really good. Obviously, we've got no SKR here. I'm not too sure. Well, I'm not too sure about that. We've kind of seen a couple games from SKL, but not all of it. So I think when it comes to rosters here for Elevate as well, there's a little bit of unknown about it too.
Yeah, look, we're in a bit of a weird spot still with Elevate. I'm not entirely sure what is going on with this team in terms of what's going on with their full five, because yeah, there's a couple of times where they are sort of missing a player. You obviously touched on one there. They've also had a couple of games where they miss Lash as well. Yeah. Freak has been the player who stood in majority of the time though, so it's not exactly like, oh, this is just a random player that they've had to fill in last minute. Freak at least knows the ins and outs of what this team's about to some degree, which is going to be something. And look, last time I sort of looked at the Elevate side, and I'm just thinking maybe I should count them out due to that. They proved me wrong. And they've continued to prove me wrong. And look, SKR hasn't been in this roster for a huge amount of time in terms of the actual maps he's played. Only played 4 HLTV games with this roster since being on the team. And it does feel like it's still up in the air in terms of what's actually happening. At least on our side of things. We're not fully sure what it is that is happening with this Elevate side. But I do still think there's a really good team in this. I'm honestly excited to see the full form. But I think what we've seen from them currently, this team's got a lot of great pieces to it.
3-0 in the Swiss stage. Look, not many teams, you know, not many teams are able to do that, and a vast majority of the time. You've got a man in your
screen right there as to why.
Yeah, Diazera. I think Diazera has been a player that has had so much impact for this roster. I think current form as well, Elevate are looking a little bit better, and I think that's why their stats are looking nicer regarding individuals and kind of better with the vetoes. But talking of the vetoes, we're here now. Obviously, we should see the Ancient Band come out from Adel Amigos. We will see that. That is one of the stronger maps for Elevate statistically. No Anubis in play. Still Train lingering. I wonder whether we will see Train. I think it's a map that neither team love, neither team hate. Maybe they don't want to risk it, so Amigos will ban it. Look, we've got the CS Classics here. We've got Inferno, we've got Mirage, we've got Dust. I think for all of these, both these teams, they look pretty decent on both Mirage and both Inferno. And I think if it gets to Dust, I think Elevate have a heavy advantage just based on statistics in comparison to Amigos. But I think there's certainly the idea of a 2-0 here. From what we started off saying as this is going to be a 3-map thriller, this has 2-0 written all over it, with map 1 and map 2 being Inferno and Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not fully convinced. I do still think there's going to be a lot more action to be had. I mean, talking about a couple of things in terms of past results that we have seen, you already touched on it. Swiss stage here, it was that 3-0 for Elevate. Sure, a couple of the games were those 2-0s. There was that 1-2-1 in there against Uno and Mill. But other than that, it was pretty much smooth sailing, just dropping a single map in the Swiss stage. On the other side of things, actually got to see Amigos in the Swiss stage here. But we did get to see them in the Swiss stage in Series 7. Tough time there, Fred, if we're being honest. 20th to 22nd they finished. I lost to Game Hunters, I lost to MIBR Academy. Did get a victory against Nitro. I'm not too sure how I'm feeling about this right now, because all the signs do point to Elevate being the favourite team. But we still know there is a team on both sides. We both know on the day, this could be sort of clash of the Titans here in South America. This could be two teams that I think are pretty evenly matched, having a really great game, a really great sort of scrap up against one another.
Yeah, definitely. I think the big positive for Elevate is you look at that series where they did drop a map to Uno Mill. Yes, it was a 13-6 loss on train, but when Inferno and Mirage were right around the corner, they looked very dominant. 13-7 win to Uno Mill on Inferno, 13-3 on Mirage. And I think realistically for Elevate, they've got 2 good chances in map 1 and 2, and Dust is even more favoured for them. So I think Elevate, when you look at statistics, just win rate alone, they're better on both map 1, map 2, and map 3. I think the individuals for Elevate have looked really good. I think it'd be very tough to be so sure to say Elevate are going to take this series, but I think they do take the slight edge. I think it would be silly to assume that Adu Amigos are the favourites, especially after seeing the vetoes.
I mean, recent form alone should back that up, really. In terms of what we've seen from Adu Amigos in the last 3 months, got that 46% win rate, Elevate sitting at a 64%. So there's a decent bit of a disparity there between both these sides. In terms of the things that I've been liking, that I've been seeing from Elevate is in some of these events where they're getting some of these South American teams that we're looking at as sort of some of the bigger dogs, like your Red Carnage and 9Z, who, don't get me wrong, 9Z certainly have fallen off quite a bit from where they were, but it's still 2-1 versus 9Z. Both games that Elevate recently played against Red Carnage, 2-1 losses, very close games. They've actually played a ton against Red Carnage, beat them in best of ones as well. Like, they can take maps off of Red Carnage. Well, honestly, I'm looking at in this event as well, I'm expecting at least semi-finals from Red Carnage. They should be pushing forward due to the names that they have on the team. But there's a lot that I'm looking at here and thinking Elevators have had some very good performances recently, and it's just time to see them take that step up, it feels like to me.
Look, I think we've got to say whoever wins this one has got a very tough opponent in Sharks. I think the fact that there is no kind of guaranteed favourite, there is no guaranteed kind of like, oh, well, this team should win it like we had in the first game for today. I think it just doesn't bode well for either side. And I think Sharks now, we're looking at what we kind of said about Red Canids is they probably should get semi-finals. It'd be very interesting to see if Sharks get taken down. But look, I think obviously Adult Amigos, Elevate, they both got the opportunity. The fact we are on the CS Classics, I guess we can just say, well, there's no real problem with vetoes. You know, it's not as though it's going to be like trains in the pool where one team have obviously done loads of prep on it and another have just looked to float it. We have just got the kind of the three staples of Counter-Strike here. So no real excuses, no real kind of, I guess, spanners been thrown in. I think this is just looking like quite an even veto, as in it's not as though there's any punish picks. There's nothing special. Look, are we thinking 2-0? Are we thinking 3 maps? What's your kind of initial?
You sort of touched on it with the vetoes, where it's not exactly like we can look at the maps too heavily and be like, oh yeah, you've lost because you've gambled with train, you've slid that through or something. It does feel like these maps are sort of as even as they can be. You've got Dust 2, which, Adult Amigos, sure, they haven't looked great on, but they played a ton of the map.
Yeah.
And it does feel like, to me, it's going to come down to who is genuinely better on the day. And Fred, we're going to get to start things off on Adult Amigos' map selection of Inferno to find out how good they're going to be on the day. Can Elevate steal away their map pick and potentially get that 2-0 like you predicted? Or is this going to be the long slog and the long grind, which I really think it's going to be?
Yeah, look, I actually think these type of series are my favourite to watch because it's not where there's any kind of, a massive chasm between teams and map vetoes and stuff like that. It is based on individuals. And I think that's where you can see kind of, I guess, raw Counter-Strike at its finest. You know, just one player absolutely dominating, taking, this series by the scruff of its neck. And look, I think if we see that today, then brilliant. And whichever side it comes from, I'm looking forward to it. But 3Q needs to find this pick and apps. We'll be able to do so. No more contact and contest. Things look very dicey, but wow, what have we just witnessed? It was a 5-on-3. But Adult Amigos spin it around massively. Fast in. What a triple there.
Yeah, great start from the CTs there, but just look, all the CTs tried to force the issue, and I mean, I don't think I've ever seen 3 Ts look more prepped and ready for it in my life.
Yeah, no, so well drilled. And not only are they kind of prepared for it, but they've got the individuals to back it up as well.
Yeah, what a performance that one was there for the Ts, and we are seeing the force play out for Elevate. They're not particularly satisfied with how that one went down. Banana has been taken. It's just that 1B defender for now. As Brackets is an interesting setup. 3 players around short. This could be, as soon as maybe any contact is made, these CTs might want to try to advance, get in the face of these rifles.
Yeah, definitely. Look, and I think they've got a good idea. Elevate can really kind of maneuver this game back in their way so quickly here, but pushing through the Molotov, bit of a risk here, but it's very similar to the pistol. The CTs so fast on their approach through those smokes, and Adol Yamigos caught out massively there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You can see the push through the smoke as well was so key to that. Just taking away some pressure, dealing a little bit of extra damage, but look, you lose Diazera in the process, but you gain so much more for it, and it's all on BSD to try to clutch this one up 1 versus 4. Time's not on his side. Presence has been made, so the CTs have all this info, and you can see so much work is being asked upon him. 20 seconds on the clock, and he is going to be heading towards A.
Yeah, the stack bomb site, there's no chance. Gonna have to hit 3 ridiculous shots. And now he's been spotted. The round is over. Elevate. What a response. I think for BSD, saving certainly is the best goal.
I mean, look, the CTs aren't interested in it. Just retrieve the weapons out of middle. You know, there were guns there. There's a force buy. You're going to be leaving it with some extra weapons.
Yeah, it's brilliant, look. And the fact as well, they've got, yes, okay, 2 SMGs, but there's going to be pistols, there's going to be Tech 9s. It's kind of a round where having SMGs isn't the end of the world, but the swing from Diazera is brilliant because it just takes all the attention away. You see the T's so glued to short, and then when we see that push through through long, it works so nicely. But Adol Yamigos already, they've been, well, a whopping performance there from Elevate, as they've been shut down in brackets, and now it's a force buy of their own. They have got that AK here from BSD, but doubt we're going to see a worthy response because it's just the techs. Free Q, spots 1 in middle, Molotov sent from long, so can just hold off on sending utility himself. CK Sal's in a good position here. Deagle here towards Boiler. No one directly holding. With Zeddy taking this control towards Banana, it's kind of going to force Adol Yamigos into heading towards the A bomb site. We have seen a bit of an over-rotation, in fact, from Elevate. There's no more utility, no more smoke or molly here for Zeddy, so might just have to fall back. With jump spotting with a flashbang, quite like the idea of this. We'll get that early information. The problem is the rotations will be very far away. Molly's been spotted. Zeddy just backing away now. Has retrieved another smoke, though. Alboni, this is a nice lurk here. I say a lurk. The T's have manoeuvred their way back towards A, in fact. No information here for Elevate, so stronghold needed, and it's 2 MP9s that will be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Free Q can just drop the molly, though. Diazera elevated to balcony. Smoking Moto, Lash with work to do here. Spots out the shoulder of 1, and so much damage also dealt to Farsid.
Yeah, line up so nicely there. That Farsid can't exactly go for that trade. Diazera and Pit. Bit of free range of these players trying to cross and clear his teammate towards Cold. Lash rotates into the bomb site. And the force buy of the T's has been absolutely brutalized.
Yeah, brilliant there from Elevate again. You know, it's excellent from those MP9s. I like, to be honest, I really like the idea of just jiggling from sight, molly in hand. That's quite fortunate. Yeah, no, and this crossfire is excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it gives enough time for Lash to rotate in. He's a little bit worried about the smoke. Jumping MP9. Freak doesn't find it when flying, but we'll still get the kill. And now, look, you see the money. We've got 3 players above 3k. It is just the eco here for Adol Yamigo. So we can see a vast majority of the Elevate players sitting around, 6, 7k. But a good start here for Elevate. Especially with it being their opponent's map pick. Obviously, I've touched on the fact that map pick isn't a major kind of factor here, but obviously a helping hand. I think it's less about kind of taking your opponent's map pick and more about taking map 1, giving yourself 2 chances to close out the series and kind of get yourself to those all-important quarterfinals.
Am I missing something, or is this 1.9k loss bonus?
Yeah?
Or did they just have the 1.9k loss bonus?
No, this is 1.9. They
They should have had 1.4. This should be the 1.9 now. Which means the next round's buy, if that is the case, is just going to be pretty horrific.
Yeah, it's not great.
I just don't really know why it's gotten so much worse than standard, and the Pistols aren't finding any successes.
It's because they didn't get any kills. They didn't get any kills in that round where they forced. That was the problem.
Oh no, it was the 2.4. It was the 2.4. Okay, okay. I don't really know how it's got there though. I don't know what I'm missing. This is like basic economy.
They won
Never
the
had
pistol.
an issue.
They
They won the pistol.
And because they lost the force, that's the 1.4. Then they lost.
That makes sense. I forgot they lost the force. I just processed it in terms of they were on the force. Yeah, I don't know why I was missing that so much. That just didn't make any sense to me. I was like,
Where's the
why
money?
is their money so bad?
Yeah, that's the problem with losing the
They would
force
have been
line.
sitting on like 3k. I was
Is
like,
this your first game ever, Charlie?
it feels like it. I
Sometimes
can't believe
the,
I've been. It's 10-year service medal this year, by the way.
10 years.
Yeah, what a waste apparently.
Just goes to show, look, it's not just time and
Yeah,
experience.
not just time. There you go.
10 years, God. There's probably some professional players who are
Oh, 100%.
just
I mean, look,
older
we
than that.
cast a lot of them, surely. Like some of those younger talents, and I think what I could have been.
Yeah, I think it's taken them less than 10 years to learn economy. I'm never letting you live this down. Why not
Again,
great here
haven't they,
again, though? Look how limited the util is. They have 4 smokes. And to be honest, on a map like Inferno, okay, yeah, smokes are important, but what, you're going to head to B, drop 2 smokes, and that's your game plan? I don't see it working out.
Down.
Zeddy can just wait. I think actually the fact they don't have any more utility might be a bit of a helping hand. Because Zeddy's kind of questioning, well, do I send this Molotov now? There's no flashes, there's no other util. Missed Molly, he sent it between 2 smokes. Flashbangs will come through for Lash though, but through the smoke is Delboni. Finally, Zeddy strikes, 13 seconds remaining, but man advantage still the way of the T's.
Yeah, there's no util to hold this push off whatsoever, but there's not a huge amount of util to force some of these T's out of position. Flashbang does get thrown the peak before Delboni holds his nerve.
Brilliant from Delboni in this round. He's found 3 kills. But he pushes through that smoke and gets Lash in CT. He was sending flashes for his teammate. Absolutely brilliant. Adol Yamigos, yes, they had utility issues. They didn't really have the numbers, but they make things work very nicely. The big positive for Elevate is even if Freaky goes down, they will, you know, have an investment in the next.
Yeah, important round for the Chiefs to be able to get another one on the board there. Get it quite soon. Don't allow their opponents to string too many rounds together on their map pick, of course.
Yeah, certainly. Like, I think Elevate have had a good start, but a round like this clearly identifies the issues. I think the biggest one being the molly thrown within a smoke. There's a smoke in CT, a smoke towards top banana. Send it deep in pool. Send it on the bomb site, just... Yeah, it's not great. Deep smoke towards banana. We'll give this control here to Elevate. A lot of damage dealt to Diazara. We'll see this attempt to maneuver up short. They have just left the AWP of Lash defending banana. Double rotation come through from both Zeddy and short.
Yes, interesting what's in Elevate right now. I'm not sure if it's maybe they're not too confident on the map, but they're not looking to take anything aggressively. And obviously that is giving a lot of room for the T's to be able to breathe and move in. You look how easy it is for them to get out towards long.
Yeah, obviously short is holding. Kind of needs to find 2 here though, but it leaves Lash in a very difficult position. Delboni might go searching towards A to kind of show that it is going to be this play here towards A. In fact, they might just continue to head it. I think it's all based off this kill, and because he gets it, we can see BSD make his way up towards A with a bomb. But there's minimal time. Delboni finds Diazera as well. Kills being given up like that far too easily. A great couple rounds here from Delboni. Free Q. Oh, he finds the bomb carrot.
The bomb's come back. The bomb's in between two mines. They don't know where to go.
There's
The
no
Lash is
time.
posted up here. It's got to be towards B. And Lash is going to find BSD. Dodges the shot, but yeah, there's no time. He's had to slow down. Lash has done enough just to take away his attention and Fred a 4 versus 2. Freak with a bit of a lucky spray on the first. An unreal second shot, but it's the kills they found towards A. They started to convince themselves the bomb site is empty.
Yeah, look, after we see this double come through from Delboni, for me, Charlie, the round's over. But FreeQ getting that double, Showtime just pushing through, kind of on the guarantee that the B players already rotated off. Elevator found a round out of nowhere. They were not deserving of that victory there. And now, this is where money can be broken for Adult Yamigos. Util's not great, no warp in play, Galil on Showtime. Things could get costly here for the T's, as it would allow 6 to be found from Elevate.
I mean, what a round to be stolen away. But I think Elevate, they do need to look in the mirror and say, have they actually been playing some of these rounds that well? I don't really think so. It goes back to just the sort of lack of control they have. Inferno really is a map based on information.
Yeah, exactly.
Zero information being gained at all from the CTs is always going to be rough. But perfect timing for Zeddy Spam. Honestly, wasn't far offline in both the players. But it's hit towards Shaw now. Freak supporting his teammate in Diazera, who gets whittled away. But it is a 2-man advantage in the CTs, leaving the T's now into an uncomfortable position.
Look, we've seen a lot of team play. We've seen a lot of cohesion out of Elevate. You look at kind of the pistol round. Obviously, it went very wrong for them. But you look at the pistol, you look at the force. It seems like they have a kind of a great synergy, and it's clear they've got an identity. But look, it is going to be this play up short. They've got mollies, they've got nades to deal with free Q here, and here, nice find from Delboni. Delboni's been massive here recently, and the missed shots could be very problematic. We will see BSD get another. This was a 5-on-3. Adult Yamigos now the ones favoured. And with Elevate so far out of this round, Zeddy and Short, they might just save. But we need to be seeing better than that. That is so disappointing from the A defenders.
That's what I mean, though. It's just so... They have no information ever in terms of what the T's are doing.
Yeah, exactly. Look, no control towards apps.
Look at the kills that we end up seeing. I mean, look, I don't think you need to have all the control when you have a 2-man advantage, but there's a point where you need to start to consider, I need to be able to know if the T's are pushing towards me rather than sneak up. If there was a player in apps, what they could have actually done is walked out the balcony, no one told him, and just killed Lash.
Yeah, exactly.
Towards Moto, they could have just killed Lash. And no one's defending, no one's holding, no one's got that information. Have someone towards Pit just jiggling.
Yeah, I think the Pit play is far too static. And also, why is it the low HP player in mini Pit? You know, maybe just sacrifice the low HP player. I think if we had the full HP player, I believe it was free Q there in Pit, I think we're seeing a very different round. Elevate, though, it seems like they go from such highs to lows in the span of, minutes. They look like a team with such synergy, such creative outlet, and then they look far lackluster to what we'd expect and what we'd hope. Diazera, nice find. Diazera pretty much finding 3. So much damage onto CK's out as well, but Zeddy gives up his life towards Banana. Again, it's a round where we've seen such successes, yet Elevate disadvantage. Free Q now the one to take a bit of a risk. If he can find this pick in second mid, it would be massive. Short could go down here. Showtime with a good idea, but that's the bomb found by Free Q, and now it is on Delboni and CK Zal to win this one. And to be honest, Charlie, in the rounds that Delboni's been there, he's been excellent.
Yeah, no guarantee. The bomb is dropped at the feet of the CETs, but they are going to slowly start to give up portions of the control that they have towards middle, and that Molotov being thrown, CK Zal is going to be able to at least confirm to his teammate, yeah, this part is safe. So Delboni confident pushing through the smoke to retrieve the bomb.
Great idea. I think just both rotate towards A. Oh. Out of your Migos, they're going to be testing the B-bomb, so what a call. Such a risk, but I love it. I think the way that Elevated played this round is brilliant, as in just rotating to the A-bomb site under the assumption that Out of your Migos will still steer clear of B, but they've opted to progress to B. The amount of util that Out of your Migos have as well is insane. There should be a done round already. Surely Elevate give this one a go. It's a 2-on-2. They know they know an opponent's low as well. They know the CK's out, has been chipped away at.
Well, it's being retrieved, which is a bit of a worrying sign.
Yeah, definitely. There's obviously a rifle here towards Banana. Maybe they were just hoping to find a bit of a quick pick.
Still a ton of util on Elevate as well, though.
And the molly's going to land at the feet of Delboni. Nade to Dark. Delboni still tucked away here. Double nade in Dark, but they've not found a kill, so they have to give it up. Adel Amigos, how many rounds are we going to see from them where they're disadvantaged? It seems as though they've kind of not made the right play. How does Diazera get 9/10 of a kill? And the round still goes against them. It's disappointing from Elevate, we have to say.
Yeah, it's not great. It's like they're so close to having a good Inferno, but they're missing one piece. Freak felt really irrelevant there in Apartments. Look, Diazera's taken all that presence away, and Freak's kind of just holding for someone to peek towards T-Apps. When if he advanced a bit more into bedroom, he could have actually supported, could have finished off the players that Diazera got low. Yeah,
exactly. And I think as well, it's where Zeddy pushes through that smoke grey screen and gives his life up to Showtime. That's just such an unnecessary error. Obviously, that brings it to the 3-on-2 in favour of Adel Yamigos. But yeah, I think right now Elevate, they have good ideas, good initial thoughts, but it's just not panning out for them. Out in the open, Zeddy, what is that positioning? I guess maybe he's worried about double nades landing at sandbags, but if you're worried about utility, steer clear of top Banana.
Yeah, this is the thing, like, I was touching on it a few rounds now. It does feel like Elevate, they found a lot of their success from winning that force buy and what's come from that, but their full buys, I'll be honest, they have been a bit lackluster.
Yeah,
I haven't been particularly convinced by them at all.
Now it's just all on Lash. Orb in hand, posted up by Coffins. Showtime. Oh. What was that? What even was that, Molotov?
Yeah, not sure where that was attempted to go, but it's gonna have to be a save unless Lash finds a crazy amount of kills here, but he will find one, but BSD's there for a quick trade.
It's just a save again. Obviously, it's kind of one of the, I guess the only guarantee you have on a map like Inferno. There is going to be plenty of rounds of weapon save, with CTs kind of keeping their economy, or at least attempting to keep it higher. Adel Yamigos, they've looked good. Portion of rounds they've lost kills. I feel like it seems like the gap massively. Look at that round where it was the 2 versus 2 with the the bomb drop towards T-Ramp. They both looked to hit towards A, and to be honest, I really like the idea from Elevate. Yeah, Adel Yamigos, they are willing to bite the bullet going through that smoke. What are we thinking?
I'm thinking we need a tactical pause or two from the CT side just to, well, we are seeing one now. Seen a bit of a few highlights before we were just in a tech pause, but we got the tech pause out. Honestly, I think if you need to, use to, because, like you said, there's moments of team play, and it does feel like Elevate right now are performing like a team who have put some work into this map.
Yeah, definitely.
But they're not really quite there yet.
No, not a polished product. Still a lot to work on. But look, I don't think it's necessary map specific. It seems as though the mistakes that they're making are just kind of on a generic Counter-Strike basis. You know, 3-on-3, bomb down, free Q in a deep position, grey screen through a smoke, give Showtime a free kill. You know, it's little things like this. Fast in though, gonna be searching for 2. How has he got a double there? That should never be happening.
I mean, he's been spotted jumping up as well. Yeah, there's no world in which that should ever go that way. And it does feel like some of the magic that I saw from Elevate not too long ago, right now, just is not being shown at all. And they're being outclassed ever since the weapons have really been out. I don't know your amigos.
This is a half buy around the 2 save weapons. 2 of those save weapons already fallen. Zeddy though, chance for a double, but not prepared. Short will get the trade. Vast majority of the T's are sticking around here. Showtime in an excellent position. Nice from Showtime as well. Now the Amigos, worst case scenario, they will leave this T side with a tie. 6-4 currently. They do favour the T side. They've got better than a... Well, they've got a 10% better win rate on their T side, but yeah, the trade has to be coming through that.
I mean, I even think with him being spotted there, I don't even know if a single
they
kill
had the advantage,
is
yeah.
particularly favoured, you know? Like, sure, I'd probably look at that, if the kill comes through, be like, oh wow, fasting. Great work
so
in game
well.
1.
Yeah.
The fact he goes and finds a double, it's just pretty outrageous. But I love the tactical pause here from the T's.
Well, I think they are going to be showing Elevate a kind of a lot of respect. I think Elevate are kind of a very strong side, and I think within the eyes of Adel Amigos, they won the pistol, they lost the force, they kind of trail 3-1, kind of 4-1 because of it. Yet they've reclaimed that lost ground. They've got themselves in kind of a really good spot now, and I think they understand. Look, we've got 6, let's get 8, let's win the pistol, let's close out Inferno, and then it's our turn for the chance of that 2-0. It's our kind of opportunity to really throw weight around. Lash, no warp in this one.
I'd probably rather not have one when you realise the T's could be going with a bit of speed here towards a Diazera. Blinded off the angle so he doesn't realise how close these T's are. Almost doubles down.
Yeah, great damage again. Diazera. Although he's 6 and 8, I feel like we have had some very big moments. It just seems like Elevate struggle to close out these moments. Blasting though on the AWP. Oh, Blasting can find a freebie here, but free Q. Nice find net. Being held by VSD. Flashbang comes through. Bit of a difficult fight. Zeddy kind of needs to go through this. 2 players ready and waiting, and we will see that trade. Elevate and get themselves the round here. AWP can be saved as well. Opting for an... Oh no, we'll opt for the AWP save.
Got around on the half here though.
I think 6-6 would be a fair evaluation, I think.
I think Elevate will probably feel a little bit lucky if they do go on to find 6. I think when you consider a lot of the success did come from winning that second round force, and I do think they've been a bit underwhelming on the weapon rounds, but it'll be certainly be a scoreline that they'll take every day of the week. And Lash with a key find there onto his opposing AWPer.
Well, look, I do have to say, in that kind of 2 versus 2 where they gambled towards A, that could have been a round victory. They had the bomb down. They had kind of a low HP opponent. I think there has been some swing rounds that have gone the way of Adel Amigos. I think we do have to point that out. So, either way, yeah, I think Elevate... The rounds have come from that force, but I think we could have seen a better performance from them as well. I'm excited to see the second half, actually, because I think the way in which Lash, the way in which we've seen him AWP in the past, can be so exciting. And then when on the T side of Inferno, it's clear that he wants to get the AWP out as much as possible. Good setup here towards A, though. The problem, again, it's this lack of control. At least Freak's playing from balcony. I feel like this position is far better than Mini Pit, far better than Pit. It's just going to drop the smoke. Timed very nicely. With the limited utility that Adel Amigos have to work with, are they going to be going in this smoke? Are they going to be looking to maneuver to short? Steps will have been heard here now. Only searching for something. The Molly and Pit won't offer anything. CK's out. Will emerge out of apps. It's all about a bait for this long player. It's all about how much time they can and kind of space they can give to Showtime. Nice find from CK Zhao, though, and now Showtime emerges. And in a simple double. A lot of damage has been dealt to CK Zhao. There's a defuse kit on Zeddy. Certainly an opportunity in this round. The problem that I have is there's 30 seconds left. And to me, it's quite evident that Adult Amigos are going to be making their way towards A. But once again, Elevate don't have any control towards Banana. Now imagine if the AWP was posted up. We could have just seen the rotate out of Zeddy early on. Oh, nice find from Zeddy. Taken down by Showtime. Nice round from Showtime there. Kind of lurking to long. Getting the double, kind of securing the bomb site.
From Showtime in this one, I think it's been really good for Adult Amigos in general, to be fair. Since winning, what was that force by? So since winning their first 3 rounds that came from it, we only saw the T's drop 2 rounds since then.
Yeah.
Great performance from them. When they asserted their dominance on this map selection, and so far it's key to understand, I think, why they chose this map.
Yeah, definitely. They've looked very promising so far. Pistol will be a kind of a big determining factor, though. Spotted, and he's seen nothing. Do you think the T's have kind of lined up there to make sure they can't see him?
Oh, they probably know the angle where it can't be jump spotted from.
Yeah. PSD, though, in a good position. Might get checked, but I'll be one of those kind of half peaks. Freaky, he doesn't seem wary of it. Knife kill? BSD, you want the AWP, right? Eventually checks, but BSD gonna get crunched in on Diazero getting the trade. Lash 5. Brackets too strong. Should have just looked to plant it there and then. And the opportunity might have been lost. Sets his teammate up for the clutch. It's still a 1 versus 2, and Showtime through the smoke can find Adult Amigos. They win that pistol.
Yeah, just heard those steps. A bit paranoid about actually sticking the bomb initially. I think if done so, Showtime's still very out of the round. You could have looked to take that fight 2-on-2 there.
Yeah.
And then could have potentially seen a different turn of things, but it's still going the way of the CTs. Adult Amigos now. Are they going to be up against a force by again? Yes, they are.
Yeah, surely. It's a bomb plant. I think you've got to give it a go. I like the fact there's a lot of utility in this one. A lot of the time you can see maybe 5 Galils, or depending on kills and kind of who plants the bomb, maybe an AK, but I like the amount of utility here for Elevate. It's really your only chance, especially on a map like Inferno. Quite timid so far, though, from Elevate. They're not looking to get up in the face with the Tech 9s right now. Very slow so far here for Elevate.
I honestly think this is what they need to do. They don't have a lot of utility themselves. Obviously, their opponents don't, but they're not aware of that. So it seems like they're just trying to wait out the utility so they can kind of take a lot of this space for free without having to use too much of their equipment for it. But I probably wouldn't do it that free. You've got 2 more players in Banana. I don't even care if there's no flashbang. If you're trying to reserve the util, whatever. If you wanted to go in contact, go in contact. But don't go in contact when you've got 2 players behind you.
Yeah,
wait for them at least.
And it's not like there's minimal time. It's not that there's 20 seconds and they've got to kind of claim this space already. But this seems very elementary. This seems very obvious to read into. They've sent the smoke towards long. With the limited utility that Adult Amigos will understand that Elevate. Okay. Still not seen this rotation, but CK's out here in pit. Molotov will put shots here from BSD. It's now all a game of how long he can delay for. Short though. Short's had some pretty big moments. 12 and 6. Oto, smoke's faded. He's dealt so much damage. He's got to get himself out of this position, though. Give himself a chance at the clutch. Showtime's done very well to delay.
I actually love this reposition. Really expected though, and Short not ready for the cross of Delboni, and great attempt there from Short. The bomb plant's nice, brings it close to the 1 versus 1.
I think they might reinvest.
The fuse though.
I think the T's probably should rebuy here. Just with the amount of damage dealt there.
I'm surprised the CTs were, I mean, Showtime must have caught a glimpse of him pushing into the site or something, because I'm surprised the CTs were so confident he's in the bomb site there, because he's still towards mini pit. You end up seeing the full HP players just back turned towards him. So
yeah, it could have been apps as well. Yeah, surely. It is that reinvestment though. Short could have opted to bring out an AK, but once again, utility a priority. Perfect though. I think when you've got a lack in utility, you've got to take some space. You've got to be a bit more kind of up in the face and less reserved. But Bernardo being taken though, that's where you kind of need to see a rotation come through from Showtime. Delboni was in a great angle. There's only 2 pieces of utility remaining on the CT side. It's a molly and a flash.
And a bit of brackets presence has been made here, and the T's are now backing away towards B. So this is where the CZs now are going to be left guessing exactly where their opponents are going to be residing.
It might sound odd
for one more exec, but
Elevate should win this round. If all 5 of them go up banana, they get 2 kills quickly, bomb site's closed, there's no util to retake. They just need to have nice entries, that's all that matters, but we have seen another rotation come through.
It's BSD is the player who's rotated though, and he's the one with the molly, the only util that could have dropped it. But look, it's delayed this hit. The util's come through. There is a player on the boost, but BSD does get caught out. Boosted player, and Showtime finds one. Showtime finds a double, and Delboni chimes in for more. Freak will get one on the alert, but his teammates have all fallen to the B defense, and the player on the boost with one, and Delboni just cleans things up with a triple.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think Elevate. It's a very odd scenario. I think there's about 30 seconds where they could go as a 5 to either bomb site, and I'm not worried about it. The problem is they wait until there's 20 seconds left. They wait until there's 25 seconds left, and they throw out the utility. And in doing so, all it takes is one Molotov, and that's 4 or 5 seconds wasted. I think genuinely the best chance would have been to push through. Push through that molly, it would have kind of denied time for the boost. You wouldn't have had that advantage. We know how little damage the CT mollies do. I think Elevate, again, it's a massive mistake from them.
I mean, Elevate certainly have their chances. If they fall on Inferno, I really struggle to blame anyone but themselves. Yeah, Diaz-Eric keeps on getting a good time in here.
Was he spotted? He wasn't spotted.
No.
They can head back to B. They can just head B. This should be, regardless of weaponry utility, this should be a 1 round. What a timing that Diaz-Eric has taken. There we go, they get 1. And now this has got to be the kind of overwhelming of the T's. A lot of damage dealt with that nade. Through the smoke, Short spams. Surely the CT's just safe here.
Yeah, having a bit of a look in, see if they can find anything beforehand. They do have a little bit of util to dump out, maybe a couple of spams, but I think with the smoke drop towards CT, that is going to seal their fate, and what a timing it was there.
Absolutely
but
brilliant.
We have to say, this isn't something that can be replicated.
No, very difficult, but look, if it gives Elevate a round, if it gives them a way back in, then brilliant. I think they've had many opportunities that they haven't taken. Finally, one has gone their way.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of luck on that one, but could this be something to spur them on for the rest of this map? We'll have to wait and see, but a nice amount of weapons able to be carried over. 3 M4s. Flash obviously saving some money for his AWP, so he can bring that out as well, as it is obviously going to be the full buys still from the CT side.
Yeah, very minimal though. No loss bonus. BSD, I think this is where you drop that MP9
might
across.
not need to if they didn't want to, but they are going to go for it. They could have ecoed and you just have one player with maybe a FAMAS, maybe an MP9. The rest could all get near enough perfect buys.
Yeah, I think they just realised that they got 3 rifles saved there, or 3 weapons that they can bring out. In fact, to the next. Oh, well, Adel Amigos, they opt for a bit of a decision. Swing towards Banana. It is shut down quite easily. Just 46 damage dealt to both Short and Zeddy. Not much. Gamble here from Adel Amigos. I think this is the best call they can make.
Yeah, 100%.
It's a 1.9 loss bonus as well, so if Farston and CK Zal survive, they could invest again if they want.
Due to the nature of this map, in terms of how brutal it can be when you're disadvantaged on the CT side, you used to see sort of the very old Na'Vi, when Zeus was at the helm, who used to just call, pretty much if he was disadvantaged, they used to just be gamble calls all the time. Even off no info, just off of gut feeling. And sometimes even on a 5v5 or a 4-on-4, you would still make a gamble call in a round like that. So, yeah, always some exciting CS. Very risky, but it sometimes feels like if you're not great at being able to read and gather this information of your opponents, it's not a bad way to try to secure a few rounds that otherwise you might have just been out of.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think it's it's an approach that can really, really work. And obviously, on the downside of it is if they go elsewhere, you've got players saving into the next. Speaking of players saving into the next, there might not be so many on the side of Elevate as we've seen a few casualties. I like this from CK Zal actually. Straight away we see the AWP shot come through. He's low HP. He realises, well, I can find this pick, and if I can take the AWP in the next round, that'd be brilliant.
CK Zal still... if that nade was a tad sooner, probably would have found him, but... Look, Elevate, they're getting a couple of rounds to get back in this game, and... that's all we can really want from these two teams, for it to be a close affair.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think that was the initial impression. I don't think we expected a landslide victory on any one of these 3 maps. I think the only one that's got any idea of that being Dust, but the amount that Adel Amigos has played it in the last 3 months is clear. It's a map they're confident on. Oh, I like the idea of this.
Against it instead now. Allowing Showtime to throw it instead.
It's a bit of damage, but could have been better. I would have really liked to actually have seen maybe someone taking players towards top Banana and then the nade being...
So maybe they can flash them in. I'm not sure if that was the goal.
We could be seeing these flashes very shortly. The problem is the CT's not so prepared for it. I think it's going to be the kind of the right-click jump throw flash from CK Zal. Comes through, but Short turning away, keeping his teammate alive. Fasting can find free Q. It's a 3-on-3 right now. Delboni takes down Zeddy. Elevate look lost. They don't really know where to go.
Seemingly the decision.
There's a player boosted up. Flash comes through again. Great utility here. Spots out one on the boost though. Unfortunate for Delboni there not to find another. So much damage onto Short. Short's having an incredible game. 20-9. Nearly double the kills of every one of his teammates.
Yeah, Short's been pretty consistent all the way throughout, to be honest. And the fact that he is still putting up these numbers is something that Elevate are certainly going to be thanking their lucky stars for.
And I don't think Short's, it's not to say he's a player that can't have these types of games, but I don't think we really expect him to towards the top of the table. Usually it's kind of your Zeddies, your Diazeras, Lashkit as well as, you know, decent games. You know, it's Short's usually towards the bottom end of the score sheet, but proving a point so far. What's the game plan now for Elevate? Continue to kind of slow play these rounds and hope to get openers, or do you think they're going to change up the pace?
It's a difficult one. I would like them to be a little bit more proactive at times, but Inferno, sometimes you don't want to risk anything too heavily. BSD does get softened up a bit. A good flashbang here would allow Zeddy to potentially creep on through, but in fact the CTs have actually given up a lot of this top banana space.
Well, BSD. You can just post up with the AWP here. Farsin finds the Azera as well. Nice double lap setup. We've seen a rotation come through from Delboni as well. Ollie and nade combination. Farsin. Farsin gets that second, and it kind of forces the T's to hit here towards B. Missed shot from BSD. And now this might just be the go call. Surely they've got to go through this smoke. You've got to make a decision sometimes. Flashbang comes through. It will be this progression here. There is going to be a flank coming through. Farsin makes his way down middle. CK Zal still very worried about late apps lurk, but there won't be one. Utility remaining very limited. No defuse kit in play either. Zeddy can get a quick kill there onto Showtime. And this is where the CTs, if they don't find a pick soon, they might have to kind of give this one up. Lash is posted up with the AWP.
Damage, but look, there's no util to force Lash out or anything. He's holding the jiggle eventually. Farsin gives him enough of a body shot for him to be able to connect the bullets, and now the CTs are creeping out further, but Lash on 8 HP is dealing with it perfectly. Yeah, and when he tries to back away, fight has to come through from short just to try to allow Lash to back out of this round alive. Does come through and elevate. Another on the trot. I mean, look, this was a team that felt kind of down and out of this game a little bit. They win that one round thanks to, frankly, pretty insane timing from Diazera and his Deagle. Haven't dropped around since then. 4 in a row.
Yeah, and I think not only is that kind of a real boost to team's morale, but it's a real kind of a detriment to the other. It is going to be this hero rifle from Farsin. Rest of the teams, couple pistols in play, nothing special, but I like this from Farsin. Taking control, I think it's got to be the way they play. CK Zhao as well, just holding. Utility being lined up here. Smoke towards long. The control that they have in apartments, this could be brilliant here for Ado Amigos if we do see the likes of Elevate head towards A. Look at this. Come through. They spotted him, well they certainly have now. Farsin can back away. Obviously surviving's important, yeah, but I think with that hero rifle, Elevate's A now.
And get a little bit out of hand if not managed properly. Farsin will be allowed to find one, ready for the second as Diazera gives up the kill when Farsin's pushing down mid. That feels like an easy one for Freak, but Diazera goes down first. The flashbang is excellent, but CK...
Yeah, it should never happen. Zeddy just holding for the peak. 20 seconds remaining, he needs to get this kill. But without it, the round becomes really difficult. It's a 1 versus 3. He can get the bomb down though, but the CTs are going to hurry their way towards short. He's actually got minimal ammo. He hasn't reloaded yet. All players retrieving rifles now. Yes. BSD, in fact, being the one to find that. Look, I think Fastin does really well. But this kill should never come through. I don't know why Diazera's over fighting. I thought it was all a bait for them to go towards B and it just baiting fast in to be found by the player tucked away on the right-hand side. I don't know how it's gone so wrong. Elevate. Every time they start to look compelling, they start to look good, they just makes just such a simple mistake.
Yeah, and it felt like they had a good idea of things in that round. They wanted to play things slowly. They knew they're up against weaker weapons, and yet they didn't do anything to make their lives any easier. Apartments was sort of free range there for the T's. Didn't really clear out any space towards A whatsoever, so you just saw that one M4 of Varsin just sort of darting around all the different angles towards A, searching actively for a kill. And because of the lack of control, there was no pushback from Elevate at all. He's able just to keep on doing so. Search towards middle. You saw how sort of shaky that kill was onto Diazera. It wasn't anything clean. It wasn't anything quick. It was long drawn out. And eventually Diazera finally went down, and then Freak opted to trade. Arsen was so ready for it. It's just all a bit sloppy. Great nades, and this is going to be a difficult round now for the T's to try to claw back and win.
Look, Elevator struggle when they've got the advantage. Now they're so heavily disadvantaged. Not only have they lost short, the heavy hitter here for Elevate, but a lot of damage to Zeddy. Retake utility sent here by Showtime. I think Adult Amigos now, they should be able to close out this this first map. You look at the finances here for Elevate, they're not great. The advantage is perfect for Adult Amigos. They've got this control here towards brackets, and with that, they can't really dictate this one. That's why we're seeing a rotation come through from Varsin. They know it's going to be this B play, or at least they're very sure of it. And Showtime can just send these two flashes. Farsin's got one as well. This whole round is all kind of a setup for Delboni. Into the smoke. They line up. Freaky will get the trade. Delboni, I said this round is all set up for him to win it. And 1 versus 3 for Freak. And there we have it. Delboni. I think we knew what the two CTs, their goal was, is look, let's just bait in Delboni as best as possible. When those kills come through, he's completely overlooked. Adult Amigos, they will get themselves 12. And look, Elevate. To get to OT, they're going to need 3 in a row. And getting 3 rounds in a row has been something they have very much struggled with here on Inferno. It's been real back and forth.
Yeah, unless we see some crazy heroics here from Elevate now, similar to the streak that they went on towards the start of this second half. Adult Amigos feel like they certainly deserve this one. BSD want to go for the boost in mid, but still not shot away from actually taking the fight in Freak. Peeking into the flash on a time-in. BSD more than ready for an opening kill found from the CTs and just 4 away from taking Inferno. The nade smokes perfectly timed. 1 kill found. Player incoming can swing out at any moment. And BSD just finding them through the smoke. Switches to the sidearm. And 1 does connect onto Zeddy.
You can see the smile there from BSD. You can see the laugh. You can see the kind of the comedy behind that round. Look, there could have been a world where he doesn't get that first kill and he goes down, peek into mid. But Adult Amigos, they do take victory here. It is their map selection, but as we touched on before, I think map picks or not, I don't think it really matters. I think both these teams clearly very compelling and very confident on all 3 of these maps. And with Adult Amigos taking number 1, definitely got the chance for a 2-0, definitely got the chance for the series, and obviously for that spot in the quarterfinals. But thoughts and feelings after that one, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, Elevate certainly had chances all the way throughout that game. Starting on the first half, they had opportunities, let a lot of sort of advantage rounds slip, a lot of great moments just sort of fall on the wayside. Elevate had their chances, and that's the thing. Inferno wasn't a complete blowout. I think it certainly could have been the way that Elevate were making certain mistakes. But look, on the right day, Elevate could have easily taken that map as well. It felt like we saw Adult Amigos a little bit slow to actually get off the mark. We saw they did look like the better team. I don't think they look mind-blowing, but they definitely looked like the better team than Elevate. And I think it was a deserved victory for them, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
As Elevate, they felt a bit underwhelming. But moving on to map number 2 now. You mentioned potentially the chance of an Elevate 2-0. Does it flip over now? Is that going to be a possibility?
Yeah, I think it definitely is. I think Mirage is clearly a map that both these teams are of similar ability on. The way in which we just saw Ado Amigos kind of play on Inferno, I feel like it wasn't playstyle, it wasn't kind of the map that yielded them success. It was mistakes made from Elevate, and Ado Amigos pounced on them. So I'm excited for Mirage. I think there is the idea of a 2-0. I'd love to see this go to Dust. That's something we'll find out very shortly after the break. Heading back into the series, going to be heading to Mirage. That is the map pick, obviously, of Elevate. But an impressive performance out of Adel Amigos, I think we have to say. I think a fair few mistakes also made from the side of from Elevate. You just have to look at the opening kill department. You know, the scoreline was 13-9. It was 13-9 regarding opening kills, but it was the 13, in fact, found by Elevate. So I think we do have to say Elevate, they had a lot of advantages. They had a lot of rounds that probably should have gone their way that didn't. Obviously, there was a big game from Short. Sadly, didn't really see the victory there. The problem is Short isn't really always that player that is going to be getting those kind of high amount of frags, and I think it is a real problem when he's the only one who's positive. So a lot of work now for Elevate to do, as we have already kind of made the assumption that this could be a 2-0. It really could.
I mean, look, I am still sort of pinning my odds towards that 3-mapper. I think Adel Amigos have a really good chance to take this one in a 2-0 fashion now. Their Mirage hasn't looked great over the last few months. And even recently it's looked pretty poor as well, losing to some teams that I'm hoping they would have done a bit better against. But that's not been the case. But maybe they can prove us wrong today. Jumping into Mirage now, Fred. Adel Amigos, they have a big advantage. That big 1-up over Elevate.
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, I think this could very easily end in a 2-0 fashion. The fact that Adel Amigos gets to start on that CT side, obviously Mirage very CT sided at the moment. In fact, a fair few teams recently we've seen quite heavily favour the T side, and in fact, not a heavy favour, but Adel Amigos are one of those sides that have a better win rate on their T side. So look, I'm interested for this game. I think obviously for Elevate, for survival, not only in the series but in the playoffs, they've got to win Mirage and then take it to Dust 2. But I think there's many questions to be asked of where this one's going. And I think, obviously, in about 45 minutes' time, we'll have a good idea. But CK's Zhao in a nice position here for this pistol. Showtime as well, and just under the window. Player has manoeuvred to Van, and Lash will find Showtime. CK Zhao finding Zeddy. CK Zhao! Done 3 kills so far, and he makes it a 4th. Lovely round there from CK Zhao.
Yeah, huge round, huge pistol. Adel Amigos, who we've already touched on, Mirage hasn't been great for them, so the early successes each round is going to be just as important as the next. Honestly, they probably wouldn't mind a force buy here from Elevate just to give them a bit of a buffer, but without any bomb plant, without any real kills, I doubt we're going to see anything of the sort.
It's weird when you look at Elevate's wins as well on Mirage. It's either they dominate or they get stomped. You know, they've in their most recent 3 games, it's them winning 13-3, 13-2, 13-3, and then the losses are 13-5, 13-4, 13-5. So I think it's clear momentum plays a part here for Elevate.
Yeah, I think that's the case with a lot of teams. Sometimes you can just have a bit of confidence when you are playing a map, and they can go a bit against you. But yeah, look, it's not been a great map for Adel Amigos whatsoever. It's just more so the fact that they haven't really been able to get a huge amount of wins on it. But when we have seen those wins, yeah, like you said, it's the teams that I'm expecting them to get wins to, but they're also equally losing to teams that I also think they should be able to get wins to.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think there's a lot that Adel Amigos clearly need to work upon with their Mirage, but is it their biggest problem area? I wouldn't have said so. I think there's certainly other maps that they're going to want to have a little bit more effectiveness on.
I mean, honestly, it could be, to be fair, considering the amount they play it. You maybe are hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, that is very true.
Like, don't get me wrong, like, they've lost to, like, your Imperials and things like that. I'm expecting them to lose to Imperial.
Yeah.
But it's just there are a couple of other teams in there that are equally sort of similar place in the rankings, a lot higher than them. So well, I'm thinking, yeah, there's going to be a lot less of a chance that they'll be able to do anything. And yet we're still seeing them sort of fall a bit short of that. But maybe this could be the start. Maybe this could be the turning point for them. But not so much in this round. It's Freak is the player to find the opening kill towards Palace with that AK. And great awareness. Find Fasting as well. Yeah,
nice stat. Obviously, the Elevate are going to be hoping to continue throughout their Mirage game so far. Dizera, you got minimal ammunition. I love it from CK Zhao. How has he found another? How has he got 3 kills? He's 9-1. I was going to say for Elevate, 80% of the time they get the first kill, they win the round. This could be one of the moments where the stat doesn't continue, and BSD has got a good idea on Freak's position. Not the easiest of flicks, but certainly within his repertoire. HE Grenade could find Showtime. He's got to be cautious, got to be careful. We will see Short get the kill. Freak, he's been spotted. BSD wants him with this USP. Will connect. And now, 1 versus 1. Switches to the rifle. I like this from BSD. He knows that Short's already been in an altercation. Been in 2, in fact.
Yes, where can Short actually reposition to? Just tuck to Van. There's no defuse kit on BSD currently. So, how much time will BSD waste clearing out these angles?
I think he's got to take a bit of a gamble. He's got to just half clear some of these.
He's not really wasting any time. He's instantly out. Not slowing
like
things
this.
down. Starting to run now. Is he going to clear towards Van? He does so. And the round is 1 versus 2. But Fred, there's one man who deserves all the credit.
Yeah, CK Zhao. Absolutely insane. I think, firstly, how is he dodging the bullets in Connect? If we have a replay of that, I am begging to see it, because he should only ever go down here in Con. Then he's counting the bullets, he hears the reload, he swings out, gets 1, and you're thinking, okay, CK Zhao, well done. You've done brilliantly. And then he gets another. It should never happen. Never in a million years, but... yeah, insane.
But it's the fact how good things look initially for Elevate. Freak's double kill, great. First one's nice. Second one just shows brilliant awareness. And then, like you said, CK's out towards middle. I mean, yeah, like, pushing through the smoke, finding the player who's spamming, that he was dodging the bullets. That felt like, okay, a 2-on-3, that's possible for the rest of your team there. Somehow, with players spamming at him, with gunfights being taken, he goes on to find a 3rd before falling.
Yeah, insane.
And BSD... like, only 2 kills of this game so far. Make sure that CK Zhao's heroic in the last weren't wasted. And the 3-0 start from the CT side has come through. A partial investment now for Elevate, as they are looking to converge onto the connector position. But that's where BSD is looking to get posted up. Nade drops down. Missed shot, though.
Another miss one. Switching to the PT-50. I think he's somewhat certain that there's got to have been a tag. No way of missing both of those.
Sadly has been the case. I think he's been spotted there by Short as well. Molly will land down, forcing Short out. Not missing the 3rd shot, though.
Great from Alboni as well. Spots out Zeddy. Yazera not close enough to get that trade. And this hero AK is looking like an unnecessary investment. CK Zhao surely gets this kill as well. 5-on-2. Lash surely to fall as well to Showtime. You're never going to expect a late player towards bench. Freak's been towards Palace this whole time. I would have thought he'd merged quite a while ago, but still here. Steps towards under balcony. Very little damage dealt there to the Amigo side. And look, this is the problem. This is the scary thing that Elevate have to work with, is the Inferno. It could have gone their way. Yeah, because Mirage is no guarantee. This is the problem. This is the risk of picking a map like Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the risk of any of these 3 maps being in your map pool, any of the maps being in this series, isn't it? Look, each one of them, we sort of touched on the fact that there's no real excuses for not knowing the map.
No, of course not.
But it is more of who plays better on the day, and right now when your players like CK Zhao 10-1,
yeah, brilliant.
Sometimes that is just enough to win the game. I mean, the last round is a clean round. Certainly not a round for the highlight reel, though. We'll say that. A couple of whiff sprays, whiff shots.
Doesn't matter.
They barely take any damage, and that's the most important thing.
And I think as well, when you look at it, not only does it give the opportunity for finances to get a lot better, but I think when you have rounds like that where it's just so compelling, it's, you know, such a good victory, it gives nothing for Elevate to work with. It's not even kind of a nice deagle shot to praise. But I think as well, when you look at kind of the way in which Zeddy's played throughout this this whole series, it's not been great. And usually the fact that Zeddy is one of these stars here for Elevate, we can see a real difficulty, but nice finds here from FreeQ and Zeddy. BSD rotating in. Quick shot there onto FreeQ. It's posted up towards apartment. Smoke down at bench. Bomb's not down yet. Yet the CTs, they're hungry for these fights. Flashbang coming through. Zeddy's giving away his position now. And that's why Delboni's backing away. Worried about a flank.
Yeah, this is really great from the CTs. Look, they take that early fight, they get the man advantage, and now, if the CTs want to go for the bomb plant, that's when you start to have to consider. They could just converge on us then.
Yeah,
they could
yeah,
just
exactly.
look to take this 1-on-3. Well, Zeddy's not on the bomb, but they will allow the plant to go down reasonably uncontested. Out the window, though, is one.
Yeah, nice find from BSD, though, and now it's all on Zeddy. 1 versus 2.
Yeah, well,
Not
expect
gonna be an
Farsing
easy
to
one.
be so close, though. That's the thing, because there's already a second player out the window. And Zeddy just did not spot it at all. Thought Lash was the only player. And just that advanced position completely catching him out. To be fair, we have to say, great entries towards
really
that
nice.
B-bomb site. Because it was the man advantage for the CT side. But very quickly, you see a couple of nice finds with the AKs. And what that can do to the B defense. Showtime getting eliminated. CK's out. Getting found from short as well. And that one looked very dicey, but it's the fact that we saw the CTs fight so heavily early before that bomb was even down. They found those 2 kills and then backed away and
My
then
biggest
played it patiently.
My biggest problem with all of it for Elevate is there's 4 players on the bomb site. Okay, yeah, 3 of them are out the window, 1's still in apartments. Why has the bomb not gone down after they got those 2 kills? It just gave so much more time for Adol Yamigos, and obviously there was the idea, okay, maybe there's a flank, maybe there's something, but obviously there wasn't. You know, there's no real need for Elevate to show so much discipline there, but Zeddy, nice find here. Should be able to see a second. It comes through from Diazara. A lot of damage with the needs. Oh, down to 4 HP is short. Unable to escape the shrapnel. 2-man advantage here. Elevate. I praise them statistically on Mirage for the fact that when they do get these openers, they usually convert them. Already with a 5-0 start for Adol Yamigos. This is kind of a round where they could just say, look, let's make a big gamble, and they're looking to take ramp. This could be brilliant. It's all on timing here. Short foul, no damage taken to Farsid. If you can find Lash.
Giving up this position at
Oh,
all.
it's brilliant. It's brilliant. The Palace player is going to push on out. Delboni's in an excellent position. It goes so wrong. We've got a player in con. Zeddy finally will look to emerge. This is something the CTs have got to be prepared for. And now Diazera, he's low HP. He's going to send the Molotov. It will land. Delboni, how has he found that kill? How has he got them both?
Wow.
I thought he would swing for the player in ramp, but no. And quite rightly, drop the spray and shoot the bodies. How has Delboni got them both? It's another round with a 2-man advantage that Elevate fumble. And Charlie, their chances of progressing, not only to Dust, but progressing to the quarterfinals, is slipping away from them massively. I think when this kill comes,
that passes. I mean,
when that
madness.
when that kill comes through for short, why don't they just look to hit towards B? They've got a player in con that can cut off rotations. They've got a player in Palace that can find them too. We should have just seen a kind of a back step to B, but brilliant from Delboni.
I think they looked at it in terms of they know that 2 players are crunched towards ramp. They're in an awkward position. We've got Molotovs that we can chuck at their feet. We find these kills and then they're perfect. We've once again reclaimed that 2-man advantage, but somehow madness keeps on happening and it's not on the side of Elevate, that's for sure. Oh, I suppose madness in terms of how do they keep losing rounds like this, but half the rounds played in the first half already and every single one of them go in the way of Adol Yamigos, but we know how quickly games can change. So if they do want to take this one in a 2-0 fashion, they need to fully lock in and prepare. Short with the trade there onto Farsin, who's advanced in ramp. That's a weapon that can be retrieved.
Yeah, Zera's in a good position as well. He should be able to find CK's out. 2 players crunching from Con. Oh, Delboni. How has he been able to escape? BSD missed shot there with the AWP though. Won't miss second time of asking the bombs maneuver to B, but with Delboni finding free Q. I thought this round was looking pretty decent for Elevate when they got those kills towards ramp, the one in connector. I was feeling very confident, yet instead of hitting towards A, they head towards B. Short has just jump spot. He's got this information. Soon realised that it is this play through the B-bomb site. A very tough round here for Short. He's got to take a risk. Just drop the Molotov. Should delay for a couple seconds. Oh, nice find from Short.
Yeah, it's not over That's for certain. The CTs are biding their time. Player spotted. Short does an insane amount of damage, and I think
So
he's just
tough.
realised it.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Look, the round was difficult. It was a 1 versus 3. I think the expectations of Short kind of going into that clutch were very low, but it's the fact he does so much damage. Very unfortunate.
I mean, insane amounts of just chip damage to each of the players, but just can't find the killing blow that really would just give his team, honestly, the confidence boost, I think, to come back into Mirage, because it's sometimes, it feels like the hardest 2 rounds to get in this game are the first and the last.
Yeah, definitely.
And we're still waiting for Elevate to find their first. Out of the Amigos. A high flying right now, that 7-0 start on their opponent's map base.
Yeah, look at the space that Showtime's taken as well. Deep towards apartments. And that's why we can see a bit of a hefty gamble. CK Zhao could, in fact, just rotate off short, maybe play towards ladder. Showtime doesn't actually need to progress it. If he does, he can take a lot of space, but Freak has now rotated to hold. Even still, though, this is not going to be an easy round for Elevate. Certainly not going to be an easy comeback, because obviously, if they want to progress the Dust, if they want a chance of making their way through to Dust and kind of through to the quarterfinals, they've got to win here on Mirage. But a 4-on-4 here with a chipped away at Showtime and a lacking in health BSD. Space taken here, though, from fast in towards ramp. We just need to see a double rotation out of BSD and Delboni, and this round will be guaranteed. Lash is holding this, though. Lash seems very aware. Oh, timing couldn't have gotten worse. He spotted that it's the bomb, and that's why, look at the mini-map. Look how quick these rotations are coming through now. This 30 seconds. Elevate. They are going to feel so hard done by here. BSD just needs to get posted up on the angle. This 2 riflers ready and waiting, and there it is. The low HP BSD gets 1. Showtime finds another. Farsin takes down. Oh, it's so tough. It's so painful. Because you look at that round, kind of shut off in the Elevate's eyes. It's, well, we've been holding towards the flank. They're probably not going to assume that we're heading towards B, especially with the deep positions, but timing is perfect for Adel Yamigos.
Each of the players found a kill, each of those remaining 4. So Elevate are fully aware there was 4 players there. Yeah, I'm probably thinking, how on earth? Did they just make an incredible gamble? But no, the timing was madness. And that is, once again, the word of the day, it feels like, from Mirage. And it does feel like Elevate have been a little bit unlucky on a number of these occasions. But yeah, Adel Yamigos, they are capitalizing on some of that luck. They were ensuring they're claiming rounds from it. They needed the smoke, but they're only slightly too far forward to be able to do anything. Oh, no!
How has the Azera not got that kill? I'm lost for words. I have no clue how he's not got that pick. His opponent is fully blinded, out in the open, and it's just like Diazera. It just assumes he's towards the top ladder area. Oh, wow.
I think he probably goes down if CK Zhao took the shots. If he fired a couple early, but I mean, either way, Diazera should have found that kill regardless, but I think it just bought him sort of half a second extra. Allowed him to just regain some vision, then an absolute monster kill there onto his opponent, but it feels like everything that can go wrong for Elevate is going wrong here.
BSD's 8-0. There's been 8 rounds. We're in round number 9.
Make it 9-0 after this one. Just keep that trend going. But it is going to be a B hit. We saw some nice executions in the past. We're going to need some super clean ones here again. Showtime finds one. Doesn't even need to take these fights. He is going to, though. Does go down. There's 15 seconds. The T's are starting to feel the pressure. Utah's starting to get thrown out, but maybe a bit too much fighting. But with only 10 seconds on the clock, Glass has to try to make it to the bomb site. Fight against 3 CTs and plant.
Yeah, teammates there for Adel Yamigos, everyone having impact. Look, I'll be honest, I'm right with you. It feels like the CTs were fighting far too much. How has he got this kill? How has he... Oh, Diazera, he fires like 5 bullets there of a fully blinded player. I don't think he regains sight. I think it's just all based on audio. But that is one of those ones where you'll be thinking back for a good week or so. How have I not got that kill?
I mean, more so it's what it would do to you in a game like this.
Yeah. Look, 9-0. Adult Amigos, this should be smooth sailing to victory now in the series. That quarterfinal spot, they're already carving their name into that place.
Quite aggressive here, but timing's perfect for Varston. Just gets a kill. This is meant to be a util-based A execute, and you just see the peak from Farston has just sort of ruined the plan slightly. Elevator gonna have to reconsider, and yeah, they are backing away from this position. What choice do you have? Farston's just called the ruse. He spotted it all.
And it's not as though Farston's kind of really systematically dismantled any of those players. He just shifts towards ramp, catches the timing, wins the fight. Not even looking at him, and he's able to back away. There was 4 Ts there. It is going to be the play through the B-bomb site. Will be a rotation of CK's out. He's quite deep in short, though, so it's not as though he's going to be quick enough to deny any plant or anything like that. And Showtime without a molly or a smoke can work out nicely, but with a util landing now, this should be an indication that it is this play through B. Nice flashbang, blinding plenty. Showtime now under a lot of pressure. With the damage dealt and the nade connecting, things get quite troublesome. Bomb plant can go down, but that is all that will happen as Diozera is in a 1 versus 4, and he can't even get the first. 10-0 here. Is it safe to say it's done? Do we pack things up and kind of focus on the 3rd series of the day? Because this one's surely all finished.
I mean, very recently, we did watch a 12-2 comeback. I'm
not going to say it's going to happen because Elevate have lost too many rounds, surely. There's no way. They're going to sip from the optimism glass, are we?
I mean, I think it's more the pessimism one on this occasion. Just being very worried about what I have seen from Adult Amigos in the past. But look, they've played immensely on Mirage. Individually, unreal CS that their guys have played. Teamwork-wise, honestly, doesn't even feel like that much of a thing. It feels like they're always there for at least a trade. They've got a couple of gimmick strats here or there, but mainly it's just been good rotations, good fundamentals, and insane shots being found. Oh, the boost does come through. Don't want to miss shots from CK Zhao, and don't find the kill for it. And Zeddy catching the time in. Maybe better complacency here as the CTs, maybe a bit too much together, maybe a little bit too doubled up in certain positions and just leaving far too many angles exposed. But it's still a chance in this one. Showtime not clearing Freak's angle though, so it's all on the 0 def PSD.
He will get one. He's aware that it's a player towards Con. Able to back away. He's got a molly and a smoke. Molly and Con. If he smokes the bomb, chance it. Lash posted up on the angle. Massively favoured in that fight. I don't think we'd ever expect that to go against them. Elevate, they post their first round, and look, as you said, Charlie, a vast majority of the time, it is that first and last that is the hardest to acquire. Now that Elevate have got themselves on the score sheet, how we only just noticed this now. Elevate are 10-1 down. They're yet to use a tactical pause. Adult Amigos have lost 1 round, and straight away they're using their second.
I don't really know how to explain it any better. I mean, I love it from Adult Amigos. I think we can touch on that first. Lose 1 round. I think they realise that this is a quarterfinal spot up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely.
This is a map that you've struggled on in the past. You've had the perfect start. You couldn't have a better start than this. Don't let it slip. Don't make any mistakes. Don't do anything too fancy. And just do the bare minimum that you need to close it out.
Well, like I've said, for Adult Amigos, it's been kind of up and down performances, back and forth. It hasn't been consistent yet. For Elevate, they've either absolutely smashed this map out of the park, or they've looked completely lost on it. And sadly for them, it's looking like the latter in this one. There is the possibility of a comeback. Look, you know, it certainly can happen, but I think we all know the chances are very slim, especially with, look at Farston's positioning here. Not only is he taking control in Palace, it is such a nice off angle. We're all going to be seeing this double peak. I actually still think Farston is favoured in this. They're both going to just kind of shift peek together. Zeddy, oh, he's just spotted him. Never mind. Thought the off angle was near perfect, yeah. I guess not. Oh, they have spotted the player outside Con. We will see the smoke landing. Flashbang coming through. The AWP shot ringing from CT. Not connecting, though. A lot of util coming through here now for Elevate. Showtime's in a good position, though. Showtime's going to quickly get himself to triple. This is perfect. He can get himself one. The swing from CK Zhao's good. The CTs, they overwhelm on the bomb site. Showtime's going to take so much damage here. Lash towards ramp will find. Man advantage for Delboni. An excellent position. He gets the one. And now, with 30 seconds remaining and the bomb's still here towards ramp, things could get quite difficult. Flashbang coming through. Delboni fully blinded. Forced off the angle, but still, there's minimal time. The Flashbang going to fully blind Lash. 18 seconds now, and Delboni, he can push through this whenever he chooses. Can find Lash, that's a bomb carrier. Now 11 seconds remaining. Free Q's going to have to hurry things along, but the chance of this round, so slim. 4 seconds, no time for the round. 11-1 is the end of the half. Adult Amigos. What a performance here on Mirage.
I mean, a bit of a masterclass there from Delboni in terms of how to delay time and just constantly give off this presence, find impact, find these kills towards jungle there. I mean, superb stuff from him. Didn't really put his AWP in an awkward position where he's left to win a 1 versus 2. This was a great push. Finding the kill onto the Lash, trying to plant the bomb and keeping yourself alive basically confirms that round's won. Because what would have just been commed there to BSD is just keep yourself alive. As long as I'm here, they physically can't plant and win the round. I can deny the plant at least. If they kill me, just survive. They wouldn't have time. It's really great stuff there from Delboni. Deservedly gave his team the 11th round. Pistol round could seal the fate here of Elevate, though.
Yeah, look, I think Delboni's had a good series so far. I think he's performed very nicely, and obviously it's another player that you don't usually expect so high on the score sheet. But Zeddy with a nice final to CK Zhao. It seems like the T's kind of halted by that one kill, a little bit frantic in what to do next, but it is now all on Delboni. 1 versus 4 on the pistol, and a couple bullets might be all that he can fire. We'll go down to free Q. Elevate, they do win that pistol. Look, I think if without it, I think we were all saying this game is over, but I think now for Elevate, obviously there's chance of maybe just going to be damage limitation throughout the rest of Mirage. Because you're 9 rounds behind. One mistake, Adomigos fine 12, potentially even 13, when finances could be, you know, put under question. I think for Elevate, it's all about how close they can bring things. They just got to play it round by round. But we can't be seeing the mistakes that were made, not only in the first half, but throughout Inferno as well. Far too many rounds where they were kind of in heavy advantages and it goes against them. We cannot be seeing that.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. It's just the econ in this one. Or Adult Amigos. Have to say though, on the pistol round, the amount of times I see sort of one molly being thrown, you see one player push through and the rest just wait it out.
CT's mollies, they don't do any damage anymore. Like, have people forgotten this?
I just don't really get the point of it, because all you're doing is basically saying, unless this one person finds what's likely at least 2 players towards B, they'll basically go down, and all the rotations can just come through while we're waiting at this molly, and by the time we look to push through the bomb site, that 2-man defense becomes 4.
The thing is as well, is, you know, I've joked about the CT molly doing no damage. Players can run through that, and they'll probably still come out of that Molotov with probably about half HP, probably about 60 HP. And look, if you get headshotted, you're gonna be taken down instantly. That's still what, 3-4 body shots to the USP? Yeah, it seems a bit unnecessary. Either you all go through it or none of you do. Still though, Elevate, an important round to win. A couple casualties, but not the end of the world. Very good investment as well here. 4 rifles, just a 1 SMG. But look, I think when we looked at Inferno, I think Short had a very good game, and I think that's why the game was a lot closer. Yet here, Short isn't performing in that same level, yet no one is for Elevate, and that's why it is so one-sided. That's why it is this 11-3. We said this game could be dictated by individuals, and I think that's exactly what's on offer today. The individuals have just been far better for Adult Amigos.
leaps and bounds, really. Leaps and bounds above Elevate in terms of what we've seen from them. It's
Look
been
at
a
the
nice
space.
couple of moments, but it's been far less frequent than it has of their opponents. But I say they're softening up both BSD and CK Zhao.
You say frequent. Freak went to ramp and he's taken down Showtime. Nice flank there. And with that, it's going to force the T's back. I don't know how he's got that kill.
Seemed
Farsid.
completely unaware of it. And yet still somehow able to find a D0's position so strong though. You've got a player in Lash in jungle as well. Crossfire should be great. Lash will double down. And it's all on Farsin.
Yeah, surely just to save it. No need to throw the AK armor and the Molotov away.
I don't
Fourth down
understand that round though if you don't have someone towards A already. If you don't have a pallet lurk or something.
Yeah, no, I think it's just more the idea of, well, we've lost a player in the back lines. They've got such a deep player. Let's hurry back to it. Yeah, weird one. And look, it's cost out of your Migos, but it's still this same idea that all it takes is one mistake from Elevate, and we're looking at a very tough round. Because they've got no loss bonus currently. If finances are as they are and they lose, we're looking at one player in short being able to invest. Everyone else is going to be on a very poor buy. It's going to be players sitting around 3k, some even less. So again, Elevate are going to have to go on a massive streak, get their finances strong, and then they can kind of afford to lose a round. But I think if they want to push the dust, it's going to be so tough.
Even
Simple.
just these half buys are something that Elevate need to be so cautious about. Don't let too much slip. Players have crossed, the bomb can't be attempted to be planted. And it has been.
Get retrieved.
Time is ticking. Rounds like this can still slip
Ooh,
away. BSD with a
no.
nice shot. With the Deagle there, flashbang comes over. BSD finds it through his teammate.
How's that even happened? BSD now. So much damage has been dealt to Freak and Short. CK Zhao, this whole round is on him. He can't find them both though. Zeddy from stairs, so effective. There's minimal time. Zeddy has to get this instant Deeg shot. We will see the defuse come through. It's so unfortunate that CK Zhao, if he's just holding for stairs, he finds Zeddy and then it's the two low HP players. Even still though, even with that round going the way of Elevate, this is the scary problem. So many casualties. They get the bomb down. Out of your Migos, they keep things competitive. But a nice attempt from BSD. It's unfortunate for CK's out. But still, I think there's many positives that Ado Migos will take from that round.
6 rounds away now from Elevate leveling up the scoreline with their opponents.
Nice flash over middle there. Ado Migos, they are going to be taking this space towards short. Diazera wants to do something about that, but maneuvers to ladder now. Showtime. Gonna try and take some space in connector. Del Boni here towards short. Diazera. Zeddy's positioning could be great. It could bait in Diazera massively. Diazera will fall to Del Boni. Zeddy is close by. They're aware of this because of the nade. Molotov. Zeddy's forced forward now. He is trapped in this fight, but Del Boni surely not going to be prepared for this. Zeddy with an important kill. Needed a smoke here. 2 spotted and 1 found. Great from Lash. Excellent from Lash. Brilliant awareness.
CK Zhao just pushing straight into his vision. Too predictable, too easy to read. Farsin needed that kill.
Yes,
And with that not going his way, Short's just rotating towards B where BSD resides. So the B defense got even stronger now that Farsin hasn't found that frag.
BSD could just wait. There's 30 seconds here. Surely to go down here to Zeddy. I'll be honest, I was so certain that Farsin was going to make his way to market and they try and crunch that way. But Farsin's just holding towards top column. Look, yeah, you might catch a rotation. You might be able to find a kill, but you're not going to win the round. Elevate will get themselves their 6th now. And look, with 4 survivors, they can look to make some money.
Yeah, Adult Amigos, look, they called a couple of tactical pauses on their CT side. I think it's about time they call one on their T side, because they haven't really actually got to show us a lot right now. Look, we saw a fast mid there. Instantly got taken down, lost a couple of kills in the past, sorry, in that round. Things did actually start off pretty well. They found the opening kill, but it just feels like they're very lost in terms of what to do afterwards.
The most promising round has been the one where they just hit towards A with the Eagles. Do that with some rifles. Do that with a bit more util, and I think the game's over. I think just go back to the basics of Mirage. You know, when I think of Mirage, the first thing I think of on the T side is just an A execute.
They're going to do it halfway again.
Yeah, there's a couple AKs in play this one. CK's out and fast in with the hero rifles. I think the problem that...
It's going to be lateral TT that's going to unravel this. I say that as he gets deleted by CK's out. Flashbangs are good enough so the AWP doesn't find anything. Is a play towards triple. Not for long though as Showtime finds. And just like that is a 4-on-2. Fred, money isn't
it has to be a save.
Oh, maybe not if kills keep on being given up this easily from the T's.
Oh, wow. 2-on-4 gone to a 1-on-0. How have Elevate won that one? Adult Amigos, you've done all the heavy lifting. You've done all the work. It's just the last 5%.
Yeah, really, really sloppy here. Miserable sort of calling and decision making. I mean, the call's good initially, but it's just the actual decisions that they opt to do. Why are we seeing 4 players take 4 different fights?
Yeah, look, I think
the initial 2 that unravel it there.
But I think obviously you can kind of you can forgive the first. Obviously the player through triple. I think you know it's not always going to be how it goes. But Showtime just pushing in CT, going down. Even when it got down to the 2-on-2, it's the heads-up fight in CT. It just seems so sloppy. Such a slapdash approach.
And look, it's 4 rounds away now. We're not even talking about a comeback anymore for Elevate. This is a standard game. This isn't unusual to see. And this is the issue from that start, from an 11-1. Yet to find a round, and yet they've certainly had opportunities. And more rounds like that slip away, the more I'm going to be banking on Elevate to close this one out.
Yeah, huge mistakes from Adult Amigos. And look, if you want to close out a series 2-0, if you want to have a really dominant game, you can't be messing about like this.
I mean, look, if this goes to a 3rd map, there's no guarantee that Adult Amigos are even going to win it. There's no close out dominate. It's to close this series out.
And obviously, Dust actually favours Elevate. Adult Amigos, this was kind of your best chance. DK's out though with a nice find. Freak takes down Delboni quite easily. Showtime though finding Freak. BSD, if he gets this kill, it's another 2 versus 4. This time though, a lot of players are low.
Flash does have an HE grenade. The thing is, I think Elevate are going to give all of these rounds a go because of how much they need them. They know financially they're not in a great spot. They need to be able to take these rounds. Gunfights are being given up. And this is the thing, the bomb is down. There's no need. I mean, have a look at VSD there. It's not going to matter, but they're so desperate to fight. It feels like we're seeing Adult Amigos so hungry to win the game that they're not just allowing the rounds to play out themselves. Doesn't punish them in that one, but you can see how desperate players were to actually take gunfights there.
Yeah, no. I think Adult Amigos, that's another round we could have seen go against them. Look, they've got themselves 12. They still only need 1 more round. They've got 5 opportunities. They have let this slip a little. Obviously, they're still very much in control. All it takes is 1 mistake. And you're looking at the util, you're looking at the 5-7 and the MP9. Straight away, you can see what kind of that victory has done to the Elevate finances. But we weren't seeing such composure from Adel Yamigos here on their T side. And I think that was the most worrying thing. But with them getting the opening kill and it being the AWPer, we could see a problem. We really could here now for Elevate. Look, they've done a lot of work. It's what, 6 rounds in a row, but maybe that's all they can find. Because it is now a 3-on-5.
Yeah, free spotted towards ramp as well. Farston not even interested in taking that gunfight. He knows he's up against 5-7. He's the one who's got more to lose. You just give up a rifle. Give up this 2-man advantage. This is where we do need the T's just to group up and hit somewhere together.
Yeah, definitely. Like, they don't need to overcomplicate this. I think maybe send CKs out to send some utility here towards B. Create some pressure, a bit of an over-rotation. Zeddy, though, can swing before the smoke blooms. Showtime out in the open. Not worried about jungle. CK Zhao still here. Found. It's a 3-on-3 now. Look at the positioning as well of Freak.
They could be aware of him, though. They knew he was towards ramp. They haven't spotted him anywhere towards A yet, so Palace certainly could be questioned. PSD posted towards CT, just desperately waiting for this swing.
They spot the shadow. We've got information now. Farston can get one. It's all about what Freak can do, but nothing is found. Zeddy, though, with a double. Puts it all on Delboni. Stick of the bomb. He's seen him off it. I like this from Delboni. We've seen his discipline in previous rounds. Delboni surely has this one. There it is. Nice find there. Adel Yamigos. They will close it out. Delboni getting that final kill. But look, I think there was moments where both of us were kind of questioning, well, Adel Yamigos, are we going to keep throwing away these advantage scenarios? But Elevate eliminated here. Adel Yamigos progressed to those quarterfinals to face Sharks. Not an easy opponent, certainly not. But I think that's what we said going into this game. I think this is going to be a hard way to kind of get yourself to, the semi-final spot. But look, Adel Yamigos, it's a positive result, especially when coming into this game. I think maybe we were favouring a little bit more towards Elevate.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I came into this one sort of before today even started, and I remember speaking to you and saying, I think Elevate might just about have this one in the bag, and yeah, I got proved wrong, and in quite a dominant fashion on map number 2 as well. Look, we said on Mirage that the first and the last round are normally the hardest one to get, more so referring to that in terms of Elevate not being able to find a round until round number 11, but it also showed that it's the same thing for Adel Yamigos, as it did take them a long time to close out the Mirage, considering how dominant things were for them. It did feel like it was the pressure of maybe being able to find that final round that made it take a little bit longer. Certainly there were rounds that they let slip away. Certainly there were sort of these late round decision makings that cost them. And the scoreline became closer and closer and closer. And that's where I started to panic for this team slightly and thinking, I think if this goes to overtime or this goes to a third map, I don't think you're winning it. So I feel like it has to be now or never. Eventually they did cross the line. It didn't even get too close. It was still a dominant Mirage with just a bit of a slight falter towards the end. But we have to give some big credit to this team, because I think a lot of people, including us, gave a bit more credit to Elevate in terms of their recent performances. Because at the end of the day, Adel Yamigos, their recent form hasn't been great. And yet, despite that, they still came into this game against a team who's on better form than them, who's potentially played some better series in them. In the Swiss days, they were 3-0, and yet still they took the fight to them, and they won it reasonably comfortably.
Yeah, and look, MVP going to Delboni, I think that's a fair result, really. Not only did we see him look very good on Mirage, I actually think he had so much control of the success on Inferno. I was very impressed. And you can see 1.47 rating, absolutely incredible. To be honest, though, I think CK Zhao could have had an argument there. His Mirage game was excellent. Same with Farston. But look, I think everyone had their moments. I think everyone played really, really well. But it leads into a tough quarterfinal for them. What we can do, Charlie, is we can bring up kind of the bracket and maybe have a little bit of a chat about what we think about the next games, because obviously we've got a little bit of time now. So look, we've seen Adel Yamigos progress. We've got obviously the next 2 matches coming up very shortly. But thoughts and feelings. The first one being 9Z against Shinden. Any prediction from you? Any idea?
I mean, I felt like it has to be 9Z. It's been in the while since they've been the 9Z that we're all desperate to see. But it is still 9Z at the end of the day. They still have far more experience than Shinden, despite me been quite a big fan of Shinden actually as a team, but yeah, we've seen a decent bit of a fall off from where we want this 9Z to be. But look, there's still elements of that former team. They've still got the core of it, and maybe it is just going to be some teething issues, sort of getting these final 2 players in and really being able to show us what they can do. But look, this is a team that not too long ago, the core of this roster was pushing top 10.
Yeah, incredible.
Like, this can be a team that can cause some real turmoil at some high level events, and I think it's now just sort of getting the final details sorted with this full 5 and showing us what you can do, and I think this is the best stage to do it. You obviously predicted a side like Sharks that you think are going to go on to win the whole event. 9Z, why can't they?
Yeah.
They have the pieces to it. It's show us what you can do with them now.
Yeah, well, the competitor, certainly. Obviously, it is going to be 9Z against Shinden kicking off in about an hour's time. That won't be with us, though. That will be with Mark and JRT. So if you guys are going to be staying tuned, make sure to show them some love. But beforehand, we jump to a break.
Hey everyone, welcome back to CCTSA number 8, round of 16. I'm JRT with Mark, and we're going to be carrying you through the final 2 round of 16 matches here. The first one, 9Z versus Shinden. Then we're going to have Red Canids up against, oh my gosh, why am I just remembered the Dusty Roots. There we go, Dusty Roots. I got it, guys. It's actually 2 really interesting matchups, right? And I'm curious to know your thoughts here, Mark.
You know what, JRT, I'll start off like a little less serious. If you're a fan of some Argentinian CS, like, it's your day. And you know what, like, I always am. On these back ends, I think Shinden and Dusty Roots are, going to be 2 great showings from a place where the representation needs results in rounds like this, JRT, where today you've already seen some awesome makings happen. I think more of the expectation to go in the way they did. Sharks and Don Amigos did clean up in their quarterfinals over there, rather their round of 16, making the quarterfinal.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty interesting so far this round of 16, honestly. Yesterday I had the opportunity to cast Bestia up against Uno Mile, and that was a 5-hour BO3.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
That was wild.
No.
I honestly, Uno Mile going up to that was surprisingly like so-so, I would say. And then they go into this one against Bestia, and they looked absolutely ridiculous. They pushed Bestia to the limit. And finally, Bestia takes that second map, which we thought Uno Mile would, and then they end up in those quarterfinals. We got a lot of other teams that are solid there. Swingers, Audic, Fluxo, Sharks, and Alda Yamigos, like you already alluded to. And now we decide the last 2 teams that are going to get there. All right, we can talk about Dusty Roots, Red Canids later. Let's focus in on 9Z Shinden here and talk about 9Z because, they're a different team now compared to what they were even a couple of months ago. DGT deciding to bench himself, Buddha getting benched by the team, and then changing coaches as well from TGE to Yell. What do you think about all this, Mark?
Yeah, it's a very interesting process that this 9Z team has come upon, even with their great stints. I feel like I was telling you, just like in the green room where I was at IEM Dallas, I got to see them face upon the stage versus it seemed like all of the country who was behind G2, excuse me, where, I mean, they were the real Cinderella run. And it was so wonderful to see a team like that, get the reps and even get a lot of support themselves. But, coming into that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago now. They've gone into the year. It hasn't gone exactly the way that they have wanted. But, I mean, it's been some changes that you may have not kind of expected to exactly rip up. I think where you see a player step down, right? You were just talking about the decision to get DZT out of the roster himself. Well, even in our ladder series, there were a couple moves like that processed the flights that we will see later on. But I think you still have a very promising core that adds in, right? I mean, a Spaniard onto this roster. It's very interesting to see how this will all come back to power Max's system.
Yeah, absolutely. And Max, I think that might be the wrong Max, but it's okay. But yeah, no, I mean, Max has been around forever, really, on the 9Z roster. 5 years, and DGT was pretty much along that ride with him. So it's interesting to see DGT's take a step back. And, well, Adam S is going to take his place, and Adam S hasn't been too shabby, based on his performances on Koi and Movistar Riders before that. So we'll see how he'll fit into this roster. I believe he's already played a few maps at most, I would say, with 9Z, but we'll see how that works out. And Lucan is also one of the newer additions. He's actually been in and out of 9Z over the last few years. So he's just coming back again. And he was on a long break, right?
Yeah, he was, I think, in his last official sort of opportunity, just about a year's time before, with that Argentinian side of Bestia. So I think it's great to see him ripping back into the server. And again, it's back after 2 years, I believe, where he was last on in like late of 2022. So it's a great time to get him back into a play. I think actually a sign of where a bit of this normalcy comes down.
Well, yeah, and I mean, look, I'm very curious to see what 9Z can do, because if you also look at their rankings, they were top 10 down to top 30 down to top 100 within the span of 3 months, and I think that's a lot to do with their roster changes. Anyway, let's switch gears, talk about Shinden. This is an up and coming team, Argentinian team, as you already alluded to. A lot of Argentinian teams making it through here, and they're doing pretty well for themselves. In fact, they have a match tomorrow in the semifinals in the Open South America playoffs against Dusty Roots, who are the other Argentinian team we're going to be casting today. Look, you've been watching this team kind of go up and coming throughout this CCT throughout the last few months. What do you think about them?
I'm a big fan of, obviously, a region that I hype up, because I think that in my time, like, getting to know the South American scene in general, this has been a very passionate heart of it. You know, getting to know even the lineups of Velox that bleed through, and a lot of the experience that I think players on this roster do show. Obviously, this comes through the Lujanetta, core that we were saying with their coach Rugo, that's been with them for some time. So I think you do have this new addition of Nacho that is led for some question. You go into this server here, and it is IBZ, the Opper, looking up against Lucan, who has been just destroying on that AWP. But I mean, getting that battle between obviously Martinez in the roster, who's a guy that comes from Velox, right? That, started right there. The Spanish player even comes to the Argentinian side, played with a guy like Johnny Boy, who's a legend in his own right, JRT. It's very well knit over here. And I think you have this thing all ran through BK1 to, take full advantage of a guy like IBZ, who I don't think we've seen the best out of.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, I mean, if you aren't following it, guys, Shinden are the underdogs. There's no question about it here. Even with 9Z's, we'll call them struggles lately, because of the roster changes that they've kind of been forced upon them with Ichi departing. And then they obviously, with that happening, would lose a core player like that, they'd say, okay, well, coach gone, Buddha gone, let's bring in some new blood. And they become more of a mixed team than necessarily a South American team at this point. But you know what? It all works out. Let's see what the veto is going to bring us here. Train ban. Oh, God. Train's always banned. Everyone's banning Train. I haven't casted it yet. Anyway, whatever. Inferno going to get banned as well. Then we have Nuke picked by Shinden and Ancient by 9Z with a leftover Nubis. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think from the front end of it, it's actually a very kind of good look into it to the beginning of a series where it's a nuke that also really looks good for a 9Z team that will have experience on it. So I think Shinden kind of coming in, and they're not afraid to sort of, put their strongest foot forward to 9Z's and exactly compare that off, where honestly, this is a map that if Shinden face into it well, JRT, very early, this could be a slippery slope for 9Z.
Yeah, no question. I mean, look, it's going to have to be a strong performance from Shinden on their map pick, because it's not going to get any easier when they go to Ancient. But, Shinden have been serviceable on Ancient as well. Again, against competition that might not be as high as 9Z, but, they have been playing the likes of Sharks and Audic lately, so it's not too bad. But if you look outside of that, it's more of the lower tier teams. Still, I feel like there's an opportunity for Shinden to get the upset here. But when you look at the firepower, when you look at the abilities on that 9Z team in terms of how powerful they can be on the server, it's a very strong team up against an up-and-coming team. That, I think, is going to be the difference maker here. You can look at map stats all you want, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the players in the server.
Yeah, and you know what? 9Z did just come off a pretty big upset where Audic took them out in the round of 16 of Series 7, where I got to see that Audic team right after versus the players, and then, or rather versus Sharks right after they kind of steamrolled the players. And I mean, it was kind of a letdown for them to even make a semifinal and, kind of stomp along the path that they actually did upon. It was overtime that they got out of 9Z in that first map, and then just kind of steamrolled them 13-4. Not coming to my mind what that second map exactly was at the time. But look, I think that some of these online results can really catch you off guard every now and again. It's a new day for them to kind of set the tone here. It's a much hotter Audic that it faced off into. It was a 3-1 that Shinden, I believe, put up within that group stage. So they just want to waltz in here and very much get a great look into the series. I think in the pregame. They've done about as much as they can to set themselves up for that. I think Nuke is a very positive start for a Shinden lineup. If you're hoping for the Argentinian squad to come up here and rustle some feathers again today, I just don't think that 9Z are going to let themselves slip on that twice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see, right? Because they did lose in their first round of 16 matchup against Audic last time. That was on February 19th. So, I mean, look, we'll see how it fares for 9Z as we go forward here. I personally feel like I think since Adam S was added, I don't know if they've lost. They did lose one BO3, and they won the last two. So W7M was a 2-0 victory, and then Swingers also a 2-0 victory in that one. So we'll see if the changes that have just been employed here for 9Z will help them bounce back and get back to top form, because let's be honest, this is a team that used to be at the bottom rung. Like, they used to be the one that was trying to crack into it. Then they cracked into it and they were looking incredible. They were making majors. Everything was looking good. And then that disappointment, of course, I think you might have already mentioned it, but either way, the Perfect World Shanghai major didn't even make it through the RMR. Like, didn't even get through and have a chance to compete at the major, which was not something that anyone really expected. Losing to, I think it was, Furia, Pain, and Wildcard. The Wildcard loss, I think, Wildcard's looking great, but I mean, you expect 9Z to perform better there, and they just really didn't.
I mean, we'll support a wild card victory any day.
Yes.
I think JRT. But,
Absolutely,
I
man.
mean, for a squad that I think I'll mention it again, right? I briefly touched on Dallas and some great things there. It'll always stand out when you can make it into the arena. It was pretty consistent results, good placings within Challenger League in South America. I mean, opportunities to even, I guess, send it that way with the resume to make an RMR, but then you lose a lot of that form later on in the year. And, that's what causes you to exactly bump into a change, maybe even when it was too late. But hey, JRT, this is one that you're going to know all so well. You casted 2 nukes in one series yesterday. Welcome back.
Hey, love me some Nuke. More Nuke. It's crazy. We casted 4 maps in 2 maps. Basically 4 maps and 2 maps. It was insane. Anyway, more rounds of overtime than we cast the regulation in those 2 maps as well. Another crazy stat. Yeah. Anyway, let's jump into this. Abiz going to get the opener. Adam S and Hawazu Peak strike right on back for 9Z to make it a man advantage. BK1's walking into the crosshair of Max, and Max is going to hit that every day of the week.
They are still going to be ramping down on the way through this. Adam S is just going to be ramping right down. Max doesn't even need to get involved there as 9Z puts the close on a very quick ramp hit that Shinden try and let off to, but each one of those individuals standing out. That's the newest member, Adam S, with the multi.
All right, well, yeah. I mean, pretty straightforward
by
pistol.
the way. What's he doing here?
Look, it's a mixed bag now. they're a mixed team. They're a mixed team now. It's
oh yeah.
I mean, yeah. I think they have the 2 players. Is it 2 players required to be in the region? That have to. Yeah, I think you have to maintain 2 players to stay in a region, and 2 South American players. The rest are not, unless I'm mistaken. Anyway, Hawazu Peak going to get an easy 3-piece. One jumping down off the top of that roof, and then the other 2 after landing his feet on the ground. Max finds one as well, but look at this. Shinden managed to slip the bomb plant in. Maybe Max, does he got it? Yeah, Max denies it. All right, IVZ almost slipped that through, but it doesn't happen.
That's a legend, by the way, walking behind them. That's Arugo supporting the team of Shinden at the moment, but would have overlooked for maybe a bit less of a breakdown. Can't complain too much on those ecos. 9Z seem to be online at the moment. Chinas hasn't even seemingly hit mouse one yet.
Hasn't had to, really. And that's perfectly fine by him, I'm sure. But once the op is out, I think that's when we'll see Martinez a little bit more. Same for IBZ, of course, but he's going to have to settle for a Galil this time. Abiz going to get 1, not the second. Adam S with a very good trade after Martinez goes down, and that is exactly how the way they drew it up, because Martinez had the lower firepower available to him. And look at Max being cheeky. There it is. Timing freebie for him, and he even swings around to get IVZ mark.
Can he survive for a third just on the platter? He can just get traded out because you know what? The MP9 is literally up top T roof through 40 seconds of this round. That's how crazy it's gotten, but Nacho's going to have to box out a couple of these plays. Too much to ask for. Because of how clean those previous rounds have been, only surviving with 2 players is not going to cost 9Z really anything at all. It's aggressive, and you can really respect that, sort of holding down the gas in this first gun round, not really giving a chance for Shin to get comfortable, at least in round 3.
All right, well, good on 9Z, keeping firm control of this one so far and pretty much proving the point, well, at least in the first 2 rounds. It's far from over,
This
but...
guy's in a red room at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, wow. Lucan, chilling. Wonder if there's some RGB going on or if it's just... just red.
Just
looks like it's
void.
just red. Well... Well, so Pete.
Get this peek out. Oh, no. Name's in the game, JRT, but maybe again a bit of a cleaner finish. You're up to 2. Doesn't get so lucky with the drop on the AWP. 9Z are actually letting up and feeling the pressure back from Shinden, JRT. These aren't toothless fights at all. Back-to-back rounds where you have like 6 bodies added up total.
Yeah, no, so it's something for Shinden. Obviously, they're going to need a lot more than that, and that's just generated from the chaos of those anti-eco sometimes. So we'll see if they can do it with the rifles. There's IVZ's op, and he is the man to watch, of course, on the Shinden roster. Top-rated player over the last 3 months, 1.11 rating, and a plus 119 kill-to-death differential, largely in part due to the fact that he's the opper, so he's saving a lot, but still, he's having that impact fragging-wise as well. No questions asked. Here we go. Round number 5, this is Shinden's chance to make their mark on the map and get around on the board.
I got IVZ with that AWP. With a little bit of a crawl here by BK1, who's just going to see right exactly to that scope.
Oh,
Martinez
man.
just a bit blind there. And there could have been a tell about a flash coming over from the mini region. A bit cursive as to where the second player outside could have gone. 9Z, they realize that there has been a bit of a shakeup, giving up a ramp here a little bit early. Max is still active, JRT, and they're progging them from either side into the thorn bush.
Man.
They're even getting it from behind.
Indeed. Nacho.
Bruh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, well, you know, you said it. I'll leave it there. I'll leave it alone. I'll be nice. Nacho is the
It's only round 5.
last one standing. And is not going to have much of a chance to have an impact on this round. So, yeah, I mean, look, 9Z playing ramp as you typically do. You know, you get the information, you give up the space, and then you just wait for the players to come in towards B site. It worked beautifully. Everyone getting in on the mix except for Lucan. And if Lucan does find the last frag, then well, we do have the team A's coming through, but it seems unlikely that that will materialize. Nacho, probably going to hang on to this AK. They are hunting a little bit, but his spot is fairly well concealed, assuming he maintains it. He should actually be able to get a frag here, I would imagine, if he's looking in the right direction. But he's just going to play hide and seek. And as the time ticks away, Mark.
It's like he will survive on bye. Nacho, the rest of this squad, obviously we know BK1 has been, battling around here in Argentina for some time here. There's a pretty big difference kind of with the youth on this Shinden squad. They're all kind of around this like 20 to 20-year-old range.
Yeah.
Obviously, besides the BK1, but this is a guy that played with BK1 back when he was on Boca Juniors. He was last on Hawks back in September of 2024. So he's been a guy that, I mean, even within the young age and kind of consideration to the rest of the roster, comes in with a considerable amount of experience.
Well, they're going to have to deploy that experience to try and get around on the board here up against 9Z because so far, nada. They are going to invest here, or somewhat invest. Is this just a mixed buy? Yeah, looks like it. I'm not sure what the idea is here to have a couple of players staying on above 1.5k with the other 3 fully investing, but we'll see if it works out for Shinden. Maybe they feel confident in those MAC 10, in the MAC 10 and the Tech 9. Max going to pop the smoke here. Roy and A-Biz waiting right outside of A. It looks like they're just going to try to blitz through A with some utility ahead of it, and that's exactly what happens. Does it work is another question. Actually, turns out to be a vent drop with a couple of players going down, and maybe a third slips through. No, IVZ spotted out. Hawaso Peak gets that frag. So 2 players did get down. Probably heard, though.
Yeah, this one is lining up to already be a frustrating start. I'm not sure IVZ could find the vent in that instance, man. Max is automatic at the moment. That's his 8th kill. Nacho and Roy, for a 2v4, have great positioning on this matter. 2 players in from the ramp. You get this double in from Secret right here. Nacho's going to have to go ahead and get them both. Roy almost goes 100% with his swings, but now you've really got to try and depreciate on these fights. Max does that in back the direction. He gets a 9th upon that, if I'm going to sing his praises. 9Z, carry on. And it's through consistency, just like that, JRT. A mini player showing up that early, Martinez hasn't even needed to get involved.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you look at the numbers right now. They talked about Max already, 9-2. Hawaso Peak, 10-2. These are not the 2 players you expect to be top fragging on the team right now. Usually you'd see Martinez and Lucan in that spot. Lucan, most recently, of course, at least in the last 13 maps, has been pretty solid for the squad, which is the last 13 maps he's played, of course, with 9Z, because he has been absent on his long break up until this point. Anyway, 6-0 in favor of 9Z. They've got Max, their IGL, playing well, and that's always good news for 9Z and bad news for the opponent. Martinez misses the shot. He knows a player is up on Marshmallow, though. And that'll force BK1 to defend his teammate and try to keep him alive in that elevated position.
I think 9Z are about to make an enemy out of all of Argentina today. After this, they're going to play Bestia in the close qualifiers for PGL Bucharest.
They've got Lucan. If you're Argentina, you can cheer him on, right?
Like, there you go. That's fine. Man on the inside. Actually, maybe a full inside grab. A little bit more coordinated. That's where you could sort of let up into this lane, but BK1 has really been wanting to lead from the information that he can get outside, and Max is just reading this thing, the line about to come through, the smoke only with a couple more moments left to tick upon it. Just can feel something behind it. There's that back Molotov gonna drop, and Hasao has to just try and dance between this. That's actually a very clean entry. Look at how they led up onto the bomb site. That's the result that they were hoping for, and Nacho's gonna keep ripping away, and they may just clean this one up. Martinez, though, gonna let up to try and get away with at least the fear from the mini beak.
Yeah, that's a great take, honestly. It felt like Max had the read, and then he repositioned away from the door, which is really what allowed Shinden to have that moment of space that they wouldn't have been afforded if Max had not left that up-close position at Squeaky. So, you know, a little bit of a maneuvering. I don't want to call it an error, just the fact that he changed position, didn't have that perfect read, and well, it gave Shinden an opportunity to finally crack things through. And like you were alluding to in these 6 rounds, at least up to this point, Shinden have been doing damage to 9Z. They have been at least getting some frags here and there and keeping the economy relatively honest, which, of course, I mean, I think in either situation, even if the economy was healthy, Martinez would save the op just because it's such a big piece. But still, now he really has to make sure that it stays in his hands. Even though he's got 10K, the rest of his team is not faring as well in terms of money. He'll be able to drop, though, and they should have a full buy-up as a result. So Shinden going to have to do the same thing once more.
And it was very proper the way they sort of walk about this. It was a very healthy 9C that they had to walk down, and it's just not going to be clean every time, just like that. They speed it up just a little bit further, and honestly, it's a very bloody pursuit right out. They come out on top of it, and it's Lucan that's barely holding on to make this a 3v3.
Lucan even spams that, to be honest with you. At 8 HP, you really have to be wary of spamming that smoke. But anyway, Adam S being smoked off, speaking of which, over in heaven, and I feel like they're going to just posture for a save. Even though it's a 3v3, just time is ticking away, the positioning isn't good. They're better off keeping the guns they've got and resetting for the next round. So, I mean, although it didn't start off as nicely for Shinden on that attempt to take, once more, they're able to battle against adversity here, find their way to that second frag on the player in the rafters, and then, well, that opens up everything they need to get that bomb plant and another round victory. So 2 in a row for Shinden. Very good news for the young Argentinians. They try and get into this match.
And it kind of seems like they wanted to get back into the pace that they like tried to start with. They wanted to kind of like really start in with a little bit of a buzz, whether that was reaching out and trying to take advantage of a couple of those fights. We know BK1 was trying to get active like that. They sort of hopped back on that train. It's a very quick action A, and honestly, I was a little bit concerned about it when they were coming out straight up, but 9Z, that's why they're willing to take results like that. They considered the bank accounts that were already on max to, you know, really get one more solid buy. If they really go out in a bloody engagement, that is what takes a reset. I don't think they're going to be disappointed because they're all in the right place, right where they need to be. And Lucan is now going to be seeing into the A hit. A clean grab onto that first. And now this is where 9Z can take advantage. They can just try and split these engagements. And now they audible at the line. They are trying to split into the lower bomb site at the moment. And Lucan, he is just bobbing in like the lure, trying to see in behind this trophy crawl.
Well, Shinden has been given that space at ramp once more. And in fact, all the way into the B site, no one is home for 9Z. Do have Max trying to retake the space, but it's going to be difficult for him. He's going to have to wait for the rest of his team to head down ramp before he activates, and now he's got some support himself. Bomb planted. There's the util, and it should be chunk. Oh, no, it isn't. Not that much damage. Roy takes a little bit, most of it, I would say. But other than that, they're still pretty healthy. Going to have to win the duels. Max fading away a little bit. You have to imagine, you got to go for this if you're 9Z. Eventually, you got to make a move. Time is ticking away on that bomb. There goes Huaso Peak. Nacho's got a great angle. 9Z just look way too hesitant here. Now, I don't even know if they can get the defusal, even if they find the frags. No, there's time. There's no time. They've run out of it. And it will be a third round in a row for Shinden.
Martinez loses the AWP at the end. I was not sure that 17 health was going to be nearly enough to actually get that out securely back at the ramp. And that's exactly what Shinden were hoping for. Honestly, a little bit more of a jiggle into what you could keep would, you know, see where their heads are at with that. Now, you get the op-out, well, they're just going to rip right back into it. There's no world where 9Z are going to be waiting around for round 10 to actually be set by Shinden's tempo that they can just feel nipping at theirs. I mean, one more round to Shinden here, and it would really pull a shift into the first half where Shinden could probably bring this to a tie game.
Absolutely. No, I mean, already getting 3. 9Z have to be saying, okay, well, I thought we'd be more dominant here. It's not just the 3, I should say. It's the 3 in a row. 9Z have not been able to stop this run from Shinden, at least not yet. Now they're going to look for maybe some more control at Yard. A couple of players behind these smokes. One Lucan leaning into Mini, and the other one's Martinez with the AWP at Garage. Oh, Lucan. This is a pretty prime spot. Yep, they're not clearing it at all. Lucan manages to get one before Martinez is cleaned out, but it's probably enough. Maybe not. Actually, I say that as Roy is able to clean out Lucan, and also Pete getting over-aggressive there, trying to retake the space. Maybe because he was hoping that would happen, as Max is right behind him, and they just maybe wouldn't have expected 3 players to be around that mini position. Anyway, 2v2, BK1 and Roy are low.
9Z trying to get ahead of the cut, even before Shinden has seemingly made a decision. Max be heading all the way down. That is a long AK barrel that Adam actually did get a hand on, but he got both onto the head of BK1, slaps him all the way out, and that's individual play at its finest. There is your third prong out of this Trident. They have literally 3 players just on ridiculous score lines through 10 rounds, all in double digits. I don't really think that, you know, the win condition that we're pitching out for Shinden, really trying to get into a strong start, is playing out here. 9Z, even in this first half, with a bounce back like that, it just kind of shows how one-sided they can make a scoreline, even with wiping 3 rounds of a stake off like that. We need to see if it sticks right here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the type of impact also that 9Z are hoping to get out of Adam S. Sure, he's not going to be that star fragger, but they don't want him to be. They want him to be that supporting player that can come through in key moments and help bring his team across that finish line. Winning rounds like that is certainly the way to do it. Lucan and Max setting up at outside. And Lucan, actually that smoke pop isn't that great coming through from 9Z, so they won't get the visibility that they're hoping for. Lucan backs off because of it, but still swings and finds BK1 as a late trailer on that entry into Secret. Obviously, it gives away the fact that some players may have slipped through to 9Z, so they're going to have to activate Max, who's waiting. Max, oh no! Right. Oh, yeah, that was so bad. Sorry. Max
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable, JRT. He's trying to hop on his head still. The body hits the floor.
Oh,
and
man.
Shinden is going to be head and hands after that. There is no doubt about it in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be aware of the fact that your leg is showing around the corner in that situation. If you're going to set it up, you have to be further back. Look, that's a rough one to watch. Max, full credit to him. Got the 3K, but it was kind of handed to him.
Max is a bully.
Yeah.
He's a bully for that.
Wow.
He knows what he's trying to do.
You gotta abuse
absolutely.
No question.
That's something he's calling up as an IGL. He's just like laughing as he holds mouse one. It's honestly a great little occurrence that goes down there in secret. A bit more mischievous I serve it up as. Honestly, that's how you deal with something like that. How you gotta laugh it off, move on to that next round. It's only 7-3, by the way. 7-4.
8-3.
We'll call it all the way down. 8-4. I don't know. 8-3. Am I predicting this? Where are we going? They're still down within the picture. That's a little bit silly on the back end for it, but I don't think you're going to let that one round kind of overdevelop the disappointment of this first half already. You're still going to make the most of this round 12 here. And heck, if it's a good one, then you can look into the second half with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely. You got to put that one behind you. And there's some nerves, of course, for Shinden facing off against a team like 9Z that they probably watched at majors. And, some of these names are pretty daunting to go up against. But you got to shake it off. You got to reset yourselves and get back to it. Just a bit of a mistake. Certainly cost them an opportunity at the round. Now they're heading into the final round of play here in this first half of Action of Nuke, and they need to find that fourth. A fourth would be great. If they don't, 9-3, it's recoverable. It's not impossible to get back from it, but it's going to be difficult against the 9Z squad that also is pretty strong on their T side of Nuke. All right, let's get into it. Bit of action here at ramp. You have Roy already down to 5 HP, but good heads-up play by Abiz, aware of the fact that Huaza Peak might be trying to push and force the issue.
Double players already down to the bottom of B, respectively trying to get organized before Shinden are going to end up taking that next step, which feels like it could have been a couple of moments ago. You already have Adam just gonna be prompted all the way back behind camera. Molotov's out, set to fight. He may just try and rip two with the A4. Yeah, this double doors was left open for a reason. Max is trying to get all the way through. Left enough time for Lucan to just ruin the bomb plant. There's no chance at even taking the round just like this. Hold on, it's actually this 2v2. They crack-locked this down. It's that one trade that came through on the ramp that evened this up. Popped out of the vent, JRT. It's actually Shinden that can just pull this back into their court, need to hit the headshot. If there's anybody who can do it, it is Max. He lands the spray. It's going to be that flash right through. BK went backed up at this thing. The IGLs are going to be able to decide this last round here in the first half. Eventually, is it not poetic just like that? Max wins the 1v1 JRT and puts the cap on a dominant 9-3 first half.
Max's movement throughout that entire series of frags was brilliant. I mean, he gets the first one through the double doors, immediately retreats, doesn't want to take an extended engagement because, he's already gotten some damage, and he goes into observation, then just kind of hovers around there, knows there's a player that's trying to frag him, so he's peeking, jiggling back and forth until he gets that advantage, and then down to that 1v1. Both players spot each other, and Max just biding his time. He's got the kit. He doesn't have to rush the engagement that he's going to take, and brilliantly done. Just outplays his opponent and IGL, his counterpart. So we go 9-3 in favor of 9Z.
Hey.
And yeah, that's a pretty strong scoreline for 9Z. Again, this is Shin.
I bet you're happy to
map
see
pick.
that. The universe has given this to you. I promise. Quick first map on Nuke. You deserve it, JRT.
Don't say that. It's not done. Why are you doing
that? That's what I'm here. I'm here to stir the pot. But hold on. That's what we could be serving it up because it's damn hot out of the biz who may just go and put a line on a 4K. Max, we just saw how he waxed the last round of the first half. It's a 1v4 that he served up with, JRT. I think Shinden may be getting a good kick into the second half, looking into the beginning of it. Awfully bright back through trophy room. Hopefully that shine is not just off it. It's Nacho that puts Max away, and Shinden, they can at least hold their hopes high in the second half.
All right. Yeah, I love overtime. Don't get me wrong, but don't be cursing stuff right here, Mark. Fourth round for Shinden. Maybe you're reverse cursing because you want Shinden to get stuff going and find some magic on their side. And I do too. I mean, they're a team that has had a pretty strong story up to this point, and they're trying to punch above their weight class. We'll see if they can continue to do so. They did have that 3-round run in the first half, but outside of that, it wasn't really that much to speak of. Now here, winning pistol forces 9Z onto an eco because they didn't get that bomb plant, Mark.
9Z are, I think, really kind of showing their quality where I think a 9-3 half is definitely a worse result showing up on the scoreboard, no doubt about it, than what effort Shinden actually put through. Commented on a lot of the bodies that they were routinely dropping before they did kind of strike and finally crack into that 3-round run. So they've seriously got a little bit of something behind where you've gotten a little bit of that confidence on this nuke. However, it's really going to be hard when you can't set it into the paint. Nacho's going to try and reach up, but these Glocks are going to absolutely hammer down. It's one little gimme you're going to be getting from the secret. Maybe a little bit of a re-peek action. Yeah, not today. Biz is still going crazy with the A4, but they've taken a couple of bodies. This is really concerning.
I mean, just getting a plant would be great. Unfortunately, I feel like that window's closed now. Because look for Roya's easy frag. Yeah, no way Lucan expects that. That'll do it. So Shinden, despite losing 3 bodies, win the round. And that's 3 bodies against 0 investment. 9Z have to be happy with the result. As Shinden are going to reinvest. And look how fragile their economy is now, right? Like, lose this round and 9Z's got full control again, pretty much.
Kind of serve it up expensively as well, because they are going to be reaching so farly for this. They did not get eyes on Nacho. Back outside to Red, though he is going to be hot within the crosshairs. Actually does clean the fadeaway kill onto Hassau. Actually close within this spamming Max. Trying to get something straight back from this outside engagement early. Spaniard Lucan as well come away with a lot of damage from all this grasp and inner. EK1 refreshes this on door, and 9Z, they go and fish in another pond.
Wow, lots of damage done against 9Z as well. So, Shinden setting themselves up well for a potential 6th round, but it's still not over. Problem for 9Z is that their util's running quite low. They want to use these smokes here. They won't have anything left for post-plant. But the problem is this. If you don't use the smokes, Nacho is able to actually only get 1. Adam S.
Huge trade.
Yeah, I mean, but Adam S. has given up the plan here for 9Z. They know that they're going to go towards the B side. So Shinden's already rotating A-Biz down here, staring down towards Decon. Doors opened. They're going to use whatever util they've got left to try and gain this space. That smoke proves to be valuable, and Lucan wins the fight at observation. Then IVZ gets caught looking the wrong way. Well coordinated by 9Z. 3v2, still not done.
And you reconsider the back-end approach. It all went so quickly for Shinden that they're going to hold on to what they can. JRT, we spoke about how even the thinnest margin of error taken advantage of by 9Z would, really look into the cracks that, I mean, we're punched with the Glocks for the consideration of 9Z needing to put that through, and Shinden don't tighten up when it's tough. They push out of ramp there, trying to get overly aggressive. They were in position right to smack down. Individuals were very much in poor health. It's tough, JRT. That one is going to sting.
Yeah, it will. A little less so because they did save 2 AKs out of that round, but a timeout being called here for them to talk things over. What do you do? Because money is still not good enough to justify, I think, any real type of investment here. A-Biz could potentially drop an op next round if they go for the eco. Maybe. I don't even know if the money's going to be healthy enough for that, but either way. Yeah, it's tough. This is not going to be great. I think what's going to happen here for Shinden is you take those 2 rifles, you either stack them up on one site or divide them between the 2 and hope that they can have the impact, because I don't think anyone else should be investing in this round. it's tough because, you know, you could just end up having those 2 rifles saving again, and it'll be 11-5 for 9Z before you know it. Oh no, they actually do force up. I don't know how I feel about that, because you lose this round, then you're pretty much done. You're done on the map. Yeah. Okay.
They're really gonna, I think, decide to spar officially with this here. I sort of saw a couple of the SMGs bought up initially, and I wondered if you were gonna kind of step onto the gas with it. Doesn't mean you're not gonna get an aggressive look from some point in the map here. 9-0 very, very much playing this game of clearing each little bit of lobby together, making sure that you're always gonna have that little bit of support for you. Martinez finally decides to clock out. To see Lucan left alone, ready to lurk, and 9Z, they haven't even really been brought and challenged outside, because what is it going to come back from the scout? BK1's in door.
Yeah. Look, I mean, if they can get around here, be fantastic.
Ooh.
BK1 does find one onto Lucan, but Max the immediate trade. Abe is still lurking around lobby, but he gets caught as well. It's another trade. BK1 will give his team the edge, 2v1. This is a dream scenario for Shinden off this force buy. They must get this frag if they want to have a chance of competing, or continuing to compete here on Nuke, and they will! BK1 delivers the IGL with a 3K, and Shinden are still in this.
A full house between BK1 and Nacho as well. 2 players that needed to absolutely stand up with a huge play. I mean, especially BK1. It's so difficult in order to pivot through what is like the mini crawl, having to manage the back end of what's coming through door. It's both times that he gets all these players out. Really kind of best Martinez, not expecting all that push to be so close. And I think Shinden actually, I mean, we discussed it. That was kind of all or nothing, and right here it's definitely going to feel like they just got a very nice one about it. Something may be up for discussion beginning of this round. Everybody head back towards spawn. It's like paintball.
It looks like it's not live. Yeah, that's right. Something happened there, so they had to reset. They're going to need to have a match medic, I imagine, just to make sure that everything is sorted out. And it looks like they're already getting things arranged in that regard. But yeah, no, I mean, look, Shinden, despite the fact that, yes, you know, they did win that round, their economy is still going to be a little bit frail because they only had 2 players left standing at the end of it. Luckily for them, there was a couple of rifles. There's that match medic. So yeah, you see the economy, the situation still kind of rough. On the other side, 9Z could even justify, and I think they sort of did, an investment into the round. We'll see if, I think they have to buy the same guns if I'm not mistaken, given the way things went in that previous one. And yep, that looks like it'll be the case. So they're going to get some pistol upgrades, a little bit of body armor, trying to make it work, but they're more so waiting for the opportunity to get a full buy going once more. Let's see if that hero AK for Lucan will deliver anything for them.
It's just that one hero AK, and he's usually the man that is keeping tabs, doing the dirty work here in lobby. So I think naturally to take a bit of a slower card here, Shinden know all too well how a change of pace can, I mean, lead to changing in fortunes with the T side. That comes straight out of their playbook. They remain patient for it. It was a really tough fight that really just had to take on that mini crawl, but he's going to have to likely get active as a rotate because you're going to be stomping all the way down, and Abiz is just going to have to get in position. They normally say that ramp is going to favor the rotating angle every time. Nacho ignores what's happening on the bomb side. He's holding things down on the other side. Martinez with the spam. All of a sudden, 2 guns recovered, and the bomb down for 9Z.
Roy's not going to be expected at all. Yeah, Max blindsided by that MP9, so Roy gets the AK in his hands. But it's still, it's a 3v3 post-plant. This is going to be a big engagement into observation. And look at the movement. 9Z head the heck out of dodge, so they don't give Shinden that quick opportunity to respond. That burns more time off the clock. You have the bomb, and it's the pistol that gets one. Martinez the second. He's doing so much damage here at 3K, and the op has to retreat. Oh, what a coup from 9Z. This wasn't even the full investment. It's just the pistols bought up with the hero AK, but Martinez does what he has to with the rifle. 11-6 for 9Z.
I mean, Shinden, it feels like they're deserving of this story turning around, really getting bloody up in it. But deserve got nothing to do with it, JRT. And when you get hit down with a Tech 9, they don't even wait for Ibiz to get his feet set all the way through. They understand that there is just such a quick time to pounce onto that ramp player. They get the bomb in. I mean, ridiculous scenes that you even have. Literally upper. Martinez gets that swing. Players running through smokes to get that trade down. You know Shinden can't survive and really play that. That's why they're up with the 5-7s. And look at this door pop. You actually will have a favored engagement for this. It may be the second. BK1 has gone huge beginning of this round, and they're going to crunch on the left of lobby. That's why they just run over ramp. They're diverting right towards this lower bomb site.
And there's 2 AKs down on the ground. All the players have body armor, of course, because they're forcing up. They feel like their backs are against the wall, which they are, taking the risk. It paid off last time. It might pay off again here.
Well, he's right behind that Molotov. They're not going to be expecting him there. Oh, no.
Okay,
That's
Max.
tough.
Yeah, Max actually does get that. So that's a little bit tough. Roy wasn't expected. He just couldn't hit the shots with the 5.7. It's hit or miss sometimes with that gun, and especially at that range. What can you do?
They're actually set up here for a pretty nice battle at Double Door, if it even comes.
No, it won't. It won't. They're retreating.
Man.
I'm surprised that they choose this, but also at the same time I'm not, because look at the money. They forced up into this round. They're able to walk out of it with 2 AKs and an AWP.
They're nearly pulling profits. Yeah, like it's 12 entirely, but I think you would rather stand on that 12 with these 3 premium guns that you find out. Max with a little bit of a shenanigan out on the back end. He loses his gun. All good. Don't cry over spoiled milk. Spilled milk. Something happened in there.
One of the 2, yeah. But it will be 9Z doubling up on Shinden's scoreline, 12-6. They've got 6 opportunities to close out Shinden's map pick before we head on to Ancient. Shinden, because they saved those 3 guns, they have a serviceable buy-up. Still has to be a FAMAS and MP9, but both those guns can be used effectively. Deploy them properly. Look at this. 9Z are thinking about going for that blitz, and Molotov actually takes down Adam S from BK1. Then Roy catches Suazopi going out by himself out of hut. Martinez will get a response finally. It feels like 9Z wants to keep fighting here and get a second one to even out the numbers, but eventually Martinez is going to have to back off thanks to that smoke, as he goes for a bit of a desperate spam, but doesn't connect on anything in the process. Oh, but Martinez, what a peek around from Squeaky. I think he even saw the player go second vent.
He does. He has just got a feeling about this. Trying to flame out of this door. Can at least just try and set for a moment, because Shinden now feel that they're on the hot seat. 2 kills just drug right back. Seems like Nacho may be setting into a very nice timing about this. He is rug pulled simply in the flick back over all of a sudden, and a 3v5. It is 9Z that survive, and it's all on Ibiz in a 1v3 to keep Shinden's map pick possible.
Yeah, and Max is having a map for himself. 24-9. Ibiz will get one. Okay, it's not over yet. 1v2. Can he get the second one? Bit of a whiff from Martinez. Bomb still ticking away. This has to make the move. Abiz, you till out. Throws the incendiary to make life difficult for Lucan, who's going right on through it, but Lucan catches Abiz looking the wrong way, who didn't expect Lucan to make that move. And that'll do it. 13th round found for 9Z, and now I can talk about Max. 24 frags here. Looking at his stats on Nuke over the last over the last 4 times he's played here in the last 3 months, it's not been that great. It's not this type of performance. He's got a KDR of 0.92, whereas here it's anything but a 0.92 KDR. That was unbelievable from him, carrying his team to victory both in the calling department and the fragging department.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a little bit concerning, to say the least, at the start. When he was just turning up, it seemed every single gunfight that was coming his way outside, it really kind of came through to lessen in on, like, it's like Martinez, we hardly see like get any time on the op. He had like a couple of great rounds there late with the 3K down into the lower bomb site. Obviously puts the wax on the last two there. And I think that you come through and actually show how I think that, man, it's really going to be hard moving away from a lot of names on a 9Z team that are fan favorites and are such recognizable faces, but also are so good within that server. It's really going to be hard to replace players like that. But, you know, we can sing Max's praises for a long time, but I think that Lucan really looked very, very sharp. They seemed very controlled with everything that was kind of being operated outside within that T side. It was Lucan and I believe inside with Adam S just for momentarily kind of swapping out that second player. They were very controlled. I think 9Z for kind of as like little result of, you know, actually getting these reps on Nuke sort of comparatively recently to their opponents tonight, they look so well practiced.
Yeah, and I think they all played well. Every single player did their job. And Martinez also, I don't know if you mentioned, but I thought he was great. Even without the op in his hands, with the rifle in a lot of situations, it all
got a crazy view model, buddy. He can set that thing go.
It's just, I don't know.
When you're scoped in, that's not a problem.
Hoppers want crazy view models all of a sudden. I don't know if it's like meta now, but I was watching Woody yesterday with his view model. I don't know what's happening, but maybe we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to take a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll have Ancient. All right, we're back here, guys, with map number 2 between 9Z and Shinden. Map number 1, pretty much what we expected, I would say, because 9Z looked fairly comfortable throughout the entirety of it. Yes, we had that 3-round run from Shinden and a few others coming through in that second half, but overall, 9Z were in control here.
Yeah, I think that, the result that we expected is exactly right, where I think it's a 9Z convincing victory. It wasn't exactly a lay down and die moment for Shinden either.
No,
I think that they were getting active within most of this game. There were a lot of rounds that, were a little bit closer towards, like, the beginning of that T side. I think even waking up for, a split second at, the turnaround of that half. But I really think that it's more of, honestly, very great graces for a 9Z team that, look, that they are not going to be walking in to another Onyx situation. They are going to do some damage and make up for some lost time here in South American playoffs and likely try and make this second map just as close.
Yeah, no.
Just as not close.
I feel like 9Z are honestly trying to make up for what happened over the last half a year, right? And of course, you got rid of, I don't want to say got rid of, that's not the right way to put it, but there are a few pieces that are no longer there that might not have been as motivated, to push forward with this current core. And they got Adam S in there, they got Lucan coming back, and I feel like those changes have just put them in a much better mindset and position with people who are ready to go and ready to work forward with this team and climb back up the ranks. Because it can be discouraging when you lose a lot of ranking, when things aren't going well. That's when you really get tested. That's when you either become battle hardened or you're going to back off. And I don't want to I'm not trying to make it sound like DGT is giving up on this. He was there for 6 years. He earned his he earned the right to step away from the project. But you need some guys who are going to be really strong and be ready to go back up and climb those ranks once more, I think.
I really think that I respect sort of that kind of like just self-intent to move up and actually reorganize as an individual. I was kind of like referencing that a little bit in our pre-show before, where in our second series today, you're going to see a new IGL on a team where, he moves over, dropped from MIBR, who decided to bench himself, kind of in similar fashion. Not a lot of these players want to stick around and stay stagnant when there are so many moving pieces in a South American scene that, when probably caught, you actually get that right mix. You have probably a greater chance more than other regions of finding something in a little bit shorter time, whether that's actually creating something a little bit newer. Obviously, we know VRS, that's not such the case anymore, but you add one or two onto what has been something fruitful. And I think that for 9Z, it's almost a perfect example of that. They really found, it looks to be, arguably, it's hard to replace a guy like DGT.
You got it.
Excuse me. There we go. Because on paper, he's ridiculous, right? But
yeah.
Lucan is honestly looking just as crispy. I would like to see maybe a couple other guys from Shinden take this step up, make my point look even better, JRT. But I don't think I'll have any problem with that.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And DGT and Max, it was iconic, right? Those two players playing together. There's so many moments I can think of in my mind where I was either casting or watching them play together, and they created moments that were unbelievable. So, like you said, a big loss, but at the same time, they were struggling and they needed a change. And maybe DGT recognizing that said, I have to be the one who steps back. I have to be the one who is going to spur that change. Anyway, let's see. Oh, and that's a nice shot from Nacho here. Let's see if 9Z can keep it together here on Ancient and close this one out, or if Shinden can finally make some noise. Nacho, immediately traded. Max going to drop IVZ, and BK1 does manage to connect for a response, but the space that's been given up is quite tough. 9Z could literally go in either direction. Oh, but BK1 sharp on the trigger.
It's crazy. Literally just wicks that right off. It's kind of a signature play, and it's just, so clean. That's a great headshot that comes through. Now Lucan in the back lines, getting active and literally clipped. It is clean from every edge of Shinden in this pistol round. They get 2 pistol rounds in a row. The back end of Nuke, it led up to shorthand better results for the play. So at least it let up into this Ancient and started exactly how they wish.
Alrighty, well, look, it's just a pistol round. We can't really build off of that too much. They can get a couple of rounds, but it could easily swing back in 9Z's direction once the guns come out. Let's see if Shinden can hold on at the very least, and not to mention make sure they get this conversion off of the pistol right here, as 9Z's going for the full save, and Actually just fully charging out of A main with the Glocks. They're going to have to get deleted by Nacho, and Nacho is happy to oblige. 4K for him. A-Biz wraps it up with a pretty bow, and of course that flashbang from IVZ helped out immensely.
That's the FAMAS era, baby.
Yeah,
it's
man.
here, JRT. It's here to stay. I'm loving it too. I am genuinely loving it too. It's so good. I kind of in situations like that where I think very much up to bar kind of in a lot of these. I think people like underestimate how like actually large. I don't mean to like go rave about the FAMAS here, but it was significantly kind of buffed with that spray.
Yeah.
It's very, very powerful now.
It's nice because it's actually justifiable to put it in your inventory and buy it.
I used to use it before too, man. I don't know what that's all about. MP9 men taking that direction, but here again, the FAMASs are gonna have to stand up so tall to it, and it looks like they are. 3 kills just like that, JRT, but the rotations are right on time.
Yeah, I mean, Roy and Nacho in perfect position to counter, and there it is. Lucan and Martinez are gone. Yeah, FAMAS is delivering for sure. And Shinden, that was the first test up against the rifles of 9Z. That was the full buy 9Z brought through with AKs across the board, and Shinden rebuffed them at every turn with the FAMAS each time. So that is going to be interesting to see how 9Z responds now. Are they going to invest a little bit? They do. It's a half buy with the Tech 9s and 1 Deagle from Martinez. But Shinden off to that hot start.
9Z familiar with that. They were just as ruthlessly aggressive in that third round of Nuke when they literally sprinted, I believe it was Max outside all the way to red. They took huge fights and they stood up tall. Now can actually try and reorganize with a couple of these pistols. Nacho, not as successfully as he been consistently, goes down with only 1 here, drops the AK, and 9Z have to at least be forced to pause in middle.
Lucan, okay, Lucan the frag onto BK1. This is getting scary now for Shinden. We saw it happen on Nuke as well, where the pistols were effective. Roy immolates himself to sacrifice for the cause, even he gets a frag out of it as well. So it's a 3v2. Max is through the smoke, will take care of IVZ, and A-Biz, the last one standing. This was not that much of an investment from 9Z, like we already talked about. We got some armor, some pistols. That's it, and it turns into this. Again, there's echoes of Nuke here. Look, A-Biz still has a chance to clutch us out. We'll see. 1v3 down to a 1v2.
It's just ticking down with the half, with the pass throw, and Asel is going to have that down even through the long scoped peak. It's 9Z that I will literally reference exactly what you were talking about. It was when Shinden broke in on their T side, rather they got broken into by the defense all the way through with the Tech 9 pop onto A that finally put a jar onto those plans. It honestly looks very good, but we have to acknowledge that they got close. They didn't actually win the round until they had that A pop, so call that one better.
Oh, yep. So we'll see here. 9Z. Yeah, you have to call a pause off that. You're like, guys, come on. We're losing up against the Tech 9s. We should be winning those rounds. You honestly must be winning those rounds in an underdog matchup like this if you want to have a chance at victory, because it could quickly pile up in the other direction before you can even blink. Shinden still have a decent buy up to work with, but on the other side, 9Z, they've got a lifeline at the beginning of this half that they probably shouldn't have gotten, but they earned it with the Tech 9s. You got 4 AKs and the AWP coming through full util. Economy is soaring quite a bit, at least into this round. As you see those odds, despite the deficit here in the scoreline, 9Z are still heavily favored, as I can honestly agree with. But we'll see if Shinden can prove both the odds and myself wrong.
BK1 was a player that had so much responsibility on Nuke, but would just simply outperformed by Max on the other side every time. Those mini responsibilities are so important to that. Here, just more important responsibility into Cave. A very, very striking kill all the way down. But even setting in 1, you've actually let in for a little bit of a rotation down. And 9Z hasn't begun to really slip the net so far. They need to wait in for another big hit here. May just be on incorrect timing, but Martinez has a huge op kill.
That's massive. I mean, you have the 3v2. Shinden actually looking pretty good, rebuffing 9Z's take of that B site. But now with that op frag found. Space is opened up, and Shinden is trying to close the gap, but they're setting themselves up for isolated fights, meaning no trade's going to come through. Abe is going to have to do it all by himself. Ness around the corner with the op, loses it, and Avis does do it by himself. 2 headshots delivered. Shinden with a huge response. After losing the anti-eco, they come right on back and get themselves a 4th.
Yeah, it's rounds like that you're going to absolutely kind of look into leaning towards 9Z. You can start to picture how this could be their way back up, but at least through bold individual efforts that come right down, these are where the odds are going to start to flip. Biz with a great 2-piece right here, stomping out a little bit of momentum, starting to strike right at the beginning of the T side, where it doesn't look like they're going to wait long to follow up and try and recapture a play out of the energy like that.
All right, smokes down here on the B site. 9Z felt like there was enough to justify a forest buy, so they go for it. 2 MAC-10s, a couple AKs, and the tech. Will also peek with that Tech 9. Let's charge out first to his death. But he's hoping the trade can come through, and it does. Max and Adam S get a couple. BK1, 2 of his own. So we'll be down to this to deal the man advantage, and it's Martinez to find it. IBZ delivers it right on back, though, with the trade. So we're stuck down at a 2v2 with Martinez planting the bomb, and IBZ stepping into the Molotov, taking a little more damage, maybe just trying to attract attention that direction as he rotated back around to short B.
Right now, it feels like he's got Martinez occupied, and that might just be better for the Abiz Peak, who hasn't even begun to speak. He's still just walking up quietly to the site, smoke right in front of Cave, and a great flick in by IVZ, putting down the big bodies right here as 5 rounds finds the way of Shinden, who are upsetting already on Ancient here. They keep their crown holding like this, JRT. This is going to be a very successful first half.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, look, IVZ, we talked about him, hyped him up in that pregame, and now he's finally delivering with the AWP. That shot in particular through the edge of the wall onto Max. He had very little time to react to that. That's beautiful, honestly, and hopefully we get more of that moving forward. Abiz, though, is the one who's been leading the charge, frag-wise, with 9 on the board. On the other side, 9Z, they're going to go for another half buy. This is where they found their success previously, and in fact, this one's even more potent than the previous one was. Max a little bit exposed there, and yeah, great smoke pop being executed there by Shinden, allowing Nacho to get one pretty much for free. Then IBZ catches Lucan lurking out of A main. It's all Shinden again.
Boy, these are actually being decided very quickly. Denying the A hit right through that just little bit of a corner rather than lurk on through. Martinez and Adams can still make it the most of this. I mean, we can tell that, you know, it's been a little bit shoddy for Shinden getting in sort of an array of bodies back. So damage can still go a very long way here. You actually end up taking care of a pit or two, but I don't know. If I'm a 9Z fan, I can feel the pit in my stomach. This is not the way that I pictured Ancient going for them at the start of this.
No, me neither. This is a pretty rough go. Maybe they can pull it back here, but I don't know. It's going to be difficult. Martinez gets one to start the conversation, but immediately Abiz with the trade and BK1 on to Martinez to end any chance of a miraculous comeback. Shinden will get a 6th round and a timeout called by 9Z to talk things over because everything is going wrong for them here on Ancient.
It feels like they've lost a little bit of their groove here,
Yeah.
kind of like molding themselves to whatever Shinden is honestly dictating, where I think it hasn't even been too aggressive for them. It doesn't feel like they're sticking their neck too far down this B lane, trying to fight on it early with the CT side. Every time 9Z managed to actually like cake up into one of these bomb sites, take the fight deeper into cave, it's where Shinden are honestly striking. And that's what's a little bit more concerning, is that they could put on a bit of an aggressive manner like that. But if there's any team to kind of switch up the tempo, it's definitely not Shinden. 9Z are going to need to try and let into the cross here.
Yeah, it's strange because 9Z have won 3 of the last 4 here on Ancient. Although, with this current roster, they've only played one time, I think, and it was a win against Swingers, 6-13. And if you go with the transitive property, Swingers defeated Shinden 13-6 easily. So technically, 9Z should be winning here.
Math.
I'm doing
I love that.
A little bit of math. Yeah, a little bit maybe of a stretch there, but either way, still 9Z should be performing better than this in the early goings. It's far from over, though, Mark. There's a lot of Counter-Strike left to be played. 9Z could easily come back from this and even tie it up at 6 if they get a 5-round run, which isn't out of the realm of possibility given the way they played on map number 1.
Went so quick for them there. Other players hitting very great individual strides. 3 really cracking to make a difference, where honestly it's kind of the individual separate units of Shinden. This B site working very well with the rotations in middle. Haven't needed to really see that A defense light up all too powerfully. 9Z though, they're actually bringing this one down. It's the entire belt that's going to be led up by Max with the smoke to play in front of, and Roy is going to take full advantage of this, break open this nade, and it's actually not going to land into. He lines up both. So Roy and Nacho, they have just bit the dust, and so has BK1. So now this hit from 9Z is going to be successful. Bomb is going to be meeting the turf, but boy, have they paid the price, at least on Max margins, down to 20 health.
Not over yet. Abiz going to look through here into Cave. He spots out Max. Doesn't know Lucan's in the corner, but you kind of have to have an inkling or a second sense that if a player's going in that corner, you'll probably expect 2 to be there. As he's trying to drag you out. Abiz does get Max, but he's lost his teammate prior to that. And Lucan does find the trade eventually. Abiz just tempted to come back in, and that'll do it. 9Z are back on the board. And one thing I want to highlight about the 6 rounds that Shinden did win, at least on the 9Z side, is that 9Z really didn't have that much going into it strategy-wise. It felt like they were just trying to bulldoze into sites, into B, into A, and bully Shinden, which Shinden said, no, you're not just going to bully us, you're going to have to actually execute properly. So now we see 9Z slow the pace down, go for a proper execute, and the result is a round victory. But still, it was close, and only 2 players survived out of it. So let's see if Shinden can get another strong round victory and assert their dominance here on Ancient. It won't happen here, though, probably. It's just pistols. Whoa! I take it back.
Getting checked. He said, not in front of my P2000. Not today, Martinez. You get to try and clean it up in middle for a moment, but Vic, please go back in. I can't stare at this view model. Hey, there we go.
Is it really bothering you that much?
I need to have a funny opinion sometimes.
I actually haven't really paid much attention to it, so maybe we can switch back to Martinez.
Seen what Nico's rocking nowadays?
I've not yet, no.
He's been infected with the middle view model syndrome.
Dude, it's crazy.
It's like we're playing Doom out here. Some Quake action.
Seriously, that's what I said yesterday. I was like, it's just when Woody's view model is like, it's Doom. He's playing Doom, basically. But in a lot of ways, it does... maybe I understand it because...
You don't not see anything, apparently.
Yeah, well...
Apparently, that's what they tell me.
I don't know. That seems like to be the case. Anyway, it will be a clean round, 4-9Z at the end of it. They clean out everything. They don't allow the rifle to be saved over, and the anti-eco goes without much of a fuss. Now we go back into this one. Shinden will be buying up once more. As I mentioned, 9Z can easily get on a run, tie things up, and then all of a sudden we're back in the discussion of can Shinden get another breaking point, because they've had their hot runs. They had a hot run on Nuke even. They had 3 rounds in a row, and then once they got shut down, there wasn't really much else to speak of. And right here, you're seeing that 6-round run, which was insane, but they're slipping. IVZ going to get an immediate trade after Adam runs down Abiz, and BK1 will actually burn Martinez to an itty-bitty crisp. He cannot survive that incendiary, so we do have a 4v3. BK1, he's got the beat on Max, and he will get the frag as well. 4v2.
Well, that smoke opened right for him. How dare you? Doesn't go nearly far enough. 9Z could have really actually set in a very good lie. I don't know if they're going to be able to fully push over this domino now. Round 10 has been really not even one to at least open this up for. Hassel gonna see this player back. Actually should be spotted himself. It's a favorable fight for Roy. Lucan in a 1 versus 4. Likely tracked to the same fate. 7 rounds through 10 are going to fall the way of Shinden.
Look, again, you know, early engagements taken by 9Z, and I would argue that Shinden kind of forced the issue there as well, but it just felt like 9Z are just bulldozing themselves in towards Shinden and not winning the fights. They are more effective as a unit, going for proper set plays and set executes. It's just not happening when you don't even give yourselves the opportunity to do so. So 7-3 for Shinden. We got to sing their praises as well. They're playing very well. I mean, they're rebuffing 9Z. Even when 9Z is going for set plays, they're managing to make some noise. BK1 is a standout to me personally as the IGL, especially on Nuke. He had some key plays, and here he's also doing a fantastic job leading both by example and with the calls.
Oh, he's right behind both of these players, too. Literally, we'll just sit the net and see Max first. This is going to be a little bit comical, wondering how it's going to play out. That's exactly how it should.
Oh, man.
Adams is so far into the bomb site. That's something that came out of my eye of watching the minimap. He is going to be a surprise, not just to me, but the rest of Shinden. They may not even go for this if BK1 doesn't have the successes.
He
and
won't.
not even going to have a chance.
Yeah, Adam just wiped him out. And right there, you're just seeing 9Z slip through the net as there was some aggression that came through simultaneously from Shinden. And I mean, yes, you get one, you get the bomb carrier, but there's no way you expect 2 players behind you. And he's immediately traded and the bomb is recovered. After that, Adam just does some great work to go into into Donut, as you guys just saw. And it's down to Nacho and Roy. Roy's managed to slip past, but you got a pretty lethal crossfire set up here between Haza Peak and okay, Nacho and Roy managed to get a couple anyway. Both players dropped that I thought had a good crossfire, and it's all down to Lucan here. Roy, the headshot onto Martinez. Bomb still not planted. They're going to pull this one back. There's no way. Yes, they have. Shinden managed to win the round. Roy celebrating there with his 3K. High fives all around as they take an 8th.
And as you continue to feel Shinden get charged up here as the half goes along, well, you actually feel that this could be a shorter affair than Nuke. They are really leaning into a lot of these plays. We had a similar 3 versus 5 battling out from the lower bomb site in our first map that came the way of 9Z. You know, it's been not the first of just all the many parallels of what we've had between our first 2 maps, though it hasn't been this clean all the way through. Uncharted territory for Shinden. Let's hopefully seeing them keeping the tabs on that.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal first half. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. Even if 9Z gets 4 rounds, 8 on the board on your CT side of Ancient, on your opponent's map pick. Great work from Shinden. That in particular, I feel like 9Z had the right setup. They had the players in the right spots, and Shinden just got some wicked shots and picked them apart. Wow. All right, 12th round of play. Shinden starting to show why they're one of those up-and-coming teams in South America, competing effectively in Open SA and might even be in Challenger League next season should they win it all in ESEA Open SA. Anyway, let's get back to this, as they want to advance in CCT as well. We'll start
it's
here.
Just going to be,
yeah.
Oh no. Again, he might be more aware of the back end this time. Different face, but
it's crazy.
Body's let in the same place. What is the next move here, though, JRT? Just a little bit of a grab on that M4.
Yeah, I would say that they probably fall off here because last time they already pushed through and went to the A site, so they're hoping that the tendency will be that Shinden will rotate to try and support A, and B will be a little more vulnerable. We'll see. Looks like Shinden instead are going to send 3 players down mid to try and reinforce that, which is actually a very good info play, right? Because you figure out where 9Z might be leaning into, and you can also send a player in towards A main after this, realizing that no one is at mid. Not a bad idea from them. And they really make the map a lot smaller.
Oh, but Adam, another Nacho welcoming arms. Hugged by Luke, though. Gonna be all the way down. But Roy, again with the timely smoke. Not sure he's going to be able to line up a couple of bodies behind it this time, but he'll be cool to climb just from where he sets, and Roy has the help. And this is great for BK1 to back this thing up all the way for Shinden, a 9-3 half, and they are blazing on their map pick.
What? You've got to be joking me. Roy flicking around back and forth, Shinden denying 9Z the space, even when 9Z slowed it down and tried to take their time going to that B site. Shinden had the read, and they gained that information, as I mentioned before, by charging down mid. I shouldn't say charging, they walked down mid, but still, they got info, they realized that 9Z couldn't have been there, so there's only 2 spots they go on the periphery of the map, and they had already shown face at A, and probably weren't going to go there based upon the way their util was set up. So, yeah, well done from Shinden, everyone in the right spot, 9-3, a very beautiful first half of action here on Ancient, as we do have a tech pause coming through. I'm not sure what the issue is, but either way, Shinden have a little more time to realize the position they're in.
I think they will start to understand how much sweeter it kind of does stand. A team that is successful in the pistols, well, I mean, sort of the confidence has been raining through that entire first half. Look, I mean, it's going to be an Anubis that's already in the conversation up after this. Shinden and the boys have already had sort of a curious day about it. I think it could be a very good relief to get this Ancient out without a little bit less of worry. Headed over towards B. Just that little bit of a set between BK1 and a B's.
Z. Only one player on the B site. 2 sent themselves down mid, and there is some reinforcements coming in the form of Max. He'll have to help his teammate out quickly, and Max only gets one. Lucan dropped immediately. Hwasu Peak putting the pressure on from the other side, and Max does connect for a third on the round, leaving only BK1 and a Biz to try and get this bomb planted.
That's a turnaround that you can see, but there are other efforts. BK1 and a B's, they are going to be just trying to track into the way. Maybe a B's for...
They're trying to fake the rotate. It worked.
But they didn't get that little bit of a cut. They wanted a gunfight right through cave there. A B's was strong enough to take it, but the rotation has worked. They've only... We're having to deal with these 2 bodies here, but it's the one tap all the way through. Struck the heart of BK1. Now Bees is going to have to go huge in a 1v4. Just track around that backside, but Max is just automatic with the USP. And right now, it's seeming like these pistol rounds are always coming to the side down under. 9Z are going to try and find their way up back top.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, that was the best plan that Shinden could have employed in that situation. Just try and fake the rotation, make a lot of noise in towards mid. It works because it pulls 3 9Z players towards the A site, but there's still one that stays behind to make sure that no one's able to slip through, and that one is honestly the difference maker. And the reinforcements had kind of already arrived because the ruse was kind of up. So they went for that quick rotate, and it looks like 9Z are going to get off to a good start into this round. It is a 4 spy coming through from Shinden, despite the fact that they did not get the bomb plant. And okay, Roy and BK1 making some noise again, and Roy! Oh my goodness, the clutch master is trying to do it again, and he gets the headshot here! Can he do it all? No! Oh, Roy shut down right at the end, prevented from the quad, but man, he has a lot to be happy about with his performance over these last few rounds. If he can keep that up, he is going to be that thorn in 9Z's side that could yield a map victory for Shinden.
Yeah, now they just have to really win a very strong round, do it in clean fashion, and clean out the bank accounts, right? I mean, that's 4 bodies down that otherwise wouldn't have not been let right up. They take a very clean one, but I mean, it's 9Z that is going to have to make up for some lost time here, according to a round like that. Imagine how much better it would be, though, if he had a little bit of a bomb plant in there. This would be a full buy kind of on the way through with these Galils, where it's probably going to be these pistols just going to be ran right over.
Yeah, well, Nacho actually gets one with the Deagle. He doesn't expect, or IVZ doesn't expect Martinez to be coming in, charging on the flank. Paso Peak manages to get one more, and it's Nacho the last one available. He is that one that got the Wandig, but it's 4 players with MP9s. It's going to be very difficult, but he does manage to get another. Okay, another 1v1 being delivered to him, but this time Max just stays on the move and takes care of business with the SMG, upgrades himself to a dropped M4, and 9Z have cut the lead by 3. All of a sudden, Shinden lose this round, and 9Z are right back into it.
These waters certainly not making anybody comfortable who can actually feel the tide. This Ancient, just a very, if we can get out of spawn, out of the traffic jam, can at least sled up to the exit for this to be a very crazy decider here in round 16. A bit of a swing that you do have to come here. Shinden, are they going to be available to kind of resume what they had on that first half, which was domination? Smoke right down onto CT, at least tipping their hat through a main. It seems to be a full commitment and more than just the tip. Right now, it's going to be Adam that is going to be ripping the hat off of BK1 at least. 9Z, they are going to be now feeling just a little bit of a crawl here, but boy, not ready for that second player. That could have been the game-changing play.
Roy's playing like his feet are on fire, though. I mean, he was so close to getting a second there.
Another one, another crawl they're getting through. There's no way.
Yeah, they are going to slip through onto this site. Adam probably won't expect this. He's got too many angles to watch. Yeah, he's gone. Adam's going to be eliminated from the round. 3v3, but that is the information gained that they're on this A site, and 9Z are very much poised to go for this retake. Martinez already moving in.
Whoa.
Nacho catches Max around mid before Max even stepped foot into Donut. Lucan, along with Martinez, can't do anything either. IVZ gets the round victory for Shinden, and they are up to double digits.
They needed that one so badly, and it can't get more cliche, I will say, on this Ancient. When you need a gimme round, you just need to try and dip your hands and fully grasp A. That's exactly what they do. They try and sublet into a little bit of tempo. Sometimes it doesn't get to be that much more simpler. Look, we highlighted the damage that they did before, and then you kind of sublet in. You thought that may not catch up to 9Z, where even it looked like that round was heading in their direction. The only money that they have still online, JRT, is enough to get desperate pistols online. Honestly, with smokes like this can create really unbalanced situations to take advantage of. He's going to be right behind BK1 now. That's one gun given over.
He won't even get it. Lucan just leaves the gun on the ground, surprisingly. Just expecting a response to be there, I suppose, but maybe just faith in the pistols at this point. Gonna have to be the pistols that shine, even though Adam does have that M4.
Just got eyes onto him.
Oh!
No way, Martinez. No way you're gonna be channeling it right now. You can tote this thing even further. There's 4 players here. It's now or nothing for 9Z. Now or nothing for Nacho. Got 2 right out of the cave. And this thing keeps sifting down. That smoke has still got a couple seconds left on it to respect. You do have to worry about IVZ of Bs who just got their hands so dirty in round 16.
This is tense. Abiz is holding his nerve for now. 30 seconds left. What a shot from IVZ, taking out Max. Now it's all down to Lucan in a 1v2. 23 seconds left. Time not favoring Shinden, but Abiz will take care of business. Headshot onto Lucan. They're on to 11.
And for how much they actually force through there, it's going to burn so close to, honestly, the only sun that's shining through Shinden's camp. They needed it to keep burning, and they already get it down. It's 11 that is going to seem so far from the floor when it's just these USPs that's actually going to be able to drag them right in this. This is great that we're getting a 3-mapper already. I can feel it. 9Z is going to have to do it from 12. It would be 6 rounds in a row. I think they have the depth today, but this is the depth that we wanted to see from Shinden. I'm a little bit concerned it didn't come on our first map, JRT, but maybe they just needed that moment to wake up. And remember, it's a busy schedule for both of these teams this afternoon. Still 9Z with a lot on their minds here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been busy schedules for every region, I think, with so much going on right now. But
all these qualifiers.
yeah,
Oh man,
it's crazy. But it's kind of, I mean, it's great for Counter Strike. I think overall, you just have to be careful with burning yourselves out if you're players, right? But that being said, look, we have to talk about Anubis because it is very much a possibility here. Maybe we'll wait until this engagement as BK1 will get run down. So will Nacho. That's 2 frags and 2 guns dropped. Roy has to be big, but he's been absolutely huge throughout the majority of Ancient. Hits the headshot, then the follow-up. It is all settled down. Kawaso Peak will get 1. Makes it a 1v2. So perhaps there's still the possibility of him upsetting the apple cart here. He's got 2 1v1s. Could happen. Maybe.
Chilean likes it spicy. If he could win a clutch like this, honestly, you'd be turning up the heat right now so far, but can't respect that. You know what the rule is, step right out of the kitchen. Hassel Peak will clean up, but gonna have to look proper to stand and fight at 12 for so long. You're gonna need an AK. You're gonna need anything.
Yeah. Definitely help having this AK going to the next round. We'll see, though. I mean, Shinden's got a stranglehold at this point. It's 12-6, the same scoreline that 9Z was able to get on Nuke. But now it's the other way around, and I wanted to start talking about Anubis because that's also not great. I would say for either team, but if you look at 9Z, only twice they've played it over the last 3 months, and they've lost both of them. Versus Shinden, who, yes, are, 3 and 6, is it? Yeah, 3 and 6 on the map. But the last 4 times they've played it, or I should say 3 of the last 4 times, they've gone to either overtime or max rounds against tough competition. Uno Mille, we saw yesterday, are certainly no slouches. Sharks, definitely no slouch on Anubis, 16-19 there, and against Pain Academy, 19-22. Again, only one of those wins against Uno Mille. Still, I think that it's going to be difficult for 9Z if they can't find a win here. So that means overtime for them in 6 in a row, as they do get the opening mark.
They just got it through very difficult constraints as well. Martinez likely going to have to hit another tough shot. But right now, Hassel Peak, that is where we go and put our focus upon. He's going to get that down. That's a very nice move if he can actually fit back in the way. BK1 absolutely decked, clotheslined out of it. But this is where you buy time, but you're buying all of the chances right through this scope. It's all the way down. A 2v1 here for Lucan, who's made it into a 1v1. IVZ, can he put the cap on and triple? Has to just duck out of the scope. This becomes bloody, but it becomes guaranteed. Rides on your seat all the way to 3rd, and it's Shinden that just burned right up in the same damn way. 13-6 out of that second map, and JRT, we're getting the full flood of it in our 3rd round of 16 game today.
Absolutely inspired performance here from Shinden. Everyone contributing. There's no one player you can look at and say, that's the reason why they were able to get the win. Even look at the scoreboard. It's just crazy. And IVZ, at the end, the no scope, it felt like he was down and out, but no, he recovers and takes care of that last player, Lucan. Maybe I'll highlight one moment. It's Roy, right? Roy just had this magical performance when it was a critical round that if 9Z get it, then Shinden would be in a little bit of trouble and things would start to creep up on them in terms of the rounds. But Roy shone like a bright star, and he was absolutely ridiculous with the spray transfer that he pulled off, and it felt like he was almost channeling his energy into the rest of his teammates, and it went so well for Shinden. I'm happy to see it as they push it to a 3rd map here.
I mean, this is exactly what I wanted. Even in the stance where it's this Anubis that's up last, and honestly, I think for where you did see that, it's a Shinden team that, when we line the books where we're coming out of that nuke going, it's exactly where you think they were actually going ahead and grasping in. This was just the full version of that. I think that you really get to see kind of the lent aggressive hand of most of their tools in the shed, if even most of what 9Z had to offer, with a couple of great holds in their own right. But that's the concern that's brought that's brought back by this. It's a little bit troubling to actually have these back-to-back 13-6s, because at this point we're just gonna have to call it as we see it. We know that there's a lot to kind of be sublet to what's out of your hands on Anubis, where you're going to be starting, what sort of tempo, you actually do lent off to get towards the start of these, where you just saw into that Shinden, they started off hot.
Yeah, it feels like the team that starts off hot is the one that finishes strong. So I think that T side, whoever gets it, will be important. I mean, knife round at the beginning will determine a lot here. Heading on to Anubis, guys. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll find the winner between 9Z and Shinden. All right, we're back after a bit of an upset victory. A lot of an upset victory, let's be honest here, for Shinden happening on Ancient, which was 9Z's map pick, Mark.
Yeah, look, I don't really, I did not think it was going to go like that. You know, I really wanted to, like, set the tone for a series. I think that a first map can tell you a lot about, you know, what performance a team is about to bring to the server. But JRT, like, we even touched upon it in the hectic times that we are in. I mean, this is the game of tier 2. You're constantly grinding out these games, and you're going to be sublet to inconsistencies because of that. Maybe you're going to be stretching up and really taking the back end of this Ancient, which is where we are left with an Anubis that JRT, I gotta tell you that, you know, my mind and my brain, everything is telling me that 9Z should come in here and set the record straight. But I just don't know what to believe anymore. You know how Anubis can be at the current state that we are sitting on March 9th. It's still a little bit unbalanced here. So I don't know if we're going to see one side sort of take advantage of, you know, getting an offensive start over the other. It's a knife round that obviously has to decide that. But 9Z have too much on the plate here to potentially let up into another round of 16 defeat to let that be an issue.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I was just going to bring that up, actually. You know, and yes, Adam just joined the team, so there's still time needed, of course, for the team to gel around him. But it would be super disappointing for them to, again, go out in the round of 16. Like, this is a team that you expect to get past that every single time at a minimum. You know, make it beyond round of 16 into the quarterfinals. So I don't know how this is going to pan out for 9Z if they lose here. I think it'll just be written off and say, look, we just got the changes to our roster. Lucan's coming in pretty recently. Adam was just added a few days ago. So for me, I don't think that they'll be too concerned by it. But at the same time, with the firepower you have, you should be able to come out with the wins against Shinden. Even though Shinden, in their loss on Nuke, we saw the flashes. I saw moments where I'm like, okay, there's a serious team that could contend here, even though it felt like 9Z had them under control, under wraps. And then on Ancient, they just, you know, the bottle flew off. You know, sorry, the lid flew off the bottle, right? Like, they just came right out.
Yeah, I think, like, for a Shinden side that, like, it's not... I mean, I think at the beginning of the point at which we were praising 9Z, you said that it wasn't the players that we maybe expect, and it was that same sort of note from, like, Shinden. I mean, it's not supposed to be Roy popping off like that. I mean, of all people, right? And I think that it's kind of very much playing into that. I mean, honestly, I'll sing Roy, I'll sing Nacho as well. I mean, even Abiz had, like, really consistent performance here, and I think that, like, especially matching up on a third map, I think that you can really see how this can measure up into taking a little bit of momentum, because, like, Ancient is not one of those maps that you can really see that sublet to. However, you did, in a 13-6 scoreline, I think says a whole lot more kind of within that context, counting it all the way through. I feel like 9Z certainly leapt to have more life in that second map than, say, Shinden did in their 13-6 loss at the beginning of this series. So I gotta say that with all the pistols even lining up to, like really deciding a lot kind of to start these halves, JRT, we really have an interesting measure up to find out exactly how this Anubis is going to let off to start.
Yeah, I mean, one thing feels like a guarantee, and that's the T side is going to be the side where these teams both rack up the most number of rounds. So we're about to go live here into the match, guys, for the final map of this series. Here we go. It is Anubis between Shinden and 9Z for all the marbles. You either win it or you're out of here.
Into a tech pause.
Into a tech pause. It's okay. We're all hyped up and ready, so we'll just...
We are. We can yap for another moment. Honestly, like, I think exactly setting up those stakes right here. It's 9Z that get that offensive start. I feel like coming in as a losing team, you sort of feel that it's the beginning of the game that's exactly theirs to let up to disappoint at. Need to come in here and crush simply into this T side. But JRT, I know we were, you know, a little bit sad. A couple of tears may have dropped when, you know, Train was immediately shoved out at the beginning of our veto here. It just been, I feel like in compared to the regions that I have seen, you know, I'm not going to take any opportunity I can't to not mention NACS and how we just had a land JRT that in a best of 5 grand final was decided on Train. So we do some great things, but I don't know. I think that this Anubis is kind of too entertaining to take off of the block for one of the new neighbors.
My guess is that, teams still need time to practice on train and get their strategies going. Like it was really recently introduced in terms of like competitive timeline. Like they need to actually have some reps and get things going on the map before they're comfortable jumping right into it. But it's an exciting map. It's such a fun map to watch, to play. It changes the dynamic of the game a lot. It's not like any other map. So for me, I hope to see it more coming through because I feel like it makes the map pool a lot deeper and a lot more interesting. But we are finally ready to jump into things here on Anubis. 9Z won the knife, and they got to choose T side.
I was going to mention that's old news. We've been playing Cash 10-mans up in here now.
Oh, yeah,
new
Cash,
wave.
right. But apparently not going to be added.
Yeah, up to some Counter-Strike politics whenever we can get that in. Always an entertaining discussion, but that's exactly what you open up here. And boy, they did not like what Abiz had to say. He's ripped down to red HP right next to Nacho. And if you know anything about these Glocks, well, they're going to swing exactly on opportunities like that. Sublet to 1 kill an A, but then they're dished out to at least maybe be checking upon this IBZ with dualies that may just be let to honestly be a tool used for the destruction of Shinden in the future. Hassao even in the lurk. Are they going to hit him anywhere where it doesn't hurt JRT?
Well, it doesn't feel like it, yeah. Roy and Nacho, last two standing, both on islands apart from each other, so it's up to individual efforts here. Roy overlooked a little bit. There's one. Could get Max as well. He could get this defusal, perhaps. No one's really close. I don't think he knows it. If he knew, maybe he would have stuck that, but perhaps without the kit, it wouldn't have been possible. Who knows? Because, I mean, Adam didn't even try to go into the site. Roy will eventually get dropped. That was a decent effort, and once more, he's at least creating some noise in a round that otherwise didn't feature too much for Shinden. One thing I would have to highlight here, Mark, in terms of the stats, is that 9Z, over the 2 maps they've played, have a 61.5% win percentage on T side, but on CT side, it's 20.8%. They have been very poor on the defensive side of the map, so they need to get rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, that is not a stat that is going to sit well with me. I will tell you that for free. However, look, I really looking to believe that it's not 20% as bad. Ugh, that's an ugly stat that you've dug up, JRT. But listen to me. It can feel somewhat that one-sided at times. We just had 13 sixes. But even with all the evidence and everything to suggest that you may lean into like what would be another close game, I don't feel that. So if you do lean in to a very one-sided first half, don't let that skew your expectations.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, it could certainly turn out the way the first 2 maps did, right? And we were talking about that, where if you get the momentum in that first half, the other team can come through and that team that has the lead will come through and take it to the finish line. But it's Anubis, and I think you highlight that. It could easily go back and forth. Uh-oh, what's happening here? This is just an eco! Oh my goodness, Shinden, 3v3. They've got guns on the ground, no armor. Here come the nades, and wow, Lucan is trying to settle things down. There's still 3 more targets to deal with. The utility has softened them up, but that got very scary. I mean, it's
smoked onto the street. You got to plug that hole immediately, especially with Hassel so low. Lucan, you just got to lock in. I mean, Max on a Mac 10, he'll be happy to pull off something maybe a little bit unexpected in order to pull that across. Maybe just happy to land the spam. Knew that there was just one atop there, took out the basis, and right now the entire structure is going to fail right on top of them. It's 9Z that do get up top. You do see a little bit of that down, and it's 3 bodies that are dropped. In terms of a T-sided start, they're perfect. It's 2-0, but you just drop 3 bodies in that type of fashion. That can't be anything other than concerning.
Yeah, I mean, you're just charging up there without... Just throw the smoke down and plant the bomb. What are you hunting for frags for? You just lost on your own map pick. Settle it down. Batten down the hatches. Instead, they lose 3 rifles, and, I mean, it's not given away, of course, to Shinden, but at the same time, you have to reinvest. And that makes it a costly one going into what will be Shinden's first buy-up. IVZ's got the AWP. BK1 Roy waiting here on the A B side, excuse me, and they both get dropped. There is a trade in the mix, but now with a second frag in favor of 9Z, that's the two-man advantage that they were hoping for.
And this is kind of a bit of your classic Anubis round 3 entries that are just so clean onto the B-bomb site, and Shinden are literally just going to pack it away without a second consideration quite at all. 9Z, though, they deserve exactly what they have served right back down. Honestly, you know, kudos to the aggressive nature, trying to go back and close that line again in order to make up for the 3 bodies that you did drop. They absolutely have, and, you know, with a quarter left on this bomb, they're going to go pushing around in this A side. Both of these players are going to be even just giving a little bit of a hint there, lending into the game ender position. I don't think any of these 9Z members are really close enough to give this its fair run of the go, but they're going to be fine considering they've not dropped around. They only dropped 1 body back in, so consider that improvement.
Absolutely. 9Z have to be happy with the result of that round up against the rifles for Shinden, and Shinden, economy-wise, can justify some pistol upgrades here. I'd be surprised if they don't go for it, given the full loss bonus that's available for them, and yeah, they absolutely do. It'll just have to be those pistols with the rifle and the AWP for IBZ, who hasn't really had a chance to activate just yet, but maybe this round will be his opportunity to do so. Smoke flies in, thrown by himself, or thrown on his end, I should say, and there's a smoke pop as well. He gets a shot off, but won't find a frag. And on the other side, towards the A site, you have a Biz anchoring it down. He's got support over from camera, and that support will come in now. They're just trying to get a read on what 9Z is bringing their way, but as it stands, 9Z are making it difficult to do that.
Instead of that, another 15 out of that A main smoke. It's going to make it complicated here. Max & Co. still have plenty to reach into the toolbox for. An entire belt he has access to. 9Z even have 2 players up top of the shelf waiting by the carpets. Shinden maybe have no choice but to actually get out here and just spar right out. That's 1 toss that's thrown, but now they see that it is just uneven weight on the mats. You got to bounce back. That's going to be dangerous for you, but the 5-7, it's got to stand up. It's got to take advantage of the position that it is just so waiting to put the cuffs on. Right now, it's going to be a double murder through that A main position, but I don't think we're done handing these out at the moment. Got to get through. It's another 5-7 frag. That's out of BK1. The chaos ensues, but you got to get this one back up. Max, he's got to respond, but right back on. It's 5-0 that gets in for their first round. Shinden, just like that, JRT, get their first round. It's chaos.
I mean, really, 9Z had every opportunity to get the trades, and it just felt like their crosshairs, they were fighting them, and I think Adam overextended himself towards that site on A. He should have fallen back after he doesn't win the engagement, say, okay, reset, I got my 2 teams behind me. I know it's tempting, right, to continue chasing that, but once he misses the opening salvo, the opening spray that he attempts, you gotta fall off it, because once you overcommit, even knowing as well that there are 2 players that you are aware of in the vicinity, it's a bit of a misstep. It's okay, though, for 9Z. They've still got the lead. They've still got enough money to buy up here, but it's a lifeline extended towards Shinden, and around then, again, it wasn't the heaviest investment. Those were the pistols coming through.
Martinez alone, making his way towards that E-box, curious as to what lies behind a hungry Roy, maybe one of the awaiting targets. That scope has been patient, and it has delivered this line. IBC to meet him for it. It just takes a little bit of a grant into a big peak. These are punishments dealt by Shinden, one after the next.
I love it. I love just the timely aggression that's coming through, and they're not stepping too far forward. Just a little bit into A main there, winning a fight, and then as well on the other side, taking a fight aggressively. As A-Biz will get a couple onto Adam S and Max. Wasso Peak, last one standing, and he is gone too. Nacho, the headshot, the clean sweep for Shinden. Not a single body lost. And all of a sudden, they have 2 on the board. 9Z don't have that much money in the bank, so an eco round is inevitable here. And you have a timeout called by Shinden, actually. And maybe just to recollect themselves, because that was a very commanding victory they just found in that previous round. But Mark, I mean, the tides have shifted already in the early goings.
They certainly have. And I mean, that is quite a big number to kind of put right on down to the board. 5 alive. Out of that, a pair right down. And Shinden are really going to be able to grow that and actually sent in a pretty nice emphasis behind this CT side. If they can put up maybe a cleaner victory against the Eco here, 9Z are really going to be sublet to a challenge when they get the rifles back up. That should be at the 3-3 lay. But weirdly, it's very available to try and get into causing a very bit, kind of a lot of damage, I feel like, with those Glocks. You can slip it in the same way that Shinden were able to sneak right through on some of those pistols. Arguing for a bomb plant, maybe a little bit more. But all reached out towards B. It's only 2 players there, JRT.
Yeah. 4 9Z members just armed with Glocks. Thought about heading towards that B site, but as the incendiary is thrown, they immediately back off and into the open arms, potentially, of Nacho. He's got this M4, he's backing off, nade pop, there's the visibility. They know they're coming down in that direction, and Nacho should have a field day. And he absolutely does. He does lose his life, but a 3K comes through, and eventually Max will also find the same fate as his teammate Shinden. Are going to tie things up at 3, and that is a very good start for them to this map on their CT side. Things can quickly snowball out of your favor when you're on the defensive end of Anubis, and to get 3 rounds this early is important because I'd say 5, Mark, is very serviceable on CT side. It's probably the standard amount that I would say you need to be competitive here.
Yeah, absolutely trying to take advantage, and I think, you know, where you can make up for a little bit less of the momentum, try and, you know, get that back where you have a little bit less rounds to deal with now upon this T side. It's maybe a little bit easier to get a bit of a crawl into a big play like this. Lucan, he felt the pressure, so he pulled his own trigger, said, flash me in, I've got this kill. 9Z have an opening kill, and they really had to put some work in to get it.
Absolutely. Lucan down to 14, so they're anything but comfortable here. Gaining some map control, though, outside of A main, into Canal. Where do they decide to go? They're still playing default. They're still waiting for another engagement to come their way because Shinden, I mean, have been, I don't want to say extremely aggressive, but there have been moments where they're pushing out. They're looking for some fights to catch 9Z off guard, which might be why 9Z are waiting a little bit longer in that default. They finally do group up for a take of Bridge. Max, the nade sail in his direction. He'll throw a smoke in response. He really wants to try and attract as much attention as possible in his direction, but that smoke isn't great. There's a huge gap, and Max will pay the price because of it. Now, look in the other direction. Nacho watches BK1 get taken care of, but he does manage to deliver an instant trade and evens out the numbers at a 3v3. 9Z at risk, though, because they've got Lucan, who's very low.
Nacho stomping in. Just very wary of what could be slipping in the back lines, but a larger concern as Martinez needs to come back and plant the bomb. Caught on the engagement. That's Roy that gets this back down. Adam, knowing that he's got to capitalize. Thankfully, that player is right on time. He is just on par to get this kill through the street, but it's going to be audible up the lane, and Roy is going to need an even larger play, but it's Adam with all 3 onto it, responds to the call that 9Z were just so begging for.
Oh, Adam saved the day. He absolutely saved the day. I don't know what 9Z was thinking planting there without clearing out CT first. I mean, just right in the open. No clear, no checking of corners. There were players barreling down in their direction. They easily could have lost that round, but Adam finds the one trying to flank into E-Box, then swings back to the site to get the last 2. They got to give him, I mean, if they are in the same room, which I think they might be, they need to give some fist bumps to Adam because he deserves all the credit by bringing that round back in their favor. But again, this is a 4th round where 9Z were not comfortable. Not the same kind of comfort we saw on Nuke, and feels more like something in between Nuke and Ancient right now for 9Z. At least in terms of comfort level. But, well. Mazo Peak. As we're watching him here, will be taking one teammate with him? No, he's actually going to group up towards mid. Martinez.
Oh, gosh.
With the op, there's this. I think that was supposed to be a smoke op. Yes, it was. And Martinez will get the opener. Nacho the trade. He continues spamming, but he takes so much damage to that engagement, barely surviving as he fades away.
Gonna put a little bit more support to the pack lines of this B side, but honestly, a fair trade. You get that faded down. Need to get a little bit more engagement on the way through. Flash into B, you're trying to pick on. Could be this lesser side into investment, knowing that there's got to be one player around. You got to search, but you don't have to look too far. You find Adam, the hero of the round previous, and now it's 9Z. Fryer with these middle positions finally take advantage.
And 9Z have a really good pincer attack going here towards the A site, but they have to execute quickly, otherwise their flank's going to be exposed. And I mean, Biz isn't really even challenging, and now he won't be able to. That Molotov spreads right in his direction, so a bomb plant secured at the very least. Now Max has a very favorable position. That CT angle. Martinez hits the shot to Nacho. Max hits one before he falls, and it's all down to BK1, who loses the fight against Martinez. 3-piece for him on the round, and 9Z managed to pull it together for a 5th.
Yeah, that's really an incredible pickup, especially when Shinden is confident. They didn't lose any sort of imagination there. They just had to deal with the cards that they were dealt. I mean, the initial rotation in to set up that B play was just next up. I mean, but that player put onto the island of Bs on A, overwhelmed for it, and 9Z even have to get down and really challenge for it. Make sure you're down with that flank all the way at the end, having to be on par for that. This is going to be 6 for 9Z. It feels like they really just earned a little bit of respect here. They're going to be able to put up in the 6th round, deservingly so for it, but just came off of like 2-3 kills the last time you were striking with these CT pistols. That's 2 out of it again, and the bomb is just on the other side, but it looks like they are managing just fine.
Yeah, that was scary for a moment there for 9Z for sure. You know, echoes of the past starting to shine through, but they keep their grip on reality and spray down all the Shinden members that are coming their way. Nacho, the last one standing in a 1v3. They don't have to engage with him at all. They can just go to the opposite side. I'm pretty sure they're aware he's here too. So why even give him the fights? But with the flank coming through, Adam will take care of it, and 9Z come out with another clean round victory. Relatively clean round victory. 6-3, doubling up on Shinden's scoreline. Shinden will have the rifles again here, Mark.
And I will say that the reason being is because their PGL Bucharest game has already been pushed up 15 minutes to give them time for this 3rd map. So if you've got to drag them down without that bomb plant, I know that financial gift would be so gracious, but time's a factor here as well. Kind of all foretold, that's sort of more for kind of bringing up storyline's sake. I think that Shinden are going to be just fine to really be able to push back and get this far. They didn't have a whole lot of nades at their disposal here at the beginning of round 10, but 9Z have gone for a lot of aggressive plays to take this map control. They usually haven't gotten out clean.
Z slowing the pace a little bit here. 4 members grouping up right outside of Canals. Going to Plat, maybe? Yeah, a couple going to Plat. Roy's here to punish. Yep, pushed up aggressively. Didn't expect it. He only gets 1, though, before they realize need to fade off a little bit. Martinez with the shot, connecting with a response. Then Lucan takes care of Roy. That's the risk when you push up like that if you're Roy, right? You get 1, but if you can't fade off after it, you're stuck. And the other team knows exactly how to clear you out. So that's a 4v3 for 9Z, as they are going to readjust themselves, likely for a B hit, because all of that action outside of A forced Shinden to rotate in that direction.
K1, the only line of defense at the moment, spurring the E-box pop, but Molotov correctly timed. Just fades right behind. BK1, he's going to be tracked down before it. Abiz is going to have to get just more than the first. And Luke, and he's still 1 HP. So actually a real argument for it. All left alone is the low HP Lucan, who doesn't have time to fade.
What on earth? I don't know why 9Z went slow there. Right, there's so little time left in the clock. You're already running up against it. You have to go a little faster, and if you do, you have the B site pretty much to yourself, but instead they walk it, go slow. There's an incendiary by the time they get there. They do win the opening fight, but after that, it's a Bees who did a fantastic job, honestly, getting those 2 frags, and there's a 4th for Shinden already. I would say enough rounds to be competitive as they switch over to their T side, which is, I think, quite favorable for them. Well, I mean, obviously more rounds won on T side for Shinden than CT side, and certainly I think it's 11% better in terms of win percentage. Yes, that's correct. So I think it's serviceable. I think it's possible for Shinden to get this. If they win even more than that, it'll be fantastic. But it's going to take another big effort here up against what will be 4 rifles for 9Z, a Tech 9 for Huaso Peak. Couple of nades get tossed. I like the idea for Shinden, but it doesn't really connect on anyone. And now Martinez hoping to spot out a quick pick.
It's 9Z that play for a Shinden slip up.
Yep.
The position's passive at a minimum at that rate. I mean, that slip up, they heavily look towards E-Box to likely find.
There's a lot of pressure being applied there at E-Box. Feels like they want to go back into that B hit on the 9Z side. Thing is, there's 3 players waiting on Shinden. Not that that is necessarily a reason not to go for it, but it's the bulk of the manpower here. Proper flashes and smokes can really isolate the fights effectively. 9Z, yeah, they got to commit. 38 seconds left. You don't have time to rotate around. Here come the smokes. Need those flashes to be on point. Let's see if they are. Charging into the site. BK1, Nacho, and Roy all tucked behind corners, and they're all going to fall here. Huaso Peak, Lucan, and Martinez take care of business. There's the bomb planted, and likely a 7th round secured.
That's very beautiful work. And now you're going to be forced to, honestly, look and understand the deja vu from the beginning of this T side and remember the first gun round result that you had where you were just completely smacked around in this B side. You would just save these 2 back in the cabinet. And now you just feel the same very, very unfortunate feeling walking out in 9Z. I feel like this is where, poetically, they're starting to, you know, really kind of stand up and say that this is their game at the moment, making the difference with 5 alive here late in the first half. I don't know if we're really going to be seeing the energy to get that 5. They don't even want our opponents to get close.
Yeah, I mean, look, and money-wise, it's terrible over on the Shinden side. Not to say that the pistols haven't been effective, because they absolutely have. There's been those upset rounds both here and all the way back to Nuke even from Shinden. So we'll see if they can do it again at an important juncture to prevent 9Z from finding 8 on their T side. But again, it cannot be understated how much 9Z has struggled on CT side of Anubis. It has been a very, very tough go. So if there was a time for them to pull it together, it's right here for sure. Nacho getting pretty aggressive. Oh, he's spotted. I don't even know if it makes sense for him to push through, but what is Huaso Peak doing? He had to have gotten the information from his teammates, and Nacho gets a second off of it. There's just no way.
Thankfully, they have the bomb on their backs, if you're to look at the positive side, which is impossible at the moment. That's the only thing they've got going for them. They can at least try and immediately make this decision to either back off, maybe click straight into A. They hold their ground because they're probably just shocked.
I mean, it feels weird because I know that a player from 9Z spotted Nacho pushing down the bridge, right? You got the information. I think Huaso Peak was trying to adjust off of that, but keep your gun out. He'll be pushing out any moment. IVZ gonna get the headshot onto Luke, and it felt so good for 9Z, and yes, it's not done yet, but they're gonna have to recover from a 5v2. The first is on the board. Max throws the nade onto the site. He's got Martinez by his side. In fact, this isn't the worst situation for them, given the fact that it's a 4v2. If they can find a clean win up against the Biz, and then maybe a trade afterwards, and they don't get that clean win at all. Abiz taking 0 damage, and then finds the last onto Martinez. Shinden do get the 5 that I think they need to be competitive and potentially win here on map number 3.
Yeah, in ridiculous efforts. I mean, he literally gets spotted there on the cross, but seemingly the comm just doesn't come through in time. I mean, you have to literally just scream, he's in the middle smoke, and just not clear enough on the line. But, I mean, I did not think they would, even in regular circumstances, have the water to actually hold for that 5th round. So if that's what gets them there, JRT, then so be it. They get a T-sided grasp with, honestly, where the hopes of the Argentinian fans are the best yet to have been seen by the Shinden side yet. We're going to see right into this B side, and they are quite literally already clicking. That's an entry to open this B side.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's not the half that 9Z was hoping for. Let's be clear. Yes, you have a lead going into the second half, but they need a lot here, and Max trying to tap heads through the smoke, does manage to connect onto Nacho. Looking for another one. Bomb gets planted, so already good news here for Shinden. Martinez barreling down with the dualies, I should say, and he does find one onto Roy. That'll clear out a lot of space and afford his team the possibility of coming in and striking Luke, and will do exactly that. Trying to isolate this last fight, and he wins it. 9Z have gotten the site back. Should get the defusal. Abiz does manage to get one before he falls immediately. Martinez great with the dualies. So is Lucan. 9Z hang on, even though it gets scary in the opening moments.
While that is good, I think we still have to wait for this chapter to actually open, because I'm feeding for some Galils right now. Get this back. I feel like we've seen a couple of actually probably reasonable takes of maybe letting this one subline for a moment in, but I'm a little bit confused because I do see like a touter of investment in from a couple of upgrades. So Shinden gonna take the save on the chin, but give themselves probably enough round to actually wiggle.
Yeah, should be able to get a buy up in the next round. So I don't necessarily mind it. The way these rounds have gone, Roy kind of the spark on some of these pistols, and Nacho as well. So, I mean, yeah, I think they still have a decent chance of actually getting into this round, and especially now with Martinez eventually caught with utility in his hands. Yeah, he throws the nade down, but he can't get away. IVZ finds the frag. He's got all his teammates behind him, picks up the M4, and it's happening. Yep, Shinden just on the lighter buy. They made the right call, kept their economy healthy. Now they have site control with 9Z really nowhere close to getting back into this A site.
Nacho's running away. He just put Hasao peak down to 9, and that's the win. That's going to be Shinden. They actually undercut it. It didn't even need the Galils. That's the track we're currently going on, even hunting down Adam S.
Free guns.
I don't think anybody's going to stick around to tell this tale. Honestly, likely hold on to the A1S, and instead they're going to be right on their tails, JRT.
Oh no. Yeah. This is not great at all. Shinden.
3 guns is insane.
Look, yeah, it's 3 upgrades for no cost at all, pretty much. I mean, light investment. I think they spent maybe 13.
They literally didn't kill the SMG players until the end.
Yeah, and then they spent maybe 1K in the round on average per player.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was really not great for 9Z. And after winning the pistol in such a fashion, you're like, okay, we're going to be able to come back into this one, maybe convert off it. They don't even convert a single round on what should have been a conversion, because Shinden only got the pistols. They were just setting themselves up for that buy up in the next one. Then IVZ does that, catches Martinez trying to get away, even though Martinez probably would have been better served trying to fight that. Instead, tries to get back behind cover. The movement's not good enough. And I mean, look, you saw it happen there. Shinden are very much in this, folks. I mean, they have got the chance at victory. They can taste it.
You're so close to dethroning 9Z at the moment. I mean, talk about a force. You have to command for one at the moment. You're going to have to be really letting this. Look at how close we've gotten odds-wise. Got to respect. Normally those nades go the other direction.
Yeah.
That's wild, actually.
Shinden.
He'll get the little bit of revenge. Oh my gosh.
It's not even as much damage as with Delt to 9Z, but... Oh, there's another nade, man! They are just firing artillery shells, our Shinden. And they're looking to upset 9Z again potentially here on Anubis. Look, we still got a few rounds to be played, of course,
crazy.
but this just feels like, again, look, the tide shifted a little bit in that first half, and we've kind of gone back and forth, but once more, Shinden are looking to take hold of this map. And you might be thinking, JRT, what are you talking about? They have a 2-round deficit to come back from. It is Anubis. We talked about this before. It's T-sided, and Shinden win the majority of their rounds on that side. So even being down 2, it's just the position that they're in. It's the feeling, after having watched so much Counter-Strike, of course, that these guys are in it to win it, and they are at a precipice where they might be able to come through and take control. That's it.
I thought maybe you would see all these players just really kind of stay within the bounds of, you know, the graphs in this A site where you could have the solace, but oh no, if these players get tracked down, then it will be a wasted round. That's 3 bodies going to be plucked out of the bin, and it's 9Z that needed at least a basis here. You're kicking out the pillars right now.
You got nothing. Well, there's one frag. I do not think that Martinez will be able to hang on to this. Nacho is certainly going to chase. The whole team knows that Martinez is here, and probably a little damage is confirmed. There's a flashbang. Martinez, yep, dead. M4 will likely be recovered by Roy. Adam? Freebie? Yes? Yeah, okay. So Adam gets 1, but that's probably all he'll find, and I doubt he'll be able to get out of this round because Shinden are going to chase him down. Smell the blood in the water. No, actually they decide to let him live because they realize, look, he's only got a 5.7, not really much of a threat into this next round. Didn't get the rifle upgrade, and Shinden find a 7th. Again, that was a force buy for 9Z, so now their economy is broken. They don't really have any justification to buy up a single thing. They've got Adam S's 5.7 in armor. That's it. Stack a sight, take a chance, but as it stands, probably going to be tied up, and the momentum has shifted in Shinden's favor.
Looks by the first of our 2 Argentinian squads playing in our latter round of 16 matches here tonight. If the luck is going to be going in that direction, then we could be on for really a crazy end to this 3rd map. 9Z are really feeling that poison just be turned all the way up. They can't feel this. It's music to their ears, sure, bringing it back to a tied game, but they feel the visions of Series 7 again. Lucan right on top of his head. I mean, maybe a bit of a new look, but this is Shinden even bringing them to their grasp. I mean, it's a very close way on the backup, a very big upset round that you had to even get that little bit of hope back in. This is going to be a little bit ridiculous on the back end. Okay, they can pop out with those pistols.
Yeah, just the MAC-10 though. And they might lose it immediately. There it is. Yep, Abiz going to take care of a business. There it is.
Big profits.
Churning through them, yeah. Making that money, $2,400 in his bank account. Shinden tie things up. They are hyped. They're pumped up. You see it on the cams. These guys are really feeling it. As it's a technical timeout going to be called here. Let's see if we've got any information here. Oh, we got some
TeamSpeak problems.
Yes.
Is that because they are getting frustrated in TeamSpeak and like we're having an issue in the voice channel? All kidding aside, they would be probably very in an understandable stance. I think I would be feeling the same way, JRT. This has been plucking on my heartstrings and we're just on the desk. Like, it's a crazy one for 9Z to have to deal with that added pressure of letting another CCT opportunity like this slip, man. I mean, it's Shinden that, like, let's talk about the backside of this game. They have to make up for a lot of lost time in VRS rankings, right? A win like this could be very meaningful to them in order to put on another great win. I mean, I think that it's going to be just with the consideration that it's against a team like 9Z, where, I mean, there's capped gone from an invited team, right? I mean, 9Z did not get to kind of farm in that opportunity, so it's going to be interesting here. I mean, you just got to consider all of the aspects now here with, you know, the open circuit and really how that's going to be letting in. I mean, you know, shout out Game Hunters, similar to Sharks JRT. They're making their way up to a Fragadelphia event. They want to make up for some lost time in the VRS as well.
Indeed, they do. I'm hearing some typing. I'm not sure if the issues have been resolved or not. Might have to wait a little bit longer. So you know what? I am going to say we're going to take a magic pause, the magic break, and see if that solves things and everything will be resolved, guys. We'll hit that break. We'll be back in just a bit. All right, so the magic pause worked, guys. I told you, go to break, they're back in. So here we go. Round number 17 between Shinden and 9Z. TeamSpeak issues resolved. And, well, for 9Z, they're going to hope that things will be resolved on that scoreboard for themselves and get a 9th on that board because, as it stands, Shinden, they are climbing up that mountain that seemed like such a steep climb at first when they started this BO3, but now they can see the top.
Here's an opening fight that's brought all the way back. A few maps later from the opening that Max put up, the highest rated player from Nuke, right? I mean, he's just sublet to maybe a lackluster performance, and now his team is going to be down a member and maybe not feeling it. There's 2 kills right back to back. The FAMASes are striking just as successfully as they were on Ancient. I picked up AK, and this got to get ready to go. Dance around this pillar. He's even got the backup in time.
God,
But look
Roy.
at that. It's a headshot put on by Roy. In the 1v1 he's got right against that scope, JRT, still smoked out.
He's got the bomb too, and he's saying, you know what, I'm getting the heck out of here. Gonna go plant on the A site, or maybe he's just trying to throw Martinez for a loop. Goes into mid. He's making a lot of noise. Martinez is gonna hear this. Roy seems to have the right idea as to where Martinez will be coming from, but he's more concerned about getting this bomb planted, which he will do in time, plenty of time. Roy, he's been a clutch master throughout the entirety of this series, and he's got the right read again. Oh no, he gets spotted! Oh my goodness, he does the double take, but Martinez is the one to hit the shot, and that could be a defining moment in this series. Martinez gives his team that 9th round. So close for Roy, yet so far.
Oh, and always, you gotta let him know.
Yeah.
It's 9Z that are on the comeback. You know, they just won a huge round. It's been going Roy's way these last 2 maps, and I mean, that could have been a storyline pinpoint to put inside for 9 on Shinden, right? I mean,
Yeah.
9Z, that's a much more valuable win for them. Obviously, a loss there could have meant their economy. I feel like, honestly, that's kind of a point we've made a lot with 9Z on this CT side. It's much harder to pedal on the way back up, but credit to Shinden consistently putting out damage.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, it's far from over for Shinden because they built up a very strong economy throughout all that time because this all started on an eco. And they got those 3 free upgrades, and they've won every single round since. So even if they should lose here, they'll still have another buy-up in the bank. But they are hoping that they can tie this one up once more. 9-9. Molotov sails in. Also peak. Down to 60 HP. DK1. Just a little bit of spam. No frags yet. There's the first one. Nacho on the drive-by, and he gets the second as well. How many times has Nacho opened up space for his squad? Once more, delivering 2 critical frags as they go into an empty A site, and 9Z are already saving. They are done in this round. We are indeed going to be tied up at 9.
Are they done, or are they going to be forced to fight while they're tapping on the mat? I have a feeling that Shinden, specifically Nacho, is...
They should chase, yeah, you're right.
First year, yeah, they can afford it. That would be, honestly, heartbreaking. Especially considering the clutch that they feel they should have had. They honestly respond like they had that momentum anyhow. But they may just be letting a couple of these bodies live over a little bit safer. Maybe Roy a little bit closer. Martinez around the corner. What it would mean to tear this up.
Whoa.
Oh, that's so insane.
That hurts immensely. Let's see if Wasso Peak and Adam S can survive here. They can. Okay, they've tucked themselves in safely. Martinez thought he had the line, honestly. He missed the shot, and that was it for him. That's a big piece off the board. As Shinden indeed are going to tie things up once more. Just beautiful, again, from Nacho. I cannot overstate this right here, how important it is for him. He combines with Roy in that second one, but still it's Nacho who does the majority of the work. And now 9Z, they can't really invest into this round. I mean, they've got the M4 and the FAMAS saved over from the previous one. But that's it.
Lucan with his P250. This is going to be a big challenge here. Maybe just a bit of a bother here. They invest a whole lot in, but maybe the gamble doesn't pay off. Maybe the P250 can just float, can't tread at all. Just going to be gone down to the bottom of the pits. Bomb put down. 9Z. Maybe with an even more passive stance into the back end of this, and I really don't hate this at all.
No, I mean, you gotta... Excuse me, sorry, I might be losing my voice a little bit after that marathon yesterday, and here we're going 3, yeah, sorry. But, yeah, they have to save what they've got. It's important, because the economy, even going to the next round, isn't going to be that great. So, FAMAS and M4 certainly will help. I mean, the USPs aren't that important. Maybe a flashbang from Max, but you could literally just throw that to someone else and go for a fight, which I imagine the USPs should be fighting forward a little bit, hoping for an upgrade. But you see, methodically, Shinden are making this map very small, but they take a wrong turn. They do not go towards T-spawn, and it should mean that the important pieces survive. In fact, everyone does.
Gosh.
Yep.
That is a little bit comical on that end.
Yeah.
Timeout on the board right now for 9Z to consider their kind of new given room back through this. But JRT, I was hearing from Vincent, at least during the beginning of that nuke and received updates there, and I would be a bad friend not to tune in on that margin. I was absolutely just... I'm not gonna lie. There's not many things that you can make sense of in life, but you have to laugh a little bit. And, I was giggling, JRT.
Yeah.
Maybe at your expense.
It was fun though. It was fun. It was a crazy series for sure. And well, I mean, while the first two maps have been pretty cut and dry here between Shinden and 9Z, this one is feeling like it's gonna go down to the wire. You have that buy up coming through for 9Z. As mentioned, those two pieces that were saved through were important. And now, see, the odds have shifted for, I think, the first time.
Certainly. Ooh, that is a very big crawl, but Hasso has actually gone in that actual same vein. Gotta be an instant batter because you want to reach back through. So active in canals. We're Shinden with the utility trying to buzz back at 9Z. They at least sublet through 4 players. The entire team grouped up in middle where, I mean, this is where the playbook can open. Actually feel this in well-balanced 9Z for probably one of the times where you haven't seen that. A little bit more usual for them to be heavier on that B side. They were. Martinez, though, taking more of the passive play. He has that incendiary down, JRT, and you do have that prod right from behind. So with 1 minute to go, it's even 9Z that feel they aren't even comfortable to fight, but that's where Martinez, he can stand up like he's done in multiple positions. You've got to fight this through. It's game ender where you get this next swing, and it's so bloody. It's Adam that's all alone, and Abiz, he goes back, and he's still bottled up. 9Z, they bring us to a tied game, even if you go all the way down for it.
Adam S just going back and forth to clutch that one out for his squad. And indeed, 9Z hang on to tie things up at 10, but that economy for Shinden is still healthy. This was very much, it felt like their round to take because they pulled it back. IVZ and Abiz getting a few there. And in fact, that was a 1v3. It didn't feel like it, but ended up being the case for Adam. Well done on his side, but 9Z still need more. And look at, I mean, the money's still great for Shinden. Even if they lose here, they still got money. I don't even know if they'll have to worry about money for the remainder of this regulation, honestly, at this rate. But they want more than just a healthy economy. They want a win here. They want that upset victory. Martinez, a big miss. He needs support from his riflers, and, well, it doesn't come through. He managed to recover for one, but Shinden have closed the gap. They're already swarming on the site. Martinez was eliminated. There goes Huaso Peak as well, and it will be a 4v3 in favor of Shinden as that smoke blooms around CT. Nades and I think an incendiary, maybe both nades actually fly in from 9Z. It doesn't do any damage at all, really. And now 9Z are on the outside looking in.
How long has it been since we've had this proper retake? Bukin to actually set this through, gets a great headshot onto a bees, and you can just try and speed it up. Gets this back. If it all comes through the scope, then it's necessary, but BK1 has to get involved more than the big brain. Adam having to chase him down, just came off of a 1v3, but he's got fresh legs. That's what that means, and he can stand tall for Shinden late into this match when it matters the most.
I thought Adam had that. That is unreasonable for Shinden to pull it off again. Even though they had the advantage in the post plant, it felt like things were trending in 9Z's direction eventually, especially since Adam was able to get that first frag in the 1v2, and you felt like he was going to clutch it once more, but no, it doesn't happen, and Shinden call a timeout to just relax things, obviously, because there's a lot of emotion right now on their side, no question at all, and they just want to make sure they keep their cool and keep their focus heading into a very important moment here for both the CCT SA number 8 round of 16 and the tournament as a whole, and of course in their careers, because you know this is a potentially a very big win for them to find against a 9Z squad with a lot of star power.
Favored to walk up onto the plank of 12 as they stand at the moment. Anubis that has been filled with a couple of crazy eco rounds. Not fully comfortable sitting right where I am at the moment, but honestly, JRT, I am well and okay with that. This thing has been an absolute dream so far. But 9Z, they're setting into the last couple of steps to the nightmare. They don't want to go back-to-back lose round 16s, though this would be a great series to go. But sometimes you can just close in and really realize a result like that, and it can put you in such a rut. That's why they want to stay online, but BK1 wants to put him off. Just has a feeling of a couple of players around the corner here. Clean wipes his hands from those ecos, but boy, does he deserve a spill at this point. 3 out of it, why not go for more? Finally clipped.
Well, I mean, that's an AK for Adam. Probably going to want to hang on to that, but absolutely Shinden are going to chase. They have no reason not to. They don't want to let anything get saved through. Bomb is planted, and they're guarding it to make sure no one sneaks through and tries to defuse that under their noses. But at the same time, they've got frags on the brain. Also peak, very low, taken care of, and Adams next to fall. There it is. Roy finds the last one, nothing saved through, and backs against the wall. 9Z in a position they thought nigh impossible that they'd be in are absolutely facing it head on. Shinden, on the other hand, the upset victory would be enormous.
Just one kill at a time here.
Yeah.
To set themselves up to be our first quarterfinalist, specifically right where we put them through in the brackets. You're watching alongside this. Obviously, you're looking to Red Candons and Dusty Roots to be the opponents. Imagine a Dusty Roots Shinden.
Oh my god.
Quarterfinal. The Argentinian Bowl. It would be incredible.
It would require 2 upsets, and usually you don't get 2 like that. You get the one, and then you don't get the other one. But you never know, honestly. Wow.
Shinden want to take care of that first part right now.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
slow swaltzing into it again. They don't want to be that team that slips up.
Shinden, yeah, a slow crawl, figuratively and literally here. As Roy is crouching down mid. Martinez scoping with the op. He's hit the shot, and he does. A big hit for him, but he loses a teammate in the process, and back and forth we go. At the end of it, a 3v2 edge. Martinez under pressure, and Martinez delivering exactly when he's needed. Martinez up against Roy here on this A site. Bomb will be planted. Pressure's on. Roy's been so good at clutching. He's been so good at clutching, and he's going to get a 1 on the 1v3. Not the second, though. Oh, my goodness. Shinden falls short here in this one, and 9Z hang on. Barely.
Martinez has been so consistently involved within the entire series. One of those effective riflers that 9Z has felt like they have let out of the cabinet this afternoon. But it's been a moment whence we've seen a multi-frag come out of the AWP. That's the best one that he's had so far in the series, and that's posted on round 23. I was going to comment when they were just walking back up into middle that honestly, in a round 23 like that, you could probably go for something a little bit more daring, considering that you were literally going to have that complete reset into 24 if you need it. And guess what? Do you wish that you got more creative when you had the chance? But I don't know. Playing against Martinez like that, not a whole lot of space to write.
Lucan, immediately punished. He tried to go through that smoke, but the minute he was spotted coming out of it, BK1 hits the headshot. Oh, man. That is a brilliant way for Shinden to kick off this final round of regulation, which if they win, it's over. Molotov sails in towards that A site at camera, so that clears up a lot of space. That could put the pressure on here for 9Z to rotate towards A. They have to be careful as to where they path, though.
Is it A? Or do they go and try and fish through E-Box at the moment? They have a couple of options on the par, and they're just reminded in the Martinez AWP. But JRT, that might be too big of a wonder at this point. As long as you're on the same page, a coordinated hit here by Shinden could be all that they need.
I mean, you know you've taken out Lucan, who's the other player on the B side.
Misses.
Yeah. And it's just the opper, so if they flash him out effectively, they can overload him. He might get one, but that could be maximum. And then they catch Max trying to rotate over to support. Martinez, he's standing on his head once more, but he can only get one. IVZ is going to frag him out. 4v2 Shinden on the precipice of an upset victory with only Adam and Hwasso Peak to take down, Mark.
And this is just laying the red carpet up for Shinden to walk with that blue Argentinian flag draped on their backs. A big win in the round of 16 here as BK won the leader to just put them up for it. Getting it down, it's 13 rounds. It's Shinden that puts that over 9Z's head. It takes all 24. It takes all 3 maps, but they are your first quarter finalists. And you know what? Dusty Roots and Red Candids, I don't know what they're thinking right now.
That was unbelievable from Shinden. Yeah, definitely. Dusty Roots probably feeling like they can repeat this, and maybe that gives them a bit of confidence going up against the Red Canids. But man, oh man, Shinden, these last 2 maps were brilliant. Ancient was dominant from them, and you hear on Anubis, they just never gave up. They never gave in to 9Z's pressure that was being applied from their CT side, which was, I mean, not great from 9Z, but it had way better performance than it did in their previous matchups that they played here. So credit to both teams. They played well, but Shinden, the team that not many people expected to come out with the victory here, are the ones who advanced to the quarterfinals, eliminating 9Z. And 9Z, again, probably some disappointment, Mark. It's the second time in a row that they've been invited to CCT, and they've been eliminated in the round of 16.
Oh, and it's so painful to, realize and missed opportunities like that. I mean, but this time it feels like it's not in the same fashion. They got to burn still within these rosters. They look a little bit led up to it. I expected a player like Lucan to really maybe set in a little bit further the way that Nacho and Roy were going and really going so deep. I think that Nacho in this duo brings up a great opinion where, I mean, I think that there's a lot to let up. It was BK1 maybe a little bit quiet in that third map, but I mean, some to the greater of their parts. This is a Shinden roster that really, when it feels like they're playing together, they are unstoppable. And they just showed that against 9Z even if it came to just a bevel's edge.
Yeah, and I think the spacing is excellent on their side as well, which is the reason why the whole team is kind of involved there in getting things going and finding success. And we're looking here at the bracket. Shinden, advancing as we saw, and we've got that final round of 16 matchup between Red Canids and Dusty Roots that we'll break down in just a little bit. I think, not sure if we'll have the MVP graphic, but honestly, if we don't, I'll tell you right now, Nacho is the MVP without any doubt in my mind. He was getting entries all the time, opening up space on Ancient and Anubis. He was a monster. I think he had the top rating on the team at the end of it. Just stood on his head, honestly, to help carry his team to victory. Roy deserves an honorable mention in the 1vx's that he was able to pull off, because it was crazy sometimes the amount of impact he's able to have in those clutch situations.
I mean, it feels like I feel like I just had like a history of the series wash over me, where there was so much on this Anubis to unpack. It's a little bit ridiculous that, maybe we just had to let up into, a dash back to 13-6s it like took us to get here. And I mean, I really kind of feel for a lot of those 9Z fans that, are led up to what is a disappointing performance. And I mean, the opportunity to come in here and have the way to a team like 9Z you expect to likely make a semifinal, right? I mean, and having the opportunity to farm up around a 16, a quarterfinal, and potentially what could come through in a couple of these rounds would, I think, add a lot of value to being invited to a tournament like this. And it seems like, whoop, all that is all gone for you. But it was a slow burn, right? Yep. They got to see it out of their faces, besides what was an overtime and then a 13-4 loss to Audic prior to. I mean, hey man, same dish. It just took a little bit longer to cook this time.
Yeah, perhaps we're seeing the old guard on the way out and the new up-and-comers taking their place here in real time. Maybe we'll get the same story in our next matchup, which we'll get to in just a bit, guys. Before we do that, we're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll have Red Canids up against Dusty Roots. All right, we're back here with the last round of 16 matchup. Red Canids against the Dusty Roots. And I mean, look, it's kind of a similar storyline to the previous one. We've got a new player coming in here for the Red Canids, Drop, who benched himself from MIBR because he felt like the results weren't there. He wanted to get away from that, not get away from it, but just say, look, it's time for me to go. I got to find a new team. And it felt like the Red Canids discussion started almost immediately, or maybe we're already underway before that for him to join this roster.
Yeah, I mean, having a little bit of a personal connection, back to a lot of these players, will make that very tempting, and fit just like a glove, right? I think Drop joining into a team with a whole lot of experience in a region that is dominating by that just factor, right? You look across the board right now, you can go on and on about a team like Bestia, Fluxo. You form a lot of these quarterfinals, but potentially with, either 9Z or Shinden, but Shinden playing in the form they are right now, whoever is going to be seeing in after this result, JRT, we know has got to be cut out for it.
Yeah, no question. I mean, look, we saw these two teams face off against each other previously. Dusty Roots, I shouldn't say previously, it was yesterday. Dusty Roots played up against Red Canids, and it went 3 maps. It was another 3-mapper. This time, though, or I should say that time, it wasn't the comeback, or I should say underdog story, where Dusty Roots were able to be victorious. It was Red Canids taking care of business on the final map of Nuke, 13-9, after a 10-13 loss for themselves against Dusty Roots on Inferno, and a 13-6 win on Ancient. So, that's the history these two teams have got. Maybe we'll get the same maps. I don't know what will occur. Perhaps Red Canids will mix things up on their pick going forward into this matchup. But let's talk a little bit more about these Dusty Roots, right? This is an interesting team.
Yeah, a Dusty Roots team where, I was commenting on it just in our previous matchup. A lot of this is, coming through the court of experience. I think that, we can appreciate it, I think, from our North American point of view, where we've lost a lot of back-end experience. South American scene really has very stayed solid. And, a guy like 1962 has, come through, and, I'll bring up the, Velox roster and Johnny Boy, a lot of these guys that have been around here for a very long time. MaxCore as well has played with this team in some significant duos, also was on the Argentinian IESF team. It's always cool to be able to represent your country on a stage like that. He got to play with some really cool players, but also joining up with a couple of young guns. I think Toto is pretty promising, and Forgutty has shown some nice shots on here, maybe a little bit photoshopped into that jersey. Gotta get this man out to a land.
Yeah, I think Forgutty and Toto and both photoshopped into that jersey.
What
That's
are you
okay.
do? All good.
You gotta get it done somehow, right? But either way, I think overall it's an interesting roster. MaxCore and Tommy Jet are the ones that are going to carry the weight of the team on their shoulders for sure in the fragging department. MaxCore in particular. An important piece, and I think throughout his career he's been pretty solid, so let's see if he can do it here for the Dusty Roots. Now let's quickly, because we don't have much time before the match starts, switch over to Red Canids, and this is a team again filled with names that are very familiar, right? Similar to 9Z before this. Coldzera, Phelps, Henny, Drop in particular. Venom Zera, not as well known, but he's an up-and-comer on the roster. Drop being added here, I think, is a fantastic thing for the Red Canids, because they haven't had an IGL for a couple of months. They've been trying to find that, and now Drop has come in and taken that mantle. So I think that he could potentially, with a little bit of time, carry this team to more success.
Yeah, this is crazy, right? It literally just happened a couple days ago. I think 2 or 3 days ago. So this is hot right onto our screens today. A nice quarter of it always comes down to the quarter mix-up for me. A round of 16 matchup that you get in here. It's not only Drop that seasoned to familiar names, but it wasn't too long ago that Phelps rejoined in 2 hands, with familiar hands, I should say, with Coldzera, right? You can talk about a couple of these players linking up in a lot of times, right? Henny has seen these players even on the other side of the stage, right? They've seen into a lot of, I don't have to explain the legend to you. We all know the stories that you're going to be seeing play out but it is kind of looking up. And another daunting challenge here. I mean, look onto a guy like Phelps, right? I mean, Max Core is definitely going to be having his hands full all day with Henny on that AWP, who replaces Hards out on this roster directly, where it is kind of a new looking Red Canids just kind of across the board.
Absolutely. So, I mean, look, let's see if it yields success. Let's jump right into that video now. Let's see what maps we'll be playing on here in this final BO3 of the round of 16. Bans coming in, Anubis gone for Dusty Roots, kind of expected there. And let's see, Train.
Shucks.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, expected. What can you do, honestly?
One day, but hey, this
Inferno,
is
yeah.
you can definitely see into an interesting challenge to the beginning of our series. Tommy Jed may be wanting to exactly call out what Drop's going to be getting all the way split done on another Inferno so soon after.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Red Canids previously picked into Inferno, right, like you said, and they're going to pick into it again. Mirage is the mix-up. Dusty Roots went to Ancient last time, and that didn't work for them, so now they're going to try their luck on Mirage, and finally we'll be left with Ancient. So the only real change is, well, the order of Ancient and Inferno, and of course Mirage being thrown into the mix. So we'll see how much of a difference that Mirage makes. Red Canids may be more vulnerable. Perhaps that's the secret sauce here for Dusty Roots to go to a Mirage and exploit them. I don't know. It's still going to be difficult. Like, Dusty Roots are the underdog. Let's be clear again, as was Shinden in that previous matchup. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them. They already faced off against Red Canids before. Maybe now they'll have that experience under their belt to be able to counter-strat them a little bit better, perhaps, and then another Argentinian team can make it through. I don't know, Mark.
You're setting it up for me, JRT. I'm loving. I'm eating this up just completely. It's definitely a bit of a higher question, and where we were comparatively into our first series, Dusty Roots, no doubt about it, through players that are really going to need to kind of answer up to the job. I think that before, when I was watching this Dusty Roots roster, it was a little bit lackluster from some of the younger faces. And you know what? Like, it's very intimidating walking into a roster, walking into a server rather, and kind of staring across the screen. It may be daunting to see into actual major winners multiple times. So, you know, it's going to be in this facet, I think, just the recent game going the way it did. I think we were talking in the green room, expecting not really having the vetoes in front of us, probably to be a 2-0. Up to go on that stance. But I think that, you know, when you serve it up the way it happens, it could lead to be exactly that entertaining, JRT. But before we do get into all of that action, we're going to be throwing this to that magical break we talked about. We should be back soon off of this, so don't go far.
All right, here we go on to Inferno, which is the Red Canids pick, as they're hoping to have success once more on the map, or excuse me, they're hoping to have success on the map for the first time in 2 days against Dusty Roots. The Dusty Roots are the ones hoping that they can upset Red Canids once more on their map pick. Here we go into the pistol round. We got 3 players for Red Canids onto A, 2 leaning to the B side, but no real aggression from the CTs. They are waiting for Dusty Roots to come to them.
We're currently mobbing just right behind brackets. Not right back to back together. Make this a bit of a jam on A. Henny. Just be able to fight in photos. So, Venom Zero, first one to second. A whole lot of value here on this A side with his Venom. Who looks absolutely so quick, and it's Cold Zero up top to sub line. Toto, he's going to have to drift through this. Already as intimidating as the name value would suggest. It's Ranked is that waste no time.
Yeah, Red Canids actually coming off a loss against Legacy in a BO3, so, you know, they're already reeling a little bit, probably have some frustration built up and pent up within them that they're looking to unleash against the Dusty Roots. And right there in that pistol round, no mistake of it. Venom Zera, the young gun here for the Red Canids, takes care of business with the 3-piece, and Dusty Roots right onto the force by no hesitation at all, despite the fact that the bomb plant didn't come in. We're seeing this more and more in the MR12 days, where teams don't really want to sit in their laurels for the economy to build up in the early goings. They want to try and get those pistol rounds going, and given the results we've seen in some of these pistols, you know, it can work out. The odds are still against you, but I think they're a lot better here in CS2 than they were in CSGO.
A couple of nice dedicated setups back to back. They're thorough over here. Maybe too thorough for Dusty Roots liking, who are going to be reaching in just about as far as he's doctored up to be. Phelps is going to be smoking out the Dusty Roots IGL on the other side. Tommy Jed to just bounce back. And boy, Phelps, when he gets his hands on this, it would be so disappointing for his farm to actually go down. There's so much utility on this side, and it may just go unused, but Forgot he gets a quick trade, and actually there may be some breathing room here for Dusty Roots to actually set up and get a good go. But Henny putting that pressure right behind them, JRT, is going to lead to a very, very tough lay, but they get that clean entry onto Phelps. They're going to get a bomb plant at a minimum.
Yeah, and look at Ferguti. He's trying to come in here. No, he will eventually get shut down by Venom Zero. I thought he could get even further and do more damage to Red Canids. It will now go for that boost, and it's being watched, but Max Score could not react quickly enough, leaving it all up to Toto M. And Totem will get 2 on Venom Zero and Cold Zera. The Zera is deleted. Totem hoping to win against Henny as well. Henny tapping the bomb, trying to draw out the fight, but Totem is having none of it. And, well, I think he's got it. I think Totem won the round. What an unbelievable performance. So, another heroic effort here. Going back to our previous series, the Argentinians appear to have a lot of strong players in these clutch situations.
And they come just bred like that. The 20-year-old puts up a great, great shot. I will comment, I always go through. I've covered these teams before. This man was 19 the last time I casted him. Just had a birthday, JRT. Is 20 years old to get that clutch.
Beautifully done. Totem saving the day for Dusty Roots. That's unbelievable, honestly. And now Red Canids off a pistol round victory.
Then they give him the MAC 10. How do you treat a guy?
You got to give him more than that. It's okay. I think he's
Maybe
fine
he
with
likes
that.
to get his hands dirty.
Yeah, I think he wants
That
to
I
get
respect.
engaged probably pretty early on in the round, so he'll be the tip of the spear, I would imagine.
Find the hot hand. Just Cold Zero to manage this up alone on A. He has been given a little bit of depth right back to momentarily recycle that smoke up top towards A in that direction. Currently staring down the scope is Henny. Actually going to be getting off on a good jab. That's always the opportunity to bounce back.
A little bit of span coming from Tommy Jed.
I feel like they may be shooting themselves in the foot here by smoking off B. You kind of want to force the fights here, and they're forcing him back to coldzera.
Yeah, coldzera's in a bit of a tough spot, right? If Dusty Roots decide to rotate towards A. Technically, it would be a 5v1 for him to try to fend off. And it feels like that's going to be the end result. They leave Totem behind, who's now got the M4 in his hands. Drop the Mac 10 for the low health max score. Totem. Ooh, spam through the wall, gets dropped. That will leave them planted on that B site, meaning that they can go towards A and only have to deal with one player in coldzera. 20 seconds left, though, but I doubt that'll be an issue.
So the Deagle toted up right now. May be able to get one, but sounding off, it's a matter of time. Dusty Roots, they clean up here on A, and they still have all 5 of these bodies online. Way to, honestly, make sure you are going to be able to start off in a very keen sense. This man is going to be up with 100 HP. I wonder if this is in set for a bit of a hunt in the direction all the way back, cycling the Mac 10. They're not afraid.
Gutty is going for that hunt, trying to earn some cash, but in the end, it doesn't spawn anything. It says, okay, whatever. Just going to back away from that. They don't necessarily have the economy to go hunting aggressively here, and Tommy Jet takes a lot of damage from that bomb, but not enough to kill him, and that's the important part. As the Dusty Roots have quickly taken a lead against the Red Canids, so things trending similarly as to the way they did the previous time these two teams played an Inferno. Still early, though. Opportunity for Red Canids to strike back, but I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I was saying before, I feel like the old guard, they've had their time. Maybe it's the young guns that are going to take their place, and I mean, the Argentinians as well. Like, Argentina hasn't necessarily had this many teams in quite some time, and I mean, Brazil has dominated South America for the most part, so it's great to see overall.
Love to see a bit of a big bounce back. Huge nade that was put to drop and Henny. They are going to be awfully low, but the presence of Hamas, the presence of Phelps that just actually breaks right out of Banana is going to be, oh no. Oh, that is going to be frustrating.
Yeah.
Drop runs right into the fire, but it is Venom currently in those same flames. It is Red Candids who may be feeling that temperature rising here on Inferno. There's Vercutti with a great one, Deke. But coldzera, he's going to come online. He's got a Galil. He's got Phelps right here, right exactly where he needs him. All of that disaster, it could just be cleaned up here. They've got these 2 kills, and that third player is going to be streaking through apartments. Way to save the day, Phelps. Way to save the day, coldzera. They just swooped right in.
Wow, that's a miracle, honestly, for the Red Canids. coldzera with the headshots from the USP, slipping through a smoke and catching one player off guard, then picks up the rifle, and they have the perfect crossfire. Honestly, Dusty Roots walked into the worst possible angle they could have, and the Red Canids were there waiting to absolutely churn through them with bullets, and they strike back. So good for the Red Canids to recover here. It's an important time for them to find it on an eco round, and the Dusty Roots lose everything that they invested into this one. It'll be a bit of a tough buy up as a result. Or, excuse me, they still have enough money. I take that back completely. They had enough money. It'll be tough on their economy overall should they lose this follow-up round, but they'll be okay here in Max Core. We'll have the AWP in his hands, the only op on the server right now, so he won't have Henny to worry about, at least won't have Henny to worry about with an AWP in his hands.
Honestly, wait on that danger, kind of sink it to come later. Because right now, if you could just get on this horse, kind of really get control of an Inferno that there's potential to pick up pace with on these rifles, Dusty Roots would be definitely led into a very disappointing wake of these last 2 coming rounds, counting this one. Occupation of apartments, Dusty Roots go back, but a flashback in to keep top of Banana online.
Red Canids trying to decide how to deploy the defense here, and they do send coldzera back towards the A site. Bomb's still on the ground at the bottom of T Red, so Dusty Root's going to have to recover that eventually once they decide where they're going to go, but that would indicate to me that it'll likely be an A hit, as they're probably going to reposition after grabbing that into mid and alt mid. And that is exactly what is going to go down here. All 4 players here towards the A site at bracket. Red Canids have the answer though, Mark. They got 3 players waiting on their side.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the value that shows that Henny's just still being on this rifle. These A setups can just be like so unpredictable. When you actually get on the way through, Phelps feels it, and he sees the back turned. You are just going to be ruining their chances, screaming to get this rotation online. Venom Zero will get there as quick as he can, rather drop. Coldzera going to be right here upon the elbow. Gotta win a big gunfight, and Coldzera never going to disappoint. Right here, the whole team is coming through to just wipe all the way through on Dusty Roots clean. That is beautiful. 4 alive for Red Candids, and they certainly have put the exclamation point on the huge clutch that Phelps and Coldzera got in the previous JRT. What
Absolutely.
a turnaround.
Yeah, and then you saw Henny as well contributing with 2 on the rifle. So I mentioned it, didn't have the op, but he's certainly serviceable with that rifle, and he showed it there. And he gets the free op upgrade off the ground. So, I mean, that's honestly a great round overall for the Red Canids to build up their economy, stabilize themselves on a CT side that started off well with a pistol round victory, then got shaky after losing the next 2. But it looks like they've gotten control back here, at least for the time being. And going to this round, it should be a sure win, you'd say, usually against these Glocks, as the Dusty Roots have taken their time round after round. And I think Phelps getting a little impatient here, saying, well, you know what, you guys are taking too long. I'm going to just go and kill you. 3 frags for him, as 1962 and Forgetti are the last 2 standing. And now just Forgetti, only shortly. He's gone too.
Wow. That is waxing. It's going to be, honestly, a little bit taxing to the mental. However, I mean, it's time as ever for any of these Dusty Roots kind of pokes to get back. Henny is going to be picking up the AWP now. We know that's in action. See how Dusty Roots, they were very willing to get active and really try and kind of brush the norm off of the beginning of these banana rounds, trying to actually find that entry on their notice instead of Red Canids. Tommy Jet takes a whole lot of damage start of this thing. Oh no, easy opening kill, but Ricotti is just going to get teased down to 40 health.
Wow. Thought that was the opener there. Doesn't connect on it, but still the damage has been done, as you mentioned. Forgetti down to 40. Tommy Jed down to 49. As the Dusty Roots look to deploy themselves towards Banana. There's the nade and the Molotov, but the Molotov doesn't go behind sandbags, so Phelps is still pretty comfortable here, and he does manage to get one. Can't connect on the second, so the trade is good, but still have a low Forgetti on the Dusty Roots side here in this 4v4. Smoke gets tossed, and at a perfect moment, because the Dusty Roots were about to make their move onto that B site, but that forces them back.
Drop just fades into the way to CT. May get caught in transition safely over. I don't think there's been a let to notice. He has just got all that through with the spam just fully white on that JRT. Toto can try and let with the spam. That Galil is gonna just try and reach through, and he does pull his hand down. Henny can try and lay the same type of line. It's 1962 out, and just behind it, he's keeping this B site online, and with 20 seconds to go, Henny keeps flirting with that. It lands with the spam. It's another fight won by Dusty Roots.
That's a dink there and not a kill. Unfortunate for Venom Zera, who falls there. It's still favorable, I would say, for Red Canids to win this round. And oh yeah, that nade's going to take care of Max Core. But Toto on the other side finds Coldzera right after the nade is thrown. So we'll be down to a 1v1, Henny and Toto. Last time Henny could not get it in a very similar situation. In fact, the same player up against him, and Toto throws the flash and wins the round again. Another clutch in his favor, and the Dusty Roots get a third. That looked like it was going Red Canids' way the whole time until Toto managed to get into the site with his teammate. And, well, I mean, you guys saw the result. That's unbelievable. It was trending so well. Toto again.
Huge plays. That's where you're needing to source them from. Spoke about this round is just about as good as any. Even if it took a 1v1 with Henny, it just didn't go his way. Toto, a huge step up. But Red Candids, it's going to take a moment for them to step down. They have got plenty of cash behind them, though. I think I actually kind of overestimate. They're going to be draining this a little bit further on some of the ends.
You know, the rounds that Red Canids are losing are just those ones that can really be gut punches. I think the last, 2 of the 3 were just that 1v1 where Toto comes out with a heroic effort and is able to bring his team across the finish line. This could easily be 5-1. Easily. Even 6-0. But Dusty Roots are hanging in there thanks to some heroic efforts from Toto and even MaxCore on some occasions. Outside of that, they've been pretty quiet on the scoreboard. So they should be very happy with the 3 that they have and the fact that those 2 players have kept them in it.
Trying to source this. Rush right down. Oh, and that Molotov is just going to be right on the other side. And Tommy Jed takes that right down. Drops somehow behind. Is putting the support in this supporting fire. Has gotten 2 frags in the smoke. I don't think they're done occupying this. But what will actually sublet them is Smokes to actually be able to hold right down upon this. Just one more that Drop is going to be able to cycle.
Yeah, it's a fantastic opener for Drop. And again, I think the Dusty Roots need a more convincing round victory, which they haven't yet had. Especially on the gun rounds. Otherwise, those little flare-ups here and there and heroic efforts by Toto will go by the wayside, won't really matter too much. 1962 and Toto, last 2 standing. 1962. Flashed and taken care of by Phelps. That'll leave only Toto standing with the AWP in his hands. You'd think he'd want to try and save this, but he won't be able to, I don't think. Yeah, he's been spotted, so I imagine the chase will be on here with the amount of money that the Red Canids have. They don't want to allow him to save the AWP, and Toto realizing that says, okay, I'm just going to fight. There's the first on to Drop. There's a free path to B if he just charges forward, but I mean, how could you possibly know that in a 4v1? And yeah, he will get dropped by Phelps. Red Canids take a 5th.
And to put any of the rumors to rest, I will say that I have had multiple discussions, but I was only told the truth once by one Colexner McHenry that the 1962 name is an ode to the father of the player. So shout out to all the dads out there. I know you're a dad, JRT. Shout out to you.
Thank you.
Shout out my dad.
Yeah, shout out all dads. As Phelps charging down here. Aggressively down Banana. I mean, like, Banana control hasn't really been that difficult for the Red Canids to get round after round. It feels like they've got control of it. Dusty Roots aren't challenging much. And, I mean, usually, if you want success on Inferno, you have to fight aggressively for Banana round after round. This round, it makes sense. They don't have the utility. But in the previous one, Red Canids dominated. Coldzera is going to casually get a 4K here. Probably the ace. There it is. And Tico ace for the legend, Coldzera.
Beautiful, beautiful work. Not the first time, and it won't be the last. He pushed up a statement like that on Inferno. The ace, all 5 frags. That is not even a second thought for that man. He has to pad the stats, and he's right back in the race with Phelps.
Alrighty. Sindiri's going to get tossed in. Oh my goodness. This is what I was saying. Oh, what? Drop gets 2 for 1 from the Molotov. MaxCore and Tommy Jet, they just get trapped, right? The Molotov sail in. The smokes are around them. They have nowhere to go, and they just burn alive in that molly. Oh my goodness. 1962 doesn't realize he's visible around the edge of that smoke, and Phelps gets another one to his name. Dusty Roots, just absolutely nothing they can do. That banana utility has been absolutely devastating from Red Canids. And now it's Toto and Fergutti. And only, 1:11 left on the clock. There's still so much time. But that happened so quickly at the beginning of the round where all those bodies dropped.
Not intimidated, ever not to fight. Don't even want to give them a line to even consider a bomb plant, and drop blocks away with the 4K. There is nothing going to be bowling through this lane of Inferno. You just dealt with an ace up top in the brackets, you know, sure against the anti-eco, but there is no reason not to be intimidated right now facing up against Dusty Roots. They've had 2 rounds through clutches, 1 clean result. It has really been a one-sided first half.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that clean result was just up against pistols, so I don't even count that, honestly. They need to show it against the rifles, which they haven't at all yet. Here come, speaking of pistols, 4 Tech 9s and a Deagle on the Dusty Roots side. Decent little chunk of util, but they are just going for the half buy here. It's not the full investment. Phelps. Nade tossed down banana. And again, like, not really much of a challenge down banana for Dusty Roots. And I suppose I can't blame him for the way things have gone, but that's a big chunk of the map to lose immediately without much of a challenge. Henny going to get the opener onto Tommy Jet as I'm blabbing along. Now 1962, a little at risk, a lot at risk. He's completely surrounded and his teammates can't really support him from apartments. Toto gets 1, but he's immediately dropped to dirt. Nade sails through. For Gutty's at risk, and he has to back off as his teammate also falls.
So this bomb, all the way out. Honestly, you can tell right now in the look of Gutty's face how much he is not loving this. He's sad out of it. This is a satire after all. Oh no, and they're letting him know. Horror.
That's... Oh my god. Alright. I mean, the BM is strong in South America, as it is in NA, right? So, no surprise there, seeing it in these circumstances. I mean, in any circumstances, they'll take the opportunity to spray the bodies. I remember back in the day, I'm going to go way back, when John G was doing it for the Bad News Bears, and everyone was criticizing him and saying, why is he doing the VM and everything? But, like, now everyone does it, so, like, it's become commonplace. And I think it's, anyway, well, I'll get back to it. I just feel like it's part of the game. Like, that's just how it's going to happen.
I prefer that side of the game.
Yeah.
I've seen some awesome clips pushing the bar at ESL Pro League right now. I feel like I get something new every day. It's been a great time. Henny takes a quick peek right there at the beginning of our round, and you could have seen a quick play out of this thing, JRT, but maybe Dusty Roots are going to be happy to be on notice for that. They had to have gotten information into what Lazy about. So you do get this quick look up with that smoke that does come out. Need to actually really teach them a lesson, and boy, does it.
That's a beautiful nade. Red Canids just deploying their utility perfectly. I think, in general, this team is strong utility-wise, so we're seeing it here. Max scored.
That's tech.
Honestly,
that's tech right there.
That's a beautiful boost.
I have not seen that.
No, it's a great boost. I've seen it a couple of times before, and it's really quite well deployed here by the Dusty Roots, who finally get an opener in a gun round. And unfortunately for them, it's the last one of this first half. They are going to redeploy themselves towards that B site. Rotation is on. Will Red Canids be able to respond? I mean, Henny's here with the AWP to support drop. Good incendiary toss. 15 seconds left. Just realized, yeah, Dusty Roots have to get a move on. They're going to have to charge through this incendiary in some ways. 10 seconds now. 1 frag, and they might be done. There's drop getting that one. 6 seconds now. They do panic to plant the bomb and will be successful in doing so, despite the clock running down very low here, Mark. 3v4 on the retake for the Red Canids.
4 would be good. Gotta hold down to it. 4 players would have been great as well. You need to try and keep these numbers up. But it's this bomb that is going to be ticking with it. Venom, he has really got to reach and just try and get this down. Going to be cut through it. But right here, I feel like it's going to be costing them. It's going to be a dogfight right now, but Coldzera, he has to hit both quick shots, does, and the defuse is going to come through. It's a 9-3 half, and Red Canids, they turn it up. Coldzera, 16-3 in that half. That is music to my ears, JRT.
Yeah, that was absolutely gorgeous in terms of the retake, honestly, by the Red Canids. Well-paced, well-spaced as well. I mean, you saw the utility sailing in a little bit early. The flashbangs, I shouldn't say a little bit early, just coming through with the utility before actually going for the execute. A couple of players coming from the same angle, which caught the Dusty Roots off guard. Great clearing of all the angles right here. You're going to see it with Venom Zera getting one. Kind of sacrificed himself, but he gets a ton of information off of it because Coldzera knows that Tommy Jet is there, and there's only one place left for Gutty. and Coldzera takes care of business. He was a monster in that first half of action. 9-3 for the Red Canids, a complete reversal of what we saw previously, I should say yesterday, here on this map between these two squads. And I mean, honestly, at the beginning, I was a little nervous for the Red Canids anyway, because Dusty Roots were looking strong, but now they're just cruising along. And look at this pistol round already. Phelps getting 2 scalps, looking for the third now as he picks up the USP off the ground. Toto not going to get fragged yet. He actually gets 1, maybe the second. He was really a heroic piece for them early on in that first half, but eventually he gets, I don't want to say run down, but he gets pushed back as the bomb is planted.
Those Glock shots are just too close for comfort. They are just approaching at very concerning measures. Having to just lay on. These shots are going to be so hard to approach. And it feels like Dusty Roots, well, they are unfortunately a late spirit to this. Feels like they were out of this retake before it even started. And right now, that's Red Canids through that second half pistol, and Venom gets a great shot onto 1962 backhaul. You can just clean up on this last kill. Give Toto the respect to the gunfights. He's deserved it, but that's not going to keep Henny. Putting on the details for double digits, that's a big lay into the second half already.
Yeah, and you're looking at the top of the scoreboard there. Henny's in third, but the big names, Phelps and Coldzera, 16 and 15 frags apiece, 31 combined, and only 7 deaths amongst them. Wow, this is the Red Canids you want to see, right? Drop, very serviceable with the rifle, of course, but calling the shots, getting his team coordinated well on the defensive side, calling good rotations. I mean, everything was fantastic for them on their defensive end after those first 5 rounds. And here on the T side, we'll see how they deploy themselves. They did lose in that second round after taking pistol in the first half, and that's not a great start here after losing Phelps and giving an AK over to Tommy Jed. Uh-oh. I feel like this could be dangerous here for max score. Yeah, it is. He gets Coldzera. I could feel it.
Normally, it is very tough game. Smoking prodded apartments around those 5-7s. Exhibit A. Toto right around it. Surprisingly, going to be just passing right back. Gotta acknowledge the low HP of a couple of the teammates here. Toto with a little bit more reason than we may have first considered, but 1962 finally comes to use on to that Galil, but the MAC-10s, they're gonna go far. And it's Venom Zera that has just been lacking behind in the numbers category. Now here's one, a 1 versus 3. He's got to let this up to really try and go, but Tommy Jed stands up for the team. Dusty Roots, they really needed that one, JRT.
This is, I mean, look, Red Canids, great first half after the opening 5 rounds, but this is looking like another opening few rounds here in this half where you're scratching your head wondering, why are these rounds falling by the wayside on a consistent basis? Should be able to win pistol and then take the next one relatively comfortably, but again, you know, Dusty Roots able to make it work with the pistols, and we'll see if the Red Canids can recover once more after that. And they will this time go for the 4 spy. It's going to be 4 pistols and a Galil. Not much util, mostly flashes coming through here. Already deploying one of their smokes. Phelps wants that early fight. I'm surprised to see the rifle be the first one out here as opposed to a pistol to try and get that trade, but yep, here comes the rifle and it's gone. Tommy Shed, pretty much a freebie there onto Phelps.
Sounded like the guy from like that South Park thing. Gave him the money and it's immediately gone. Put it in the stock market and it's gone.
It's gone.
I feel like it may be down here. Woo, you have that incendiary whizzing in. Oh, he tried to get that smoke out. Not gonna be there. Even production getting in on some of the fun. It's gone. This chance of the Glocks is gone. It should be a 5th round in time. 60 seconds does tick by.
Coldzera, what do you got? Probably not much here, as that smoke blooms in his face. 45 seconds left. He's got the bomb on his back at the very least. Henny's gained some space into Boiler. Again, guys, just a reminder, this is a 4 spy that didn't really feature that much for the Red Canids. And the Dusty Roots. I think some free frags here. Henny, the latest to fall, and this one is probably done. So we can talk about, honestly, the Dusty Roots and their problems in that first half and what they'll have to overcome here as they win this. They'll have to honestly prove that they can win cleanly in a gun round. They only had that one clutch mark, if you recall, that led to a third round victory. After that, they got absolutely nothing in the gun rounds. So here, okay, yeah, you got the recovery. You managed to convert a first round off of a pistol round loss. Now you get the second one. Can they finally find their rhythm, I should say, after this round, once the guns come out for Red Canids?
Absolutely. And maybe just take one more little track up the road, as there was a little bit more on that. If we even get on the road, sitting at the exit we are. Just chilling. Not Venom's era. Just want to wait.
Honestly, if they get a bomb plan here, do Red Canids, that would be successful, given they have absolutely nothing aside from a P250 bought up by Henny. Toto's waiting at porch. And, I mean, look, there's only so much that can happen here. The Red Canids biding their time, but Phelps gets caught before he can even join up with the push at the front side of the map, and it won't matter anyway. Everyone's falling by the wayside, and there's another one for the Dusty Roots. Okay, that one's over. Here's the real test for Dusty Roots. They're going up against the AKs. It's a gun round. They need a clean round victory to bring themselves back into this one. Anything else, a victory that's close, I don't even think that's enough. They need to have something dominant come through here.
To just take that spark out.
Yep.
It's gonna take a couple of those knockout punches. Just had, oh dude, this is a sore spot. But I'm a fan of Alex Pereira right now. We just had a Brazilian fighter lose the belt last night in UFC. Unlucky. Gonna take just as confident as a lay. I guess D-Thrime not gonna be calling anybody a champ here, but you have a couple of champs on one side. So I guess that does help. Here's one right now, and he's going to be capped right at the bottom of those stairs by Max Score.
He's trying to get that gun, and he did. And took a little bit of damage for it, but there's a smoke pop. Oh, a little bit of exposure there on Fergutti, and he actually manages to escape, but this is the Red Canids taking that banana control that Dusty Roots couldn't really get on their T side. Fergutti, very exposed. He gets one, which is okay, but not great, because it's the 3v3 post plant, which favors the Ts here. And you see that Max Core is trying to take the space again quickly. There's a flashbang thrown, but I feel like that flashbang is thrown into a black hole because the players weren't really there to capitalize on it. It's almost a panic flashbang. And he does have another one. Maybe to attract attention in his direction. I'm not sure, but either way. Some spam for Max Core, and he connects onto Phelps. That'll help a lot.
Can be a very nice start for him. Score walks all the way down. That's a flash right up. Yeah, you gotta go. It's right behind New Box here. You are just gonna be digging out this body here, hopping on the bomb. Max Score with enough time, I think not. He's gone. 11 rounds on Inferno fall the way of Red Candids by the thinnest of margins.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think he might not have it. It was very close, a millisecond even, or a couple of milliseconds there, but unable to secure the defusal, and the Red Canids do indeed get one right back in their favor. And again, like, yes, that's a close round for the Dusty Roots, and they get a couple of frags towards the end, but they lose it, and they lose all the bodies. So still enough money in the tank for them to get a full buy, so that's okay. But on the other side, you've given life to a Red Canid squad that was already in the lead. They're up to 11. They're one round victory away from getting map point. 1962. Haven't really seen much of him yet, but there we go. An important frag onto Cold Zero, who's been the hot hand for the Red Canids. Shuts him down immediately, and oh my goodness, look at the damage the Red Canids are taking here at Banana. They're probably dead to rights. An absolute Tommy Shed flashed and all. Still able to take care of that. It was a very wayward flash.
It was like a micro flick I saw in there. This guy is on one, and they clear out Banana trying to challenge drop. captain of this position, Henny and Venom Zera to just kind of waste away on the other side. Have to get a little bit of security in back of this base, but with a whole minute, they're starting from step 1.
I'm not sure what the play is here for Red Canids. I guess save. Yeah, that seems to be the idea. Venom Zera and Henny just gonna save the 2 Galils. And I mean, this is what Dusty Roots needed. This is what I was talking about for the entirety of that first half. They needed one of these rounds. They just get a complete shutdown, and it's exactly what they deliver towards Banana. So much util sailing, and this time Red Canids don't know what to do about it, and they can't respond in any meaningful way with their util, and it's just a farm coming through from, I believe, was Tommy Jed there at top Banana. So, Dusty Roots at least keep things closer. Getting a 7th round, and it's a 4-round deficit up against the Red Canids, who probably won't have enough to justify a buy-up in this round. Yeah, definitely not. So just going to be the 2 Galils that'll come through. But at the same time, Mark, I mean, you have 2 players down to 150 and 350. They won't have the loss bonus, so I think they will invest around it. Yeah. I mean, that's the right call. I mean, it's the right call. If you're saving on the T side, you kind of have to buy up around it.
I absolutely agree. And you see the Tech 9s, rather than maybe it's Cold Zera to kind of return to his lurking matters, while maybe the belly of this group to see into it rather quickly elsewhere. Max score to see all the way back in. Maybe could have actually teed off in a couple of legs here, but it's Tommy Jen that wants to just continue where he left off. All the way down to barrels, and it's just going to roll everything through Banana, and on his court, it's not gotten through.
They're setting up an interview behind Tommy Shed or something there. Like, he's like, what's going on, guys? Why are you
like a LAN center or something?
Yeah. Got a green screen up there. I'm trying to play some CS here. What the heck are you guys doing? Anyway, back to the action.
That's awesome.
Red Canids have lost the first player, but they've done some damage in return onto Tommy Jed. He's down at 34. For Gutty, he's okay at 76. There's a lot of time left on the clocks here. On the clock, excuse me. Only one of those for the Red Canids to work with.
Now there was that boost again. Yeah, could be as lucky right now. Holding very solemnly with just a couple of flashes to go. Toto getting oh so close, and that's how you break right in. Rather than a flash, it's that nade into brackets, and you know, Toto checks out. There is a backline to this. In 1962, gets a real big kill right now as Henny just bulls it up the lane, and Old Zera can now just provide a little bit of fire. I thought he had the head, was just shooting at a little bit of blood, but has that one lined up dead to rights. Max score gets all the way decked, and it's just that one flashy Deagle frag that will outline the massacre by Dusty Roots onto Cold Zera's crew.
Yeah, all 3, I should say even all 4 players getting damage in that round, and 3 getting quite low for the Dusty Roots. But 4 surviving is great. After having 5 surviving in the previous round, that means you get that economic stabilization. That said, the Red Canids weren't on a full buy there. I should say they were, actually. They'd forced up. I completely forgot. But yeah, now the Red Canids going to be on the eco, so it really does give the Dusty Roots a clear path back into this match.
This is where this Inferno is also important, like the kind of nuke we just came out of our 3rd series of the day. Venom Zera gonna go ahead and really just deck the line in round 20, sending on top of it and causing a big rift here at A. Max Core has to kind of ally with a lot of pressure. He's an opper, and he's on balcony of all places. JRT gets that kill and is lucky to skate away alive.
Yeah, but I mean, that's confirmed damage there by Cold Zera. He knows that Max Score has to be low, so he might be tempted to charge out of the apartments. Max Score, aware of that, throws the nade in, but it won't be that much damage onto Cold Zera. Couple of shots rattled off with the USP through the smoke, but Cold not
It's actually
deterred.
isn't a bad reposition, considering they don't have a smoke for Moto.
But, yeah. Still a lot of firepower to go up against with no armor and only pistols. And okay, coldzera through the wall gets the frag onto MaxCore, and then the follow-up by coldzera and Henny. They've got 3 more. It's only 1 left for Gutty with the M4. This is unarmored pistols from the Red Canids, and they're somehow making it work for Gutty. I mean, there's 1v3 that's very possible, but
I
man,
hate this timing right now.
yeah.
You could get a good look, but coldzera repositions. He's not going to be showing to this, but he's actually that first player caught. This could be a very big play by the young Argentinian. Needs to show up against the 3 most experienced players of that roster, but when those heads are up like a venom, boy, do they strike. Red Candidates, that's the way they find 12 rounds on Inferno in an impossibility.
Oh my god. Some of these rounds both teams are winning are just ridiculous. That one was the most ridiculous one we've seen so far on this map. Red Canids, unarmored pistols. I mean, unbelievable that they're able to pull that one off, and just some wicked shooting from coldzera, who has been the MVP of Inferno for the Red Canids, who are now afforded the opportunity with, at 4 chances, I should say, a win here on Inferno. Nade gonna get tossed there down, Banana, flashbang as well, but this time the Red Canids are not going to stop in their tracks. They're gonna continue peppering through that utility, putting the pressure on the Dusty Roots and trying to force them back. That nade could do it. Gutty still survives that barrage, and down to 36 HP, holds the line for his squad.
To tag on to drop. Thing out permanently. For Gutty and the rest of his crew over here at this banana position, we're going to be sublet to just 1 more reset. The smoke on the belt of Tommy Jed for the moment. A lot of this is bowled through A. A lot of this has been decided up here through lane. JRT, they're postured in to at least get that notice. It looks like they're going to show 1 belt to utility at least.
Red Canids trying to win it all here. 42 seconds left. Here comes that volley of utility. Set play and execute for the Red Canids. Smoke thrown for Arch and Library. MaxCore, an important piece, and he hits that shot onto Venomzera. Now he has to risk the repeat, and he hits it as well onto drop. It's all MaxCore. 3 frags on his part from Moto. coldzera, last one standing, and he just has to fade away. No time at all, and Dusty Roots stay alive here on Inferno.
That's what it requires from one of your more experienced foe. You got to get that down. MaxCore and Tommy Jed have been really lacing and very much tying that together on A. Actually into a very successful point. It's a very interesting note. I mean, we went highlighting MaxCore, knew how that would be, you know, teeing off maybe particularly against Phelps kind of in the ratings. You know, Henny is a lot to handle. I think that regardless of the AWP sort of duels you've gotten down, I think Henny less seen to a lot of those duels, been awfully liquid, the Red Candids, with these 5 rifles sort of consistently. Tommy Jed has done a whole lot to set up MaxCore to really do his best.
Minute 30 on the clock here. Again, you know, the Red Canids, although it's not as potent of a buy-up, it'll still be the Dusty Roots having to fend off 3 AKs, a couple of Tech 9s. Thought we might see a quicker play from the Techs, maybe down Banana, but it doesn't really happen. And the Dusty Roots only deploying that 1 smoke now towards bottom Banana, which hasn't really been challenged that much. Red Canids sending Venomzera up close and personal towards Bracket. MaxCore, who was very important in that previous round. 3 frags from Moto. This time postured right next to Porch. Staring down at Boiler and has to back off a little bit thanks to that Molotov. Ooh, spots a player in Boiler, but the same could be said for the Red Canids. So now they know the opposite position there. He will fall back. And it looks like they want to readjust themselves, Mark. They're going to go to B. This is the right call. If they go fast.
Yeah, 35 seconds gotta go. coldzera, if he could get a well-timed kind of frag right here, you're going to see right through this. even if that is kind of solace enough, Cold Zero goes down in the fight. Right here, this is a big win that is right where it needs to be. Opsword is setting the tone. Max Core, there is no crossing you. He's gotten to, and he's even bought so much time for the player Nubox, but for Gutty, he wins that 1v1. The only to win. Venom Zera goes down, and Max Core is just carrying them along his back.
I mean, that's why you need the cross smoke, and I think that was an oversight for the Red Canids rotating back to that B site, which is why I said going fast was important for them. But credit to the Dusty Roots, they got an incendiary down at the perfect moment, which allowed for the reinforcements to come in, and the Red Canids just, as mentioned, didn't have the utility to go for the engagement towards that B site. With cross open, forget about it. That op is just having a field day every single time. 10-12. Dusty Roots probably going to get to 24 here. You have to imagine with what the Red Canids are bringing here. As I say that, though, let's remember the Red Canids won with less a few rounds ago. And they
don't
do it
remind
again.
us.
Yeah.
I have a weird feeling about these Tech 9s, but honestly, there's a little bit of solace knowing that there's Toto here. A lot of support that could be in the back lines. I think gonna find a whole lot kind of on the front end of this. Well, Zero holds for Boiler. Henny, whenever they're ready, is gonna send him out with the double flash. Perfectly timed smoke, but maybe just the mass they need to have this pop. Here they go. Very clean entry.
What?
Going to get right out. Name is in the game, drops out of the library and just has no trouble. Got to bounce back from this. Max Core has to go up and above. And what would this be? A way to find this 13th round? JRT, I think it's here in reality.
This is absurd. I mean, just the rounds where the Red Canids are least expected to win on their T-Sods are the ones that they're converting. I mean, they're not done yet here. They've still got 3 more frags to deal out, but the bomb is ticking away, and that might deliver the win anyway. Tommy Jet managed to get dropped. Henny also gone, but still, they have to get these last 2. Phelps managing to get a couple on his side, maybe the third.
What?
There it is. Phelps the 3-piece, and the Red Canids off another eco round are able to seal the deal. They're the ones on the winning side of a 13-10 on Inferno, going on to Dusty Roots map pick of Mirage. But Mark, wow. I mean, the Red Canids took the hard path to victory there.
I mean, that's magnetic. You know, shout out to Drop, and then it's always been a freestyle for Phelps there on the back end. You love to see that. It's a great, great play that puts them where they would need to go. Honestly, I would have loved to see all 24, but there it is. Red Canids, we know they've been working today. If that's what puts it right through, then I think they're going to wipe the sweat off. That is a big win they just put up on map number 1, defeating the Dusty Roots comeback.
Yeah, and now they're going on to Mirage, which is the only map they won in their previous series they played earlier today against Legacy, and it was a commanding win, 13-5, so they're probably feeling pretty confident despite the fact that that is Dusty Roots' map pick here. We're going to take a quick break, guys, but when we come back, we'll have map number 2 between these 2 squads. Keep it locked here. right, we're back into it, folks, with map number 2 coming our way between Red Canids and Dusty Roots. It's going to be Mirage, which is the change-up pitch for the Dusty Roots coming into this series. It's the only map they didn't play previously, right? So, I mean, hopefully they have a plan going into it. I'm sure they do, but it's going to be dicey because the Red Canids aren't too shabby on this map.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're running some Mirage, and they ran it cleanly even recently. We were speaking about that just right in our first pregame here when we were lining out those vetoes. Because, look, I mean, honestly, it was looking a little bit peppered there in that Inferno. You know, lying into the way of something that could even be, you know, close to a very clean result. But it was Dusty Roots on the way back that showed us why that, you know, could have been such a back and forth. That's a little bit of common ground, even, you know, showing up to very similar scoreline that they just had, right? But a Mirage that could be a lot cleaner for these Red Canids, and it may not be close.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Red Canids, they had that win earlier today, like I mentioned, 13-5. There are vulnerabilities, so I do understand Dusty Roots picking into this, because you see the loss against Pain. Well, Pain is obviously like a really strong team right now, but 4-13 loss there, and against Nitro 9-13, so a little bit closer on that one. But they also have their commanding wins against Elevate and 9Z. They've played, the thing is, they played a lot of Mirage over the last 4 days. Like, they played those 5 matches over 4 days, so they've got their reps on it. I think they're ready to go, even though I think the only one that Drop has played in was PGL Bucharest. Yeah, that's correct. So that's already a good sign, though, because the one he played in was a 13-5 win, right?
Well. I mean, it's just a couple of those results, but day by day, Red Canids with their new in-game leader will start to put more into the cabinet JRT. They get to start on that T side.
That they do. Let's see what they can deploy here. Looking at the stats in terms of favorable sides, it's actually the opposite for each team. Red Canids better numbers on T side versus, Red Canids better numbers on CT side versus Dusty Roots performing better on their T side. So we'll see if that holds true as this one gets underway. Henny taking a look towards mid. Actually, no one home there for the Dusty Roots. They're playing on the sites proper, 3 towards B and 2 on A, and those 2 on A are going to have their hands full very shortly, Mark.
Yes, they will. Standing so smoothly. And that the sandwich position has been a very big part. Oh, Tommy Jed seeing Cold Zera just automatically dead. That's a big pickup so quickly. But Phelps has so much to say there. At the bottom of the ladder, actually going to catch Toto off guard as Venom Zera going to be actually getting this bomb down immediately. Tommy Jed can poke back because he has never lost the confidence. In a 1v1, he boxes out. That's just so quickly dribbled away.
Yeah, it's a great job by Tommy Jed, but he has to be careful because this bomb is planted in the open, so that means that Henny and Phelps going to have visibility. Henny hits the headshot. Phelps looking for the same here, and he finds it too. Max score, last one standing. Phelps says, sit down. We've got this round under our belts as the Red Canids pick up where they left off on Inferno.
That is a great lay that he gets up, and I mean, immediately has to turn that key as Tommy Jed was doing in the bomb site. But there was a nice line that's held. This doesn't come down if not through Henny putting in a little bit of effort as well. The Red Canids, they require their star power to get it done. Ain't that's such a shabby thing in Brazil because they have so many stars.
No question about that. You got the Brazilians up against the Argentinians here. And previously, I mean, we did see the Argentinian squad of Shinden upset 9Z. But here, oh my goodness. The smoke is cleared by the nade, and Cold Zera just clinical on those shots. 5v4. Oh no! Speaking of clinical, 1962 comes out with the 5-7, catches Venom Zera with his pants down. Now he's trying to rotate back to the site, but Cold Zera quickly mops that up, and the other 2 players are also in apartments, trying to charge forward to take down Phelps. Not a bad idea, but Phelps is aware of it, so at least he gets one before he is run over himself. Tommy Jed, last one standing, 38 HP.
Smoke right out. They set the trap through Phelps' flank. Cold Zera actually may just take this one home. Approaches with his Galil. wants to finish off the job behind the Molotov. He will just be a little bit hotter, but that never stopped Coldzera from getting back to it. Red Candidates, they put together that first round, and right on top of that, it's flushed out with the occupation that it's brought towards their bin. It's a Mirage that will begin very successfully.
Yeah, no question. I mean, Dusty Roots unable to do much in their force buy there, and you're going to see here just onto the pistols. Toto's got the dually upgrades, and I think Tommy Jed's got a 5.7 or a Deagle. That's a Deagle, excuse me. Outside of that, it's, you know, just a very light pistol. And you see the Red Canids already charging forward. Posturing for another B hit. Smoke thrown, not taking any chances here as the Util comes up. Great pop flash. Molotovs. 2 of them going in. I think that might have been... No, that wasn't a miscomm. That was one for Platt and one for Van. As Venom Zera taking care of business. This one should be a non-starter.
They just clear this thing right out. It's a headshot. Already picked up. Clearing out every nook and cranny. Maybe when Deagle can change that theory. Tommy Jed incoming with that nade. Revives her one moment. Drop right around this corner. Gets the job done.
Alrighty. So, Red Canids this time, unlike on the previous map, converting off their pistol round victory for actually the first time in the series, because they lost that second round both halves over on Inferno. So now, nice 3-0 lead as they face off against Dusty Roots' M4s. And one op in the mix, MaxCore. He was honestly the highlight for the Dusty Roots in that previous map. Really quite effective with the AWP. Came out with a lot of clutch moments, which is what we expected looking at the numbers on this Dusty Roots squad. He's typically the one that they look towards. Needs to deliver again on a map that is in Opper's Haven.
Certainly had it really warm at the end of Inferno. A couple of multi-frag rounds kept them online for so long. Drop fading away out from his hip scene. Phelps to take that peak clean. Venom Zera is going to be right here. Jotted out a couple of 1v1s that Red Candids find, and they win all 3 of them.
This is pretty clean.
Oh my god.
Just that one.
That's terrible.
Coldzera with a dirty shot to the head of MaxCore in 1962. He's sent packing. Getting the heck out of Dodge here, and he's got his M4 by his side. Hoping that it continues to stay so going to that next round. We'll be 4-0, and this has been very smooth sailing for the Red Canids.
Well, we talked about it being clean, but we also talked about Dusty Roots, like, really making the difference through a lot of these individuals standing up to, honestly, creating a lot of very nice moments for themselves. A couple of multi-frags, they have let themselves to be in a couple of great setups when, you know, they actually were able to get some tempo on Inferno, you know, so far on that, like, back end, but, you know, in the first half I'm referring to as well. Right now, there is not that same moxie, right? They had to depend on a couple of clutches to kind of get that ball rolling. But, I mean, right now, it would sort of take a round with any sense sort of needing to get that one up.
Surprised to see a timeout called here by the Red Canids, being up 4-0. Momentum really in their favor. They just won the gun round very cleanly. Up to this point, haven't really been tested too much. I guess they just saw something they didn't like or just wanted a bit of a breather. Perhaps make sure they don't get too ahead of themselves. Looking here at the buyout for the Dusty Roots, they do have a decent amount of loss bonus. Well, a lot. It's 3,400 going to the next round, but here they're going to invest a decent chunk of it to get some body armor, pistols, and of course 1962 already had both of those things from the previous round, along with the M4. That'll be an important piece here to try and rebuff the Red Canids as they stare down at the opportunity at a 5-0 lead, Mark.
Pushing right into it as well. MaxCore Actually, he's going to be dropping Phelps quite low. Who's dealt a lot of damage in this thing, so maybe ready to actually set this into a different sense. Posted up in middle. Multiple members of Red Candids. You're recycling that, John, on. At least we're following the golden rules out here.
Zera. Get that headshot onto Max Core. Gonna be a 5v4. Favor of the Red Canids. And yeah, I mean, look, where is 1962? He is towards Cats. So if the Red Canids avoid that, I would say the best path towards that goal would be just going down the T apartments and B apartments. That'll be if they even need to worry about the M4 at all, because they're picking apart all the other pieces in the meantime. And yeah, off of that frag, they're just biding their time, waiting for more pushes to come through. They have to be wary of the clock. You don't want that to get down too low, especially with the lack of map control here. But they are alleviating that very quickly, as you have Cold Zera into Palace and a couple of other players going up the ramp. So they should be able to take this A site and get the bomb planted very shortly. Although there are 2 players to worry about in Con, I don't know if that's going to be too big of a concern. Yeah.
Yeah, it just clears out right now. Not aware of the second player yet to strike. If these AKs pulled, then, you know, they'll just really let out with that thing ever so clean. It's a full house out for Red Candids. It's going to be a beautiful mix that they put up. Henny hasn't even yet to die.
Henny trying to keep his deaths at 0. I don't know how long that's going to last, but heading into the round number 6, it's probably not in his mind. What he wants to see is rounds on the board. Red Canids to make it 6 in a row. Maxwell just walks out of Con. It isn't smoked off. Phelps, I mean, probably should have been a little more aware. Maybe they just missed their smoke, to be honest with you. I think that was the case, because he was under the impression that connector should have been smoked, and yeah, you see that smoke right in front of it. Not good for the Red Canids. I don't know how much of an impact it'll have in this round, because they've got great positioning towards the B site. They popped the smoke. Venom Zera, the opener. Toto's watching from Cat. They might overlook him because they got that frag just a moment ago, and they do. But it's a quick trade from Henny afterwards. And look at Venom Zera, still a very good position to potentially win. Excuse me, Cold Zera. Win this fight against Tommy Jed. Tommy Jed rotates well. Support from Fergati. And Fergati will find it onto Cold. That leaves only Drop in a 1v3, but he makes it quickly a 1v2.
Hold on. Yeah, he's hopping out and actually has just a bit like, antic about this. Can't go so far as to actually garner through the bench, but look at that. He has to just see the shadow and almost get right over. Tommy Jet survives. Dusty Roots even carry their AWP into the next, but it's just denying the clutch. They keep themselves online. 1 round, but at what cost?
Look, I mean, right here at the beginning, Phelps obviously expected the smoke to be up there, and it wasn't, so he gets caught off, and that takes a lot of pressure off of the Dusty Roots, and that's the difference maker at the end, because that Cap player wouldn't have been comfortable at all if Phelps is able to charge up. Instead, it takes a piece out of the execute, and despite Drop's ridiculous efforts here in the 1v3, he falls just short. His crosser just goes slightly to the left of Tommy Jed. Oh, Phelps, beautiful tap on the Max Core. Fergati does manage to get the trade. And again, you know, losing so many bodies for Dusty Roots, they win the round, but their economy is not in great shape. And you see that from the buy-up that they've managed to scrape together here over in round number 7. And Red Canids, you know, Phelps does get that entry, but now they've just fallen back and they're playing kind of default style here, waiting for pushes.
Walking up to approach middle at the moment. Bomb in the hands. Rather on the back of Venom Zera. Famas right around this corner is about to wheel and deal, but honestly just teasing for what actually arrives. A quick AWP transfer that comes down in middle, and Henny is the one that lives. It's a 3v3 with this entire minute to actually see what roll do you get out of the dice now. It is a very grim number that is put to Fergati as this A side. It is going to be all draped in the Red Candids.
Planted here for Venom Zera. The smoke protecting him from Con. 1962. I mean, look, the money's so bad. I think they're just going to try and pick up guns. There's the opera cover from 1962. Toto looks for an AK, finds that. Yeah, just duck and cover, basically. If you're the Dusty Roots, because that economy is so bad right now, they need to bring whatever they can into the next round. So the Red Canids effectively isolating that round victory for the Dusty Roots. And getting their 6th on the board off of some great shots, starting with Phelps and ending with Henny and Cold.
Move up to 6. It's not a terrible save out of things. It'll be a nice buy back for this team to actually throw into the middle of this thing. Dusty Roots likely to actually see maybe into maybe an... Hey, I'm a fan of the MP9. It seems like they are really begging for any sort of rifle they can get their hands onto. Seeing that less and less. Is the culture dying?
I don't know. It's a good question.
You know, we go through like this SMG is overpowered for 4 years, nerf it, and it happens again.
No, I don't think the MP9's been nerfed enough for it to be
I agree.
removed
I very
completely.
much agree.
Yeah, no one really crouches with the MP9 anyway, so I don't even know if that's a real nerf. Usually you're just running and gunning, so.
MP9 propaganda. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Max score. Big pickup, and he's
Almost a
really
second.
going to be on the timer. Yeah, he's so close to it, but just literally going to be lit up. A flash out of this smoke, and it might go better on the other side. Venom Zera going to take advantage of that. All in the meanwhile, Phelps has gotten into window. They aren't going to be expecting this layer. Now, surely, Toto going to be jumping into
We heard
smoke.
him.
Right into window, right into the lap of Phelps.
Phelps heard that. He had to have. Yeah. So a freebie for Phelps, that gives them the 2v1. I think that's a very ballsy play coming through from the Dusty Roots, right? They lose their player, their op player in window, and then they just charge out everyone. 2 from Connector, 2 from Cat, trying to engage immediately. It leads to a flurry of trades, so credit to them for taking that risk. But in the end, now they're down to a 2v1. 1962 is trying to gamble here onto this A site. It's a good gamble. I don't think Phelps is going to be expecting this angle at all. He doesn't. Phelps gone. That drops the bomb too. 28 seconds left. Cold Zera in a 1v1 up against 1962. Needs the clutch for his team, and he can't find it. Just short of the headshot. And some frustrations perhaps there on the side of the Dusty Roots. But 7-1. Red Canids do manage to squeak past the finish line in that round. And I mean, look, losing 4 players to the Red Canids, not a big deal, Mark. They've got plenty of cash. They are flush with it. So they'll have a full buy coming through. On the other side, the Dusty Roots never stabilized their economy in this first half. And I don't know if they ever will with only 4 rounds left.
It's really a dangerous game they play. I mean, it seems like they tend to swallow some sort of pill here, but I mean, even in the money that I feel like they're spending, they could come into a little bit more coordination for where a lost identity is, and sort of feels like that's what's happening on Connector, rather Mirage. Specifically, these con fights have been absolutely dominated by the Red Canids.
Zera.
Oof.
Yeah, this is just this is turning into a slaughter here on Mirage. Max Core has had his moments. But even in that, he's only up to 3 frags on the map, I should say. Helps. The 960. This round is probably done. Yeah, definitely. So now 8-1 for the Red Canids. Tommy Jed will get flanked out, and that'll do it.
Whew. All right. Well, doesn't seem to be a whole lot of hope into things, but you say that, a double AWP mildly appears for Dusty Roots. To be honest with you, it has gone pretty well for MaxCore. Actually going and sparring up early, has had a couple of these good looks. Rather, Tommy Jed. MaxCore going to be now getting his hands on the brass tacks.
Yeah, I mean, the double op setup, sure. You got to take the risk, right? Could work out. Tommy Jed misses the shot, though. I mean, Cold Sarah, another chance, and will eventually get taken down by Fergutti. Doesn't actually do that much damage in turn. So that's setup pays off even with the missed off shot. That said, Phelps has snuck into window. Toto's gone, and Phelps has a lot of pressure applied. And the flank doesn't realize Tommy Jed's going to come around here, and that's a freebie for Tommy Jed. 4v3 in favor of Dusty Roots. The Red Canids haven't committed really on either side of the map, and now as a result don't have that much map control, so they're resetting themselves towards the A site. But they need to wait, I would say, for Venom Zero to join them because Henny's low. And look at where Fergutti is. Oh, Fergutti could end this before it starts. He doesn't. He gets the info and then will throw an incendiary. And in fact, off of that, the Red Canids say, okay, well, let's back off again and go right in towards that B site. Lots of adjustments here back and forth on the map. But the Red Canids seem to have made their decision.
(1962) hops right out of apartments. We obviously know a little bit more than average 1962. There's that audio cue. Max score to even give a little bit of a consideration to the lure. Kenny goes down on it. Only one choice, but to just jump into the fire, and 1962 is just going to be decked 1 for 1. Regardless, this thing is going to be all said and done. It's a 1v3 for Venom Zera. Honestly, to just play a really dangerous game. He may go down after time here, and he does.
Oh, no.
I believe so.
Yeah, he went down after time. It didn't matter. They've got so much money. Does it really matter? Like, I think he had 10K after the buying up in that previous round. So it's okay. I guess he was able to gamble there. And it's the second round for Dusty Roots. Red Canids can shrug that one off. They don't have to worry too much. But a good job from Dusty Roots on the defensive side. They rebuff the initial attack, and then the Red Canids just can't make up their mind. They go back and forth, back and forth. I mean, I think they did have Apps control at one point, but they decide to give that up to go to A, and once they see the player in Palace, they have to rotate all the way around. Having very little visibility and control, as mentioned, with less than 30 seconds left, the odds of a success are so very low, and I mean, you saw the Dusty Roots close it out pretty cleanly. Here we go again. Red Canids setting up for the execute onto A. Smokes are going to be thrown immediately. This could be a quick one.
Seemingly paced like it. Right now, it's advanced positions for both of these A players. Sticking out and not afraid to fight for it, but just going to be flashed off of it. Not going to stop the op from actually getting down. But there's got to be more layers to this. Dry in the re-peek, and Cold Sarah and Drop are going to take advantage of it. Big plays, easy take onto the bomb site. Has time for Dusty Roots to rotate in, but there's got to be another layer to it on the Red Canids end. Their lurk is going to get into position. Max Core out-peaks Henny right on the bomb site. Phelps in position, has got that, and may even turn his attention onto Cat. That's where another soul lies.
That's a really good play from Phelps to direct his attention towards Cat, like you were saying. Now he's watching for 1962. Oh, the util's out. That'll give away his location. 1962 can't do anything with it, though. Phelps gets the second, leaving only Max Core standing. And in this situation, they probably don't have enough money to buy up the op in the next round, so Max Core just has to save the gun. Another round victory for the Dusty Roots has been isolated by the Red Canids, as they've got an iron grip on this map. Max Core does manage to take down Phelps, but that really doesn't matter. It is a footnote on the round for the Red Canids, who'll be able to buy up regardless of what happens here.
Already walked up to 9 in that first half. Just took that second half pistol and Inferno for the candidates to actually see into double digits. They may just hop it up right now. The in great standing, Dusty Roots. I mean, go ahead and really get this 9-3. There's not much more to ask for, but it's just been a little bit slow to get into for the rest of the team. Tapping into the tempo this late may be just as difficult as a call.
Lots of util being deployed here by 1962 into the apartments. lurk for now in Venezuela. Oh, Phelps just walks into Khan and finds a scalp. Tommy Jed, his victim. 5v4 in favor of the Red Canids, who get off to another good start here. In the last round of this first half, their T-side has been absolutely destructive. Gutty spots a player. Okay, good response. Maxwell could get one as well. Okay. That is fantastic now with Toto finding drop. It looks so good for the Red Canids, but they just walk into the waiting arms of the Dusty Roots at every turn.
Zera has to pull up and do what Cold Zera does. 1v4 has to literally get sprayed right through the box. In through ticket, it is a 9-3 half. Dusty Roots can muster up that much.
Alrighty. Well, at least a third round coming through for the Dusty Roots. But let's be clear, Red Canids are in full control here, and they've won every single pistol round up to this point. The only real reason why Inferno got as close as it did is that the Red Canids couldn't convert off their pistol round victories. Here, they converted off the first half pistol round victory, and even if you recall in that first half of Inferno, they still had a 9-3 lead, even losing after getting the pistol round. So we'll see. It could be over very quickly if the Red Canids are able to convert here in the opening round of the second half.
Working their way up, and they are brawned, ready to fight, confident as they were on Inferno on these pistols. Drop the newest man on the block. Let's see what he can manage. Fading away. That's one onto empty pillar, but guess what? Backup has arrived, and it is all of the pressure deprived off of drop put on to Cold Zera, and he's helping his new teammate out, making him feel very comfortable on this CT side.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's exactly the opposite of what the Dusty Roots were hoping for. Maybe they can channel some of that energy from Inferno and pick up this next round victory, but I don't know. Doesn't look like they want to commit to the buy-up. Just going to be a deagle, and that's it. $700 invested into this round by the Dusty Roots. Oh, all 5 players going to A, though, and A's the light sight. There's only one player here. Venom's Air could get overloaded quite easily with that MP9. Needs to be really careful about the way he deploys himself, and reinforcements are pretty far away. The good news for the Red Canids is that they won't have any smokes to worry about on the attempted retake. Bad news is Venom Zero is dead, as he gets traded immediately by Fragutty. Now they'll have to come back into the site. Oh my goodness, Fragutty! A second for himself makes this a lot more viable, but Henny the spray down to Tommy Jed brings the man advantage back into the favor of the Red Canids.
No moment of comfort. Cold Zera to keep on moving along. He's 15-4 already. Looking to put up another head, and that's Toto gone. 1962 right around the corner. MP9, was there even a wish in the air? Cold Zera puts that out. It's 11 rounds for the Red Canids. They take their time getting there.
Alrighty. Well, at least the silver lining there for Dusty Roots is that they get that bomb plant, and some money will be in their bank accounts to bolster their buy-up here. But the bad news is it's 11-3. 2 more rounds for the Red Canids, and this one is over. The Dusty Roots are hoping for something to materialize, some sort of momentum to come through in this round, and it really does need to be now.
Dusty Roots, you can tell where they're rooted. Least in to probably the one normal phase they're actually going to be able to put on with his T side so far. A very confident look into top mid. That's Tommy Jed. That's going to be coming out worse for wear. And at drop, he's going to be challenged again right here into this B site. At least just teased by 1962.
Oh, Phelps getting a freebie here. I think he's going to. Yep. Tommy Jed walks right into his crosshair, and Phelps says, "Thank you very much. I will take that." Venom Zero, I think he's in a Molotov. He has to fade away from that. He's got the FAMAS there towards the A site in a fight on his hands, but he should win it. Yep. Great maneuvering. Fragutty can't do anything. And that seems to be the story for the Dusty Roots here on Mirage. Goldzera gets one drop, another max core, last one standing, and that is all she wrote. Red Canids, full control. They've got 9 map points available to them.
Beautiful work. It looks like we may have just seen the best of the Argentinian side tonight. I was on the first map, and that might have been in our third round of 16 match we saw today. Dusty Roots won't be seeing into their very familiar foe in that quarterfinal. These headshots are going to be really raining through. Excuse me. As honestly, I mean, each player like Phelps within this MVP race, neck and neck with Goldzera. It's going to be a hard bargain to drop. This will definitely be big work cut out for Shinden when it gets there. Are they just forcing it down? It's quick onto the deck. And would it finish with drop, or is Goldzera just going to come into farm? Let your new IGL put the cherry on top. Beautiful stuff in a very clean 2-0 that the Red Candids are not going to be wasting any time with. They make easy work of Dusty Roots on their map pick of Mirage.
Wow, yeah, that was stomping, quite honestly. Red Canids gave up a few rounds, but honestly, they weren't that big of a deal. The Dusty Roots just couldn't deal with what the Red Canids were throwing their way, and that pick of Mirage turns into a nightmare. Can't blame him for trying, because they, despite the fact that they beat the Red Canids in the previous BO3 on Inferno, they still lost it overall 2-1. So they wanted to mix things up, throw that change-up pitch, and it doesn't work, along with the fact that they couldn't find that same success in Inferno. So that does it for them here in CCT SA number 8, and it also does it for the round of 16. Our last team has been decided. We're going to check out that bracket in just a little bit to see how it's shaped up, but yeah, no upset this time. And we'll look at the winners here. The Red Canids drop the newest addition to the roster, that IGL, and I think he's filled in the role already. It's still very early, but I think you can already see the signs of what he's going to bring to this team.
Yeah, I think you get the evidence right there in an Inferno, where I think it had to be that, you know, calling style tested, especially in the back end, where Dusty Roots were, you know, adjusting and very much putting up their worries. And you know what? It was a very nice Red Candids kind of neck back into the end of that first map. And you know what? They were just fully in tandem in Mirage. 13-3, not even really a competition, and they really seemed like he just slotted in so well. There's already a lot of chemistry here within this region. These players know each other well. If they briefly teamed with each other, then they're familiar with their faces at events. JRT, you know how it works. This guy looks like a natural within this team, and I really am proud. I think that my expectations, rather, have been met for at least that second map of that Mirage. I think that's a pretty good first playoff win to have under your belt, and I don't think they're going to be wasting much time to get another, but you know what? It feels good to go ahead and crown Goldzera the MVP that, you know, helped his new IGL on the block get there. It's up to that man to find the tools in the shed, and boy, did Goldzera shine.
Yeah, channeling energies from the past, it seems, for Goldzera. I mean, he's still been amazing now, I say that, but he's been very solid and throughout all stages of his career. 39 frags, 82 ADR, 1.3 rating. He was lights out incredible on both maps for the squad, so absolutely deserving of the MVP. Phelps was right behind him, but a little slower, I would say, on Mirage, and I say that very, very lightly because he was still incredible on Mirage as well. Let's look at that bracket. Like I was mentioning, Sharks up against Aldal Yamigos. I don't even know if I got that right, but yeah. That should be interesting, but everything else, you know, Shinden I think is the surprise, right, to make it through, up against Red Canids. I mean, look, Red Canids having to face off against the two up-and-coming Argentinian teams, and they defeated the first one. I think Shinden's going to be a bigger challenge, Mark.
Yeah, I really wondering to question that. I think it's very interesting where I think it's going to be more of a challenge for like a newer IGL drop to be able to, you know, kind of rely on a busy schedule. You know, shout out to Red Candids. This is where they can sort of get comfortable tonight. As far as I know, they don't have any officials after this. So, you know, a good day's work. But, you know, that challenge as to maybe having to not see, you know, the Shinden team really be able to actually find a, you know, mode that they were against 9Z. But I think that there was kind of a big jump up in, Frey when they did have the composure to go ahead and step up to a third map like that. So Red Candidates are certainly going to have their work cut out for them. I'm really interested in seeing this Fluxo-Audic matchup. That's always going to be a nice one. And you know what? You're not going to have to fear if you're, already loving the fact that you have an Argentinian team the way through. You got Bestia as well, bottom of the bracket for you.
All right. Well, that's it, guys. That's how it's going to look into those quarterfinals. We're wrapping up the action tonight, but tomorrow the quarters start. Tune in then to see all the action. Have yourselves an amazing night.